Kata, good afternoon. My name is Craig Lord and welcome to the New Zealand Karate Championships for 2020, coming to you live from the Auckland Netball Centre. Now, everyone is extremely excited that this competition is finally underway with all the postponements and delays with the COVID-19 situation. But now that we've got the all clear, the competitors have gathered themselves together, they are fired up and they have energy to burn. Right behind me now, the New Zealand Schools competition is well underway. But if we check out the rest of the schedule for this afternoon and the early evening, you can see that this is due to finish at around about 1 p.m. From 1 till 5, we then move into our seeding rounds, and following on from that, we go into an official opening ceremony from 5 till 5:20. That will then lead us into the finals, the moment when we find out who will take the elusive gold medal home and be able to call themselves a New Zealand Karate Champion. Also, throughout the day, we'll be bringing you some VIP guests to chat with them. We'll have competitors, officials, and hopefully, if we can grab them, some coaches as well. But until then, it's time to join our commentator for the day, the man who has actually sacrificed his own competition to be calling the shots this afternoon. I'm not sure if he actually wants a medal for that, but nonetheless, it's a very warm welcome to Mark Eagle.
Thanks very much, Craig. And and for an exciting day, the New Zealand National Karate Championships held off for a few weeks due to COVID, but we're underway now, and you can see on mat number 2 right now, the New Zealand Secondary Schools competition is taking place. 2 competitors here, one from Auckland in blue, one from Hamilton in red, and you would have to say the favoured competitor would have to be the one in red from Hamilton. That's Sam Crawford. He actually lives in Papamoa and travels all the way an hour 45 minutes, and he has taken the match there from Papamoa over to Hamilton for training. He was, of course, a rep at the Junior World Championships in 2017 in Spain, Oceania Champion 2018, and travels over every day. He's been coached by his coach there, Ben Gill, who is the senior men's champion, who will be competing later on today. Okay, the second match all set to start. You can see in the background there, the boys' Kata competition is competing, where 2 competitors compete against each other. They do their forms, and then they're judged as to who is the best one. Often here you'll find the referees go and check the competitors that they're wearing all the correct gear. Bit of a nervous wait for some guys here. So this is the boys under 16 years Kumite or Sparring division, part of the New Zealand Secondary Schools competition. So the actual senior events get underway just after 1 this afternoon, and we can expect some pretty spectacular action from some of these competitors who have been training hard all year, right through COVID, but haven't actually been able to compete. We haven't even had any regional tournaments this year, so these guys are just keen to get underway, and we're going to see some great action this afternoon. Just after 1 will be the Kata, the female senior premier division, And we can look out for a big star from Kata, New Zealand, Andrea Anakan, who has almost qualified for the Olympic Games next year in Tokyo. She's got 2 more tournaments to qualify, but she'll be absolutely pulling out all the stops this afternoon. Jean Brown there, one of New Zealand's top referees and judges, and we're all set to go. So they'll bow on, they'll walk onto the lines on the mat there that you can see, and then underway with the sparring. The competitors have to wear all the correct gear. And it looks like we're underway. Here we go. So these boys get 2 minutes per bout. When the referee stops the match, the time stops. So they're actually fighting for 2 minutes. And there we go. For a punch to the face, that is 1 point. Now, they don't actually hit each other at this age. They have to stop just short. Another stoppage there. Looks like another point to Red, so Red takes the 2-point lead. Red also has the senshu. The senshu is the first person to score. You get what's called a senshu. Now, if the match ends up in a draw, the player with the senshu wins the match and goes through to the next round. So we've seen a couple of scoring techniques, which was a punch to the face, which is 1 point. It's 2 points for a kick to the body, 3 points for a kick to the head, or also 3 points for a takedown and follow it up. That's followed up with a punch. So another point here for what Red. Red goes to a 3-0 lead. Oh, nice kick to the head there. So that's a 3-point maximum scoring technique. Takes it 6-0 to Red, who is superbly coached by his coach, Ben Gill, who you can just see on the left there. So he scored 2 points there, which takes the match to 8-0. Now, if a competitor gets an 8-point lead during the match, even if the time hasn't completed, that's the end of the match. So someone will get an 8-point lead to take the match out. So that was a circumstance where the red competitor got an 8-point lead, so the match was stopped. Similar to boxing, if you get a certain point lead in boxing, the match is then stopped. George Glacius, judge there, has come all the way up from Christchurch, one of New Zealand's most experienced judges. So you'll see there's 3 flag judges, each carrying a red and a blue flag, and the referee. So when the judges sitting down the chairs, they use their flags to denote a point has been scored. The flag pointing down for 1 point, out horizontally for 2 points, or they put it right up for 3 points, which would be a kick to the head. Okay, and blue here is Sam Crawford from Papamoa. This is his second match. The competitor in red had a bye in the first round. And the match has been stopped. Flags are out, and that's 1 point for blue. And he gets the senshu, which again means if the match is tied, the player with the senshu, the player who scores first, wins the match. Crawford's just biding his time there. Moving around, quite cool, very calm. And that'll be a point there for blue. Sam Crawford takes a 2-0 lead. So as part of the secondary schools competition, they're having all of the divisions straight through, right through to the final and the medal presentations. With the senior divisions, the top 2 competitors will go through to the final, which is just after 5 tonight. And if there's any time you really wanted to watch, it would be after then. So the opening ceremony is at 5, straight after that into the finals. So it's another point for Sam Crawford, and blue takes a 3-point lead. Okay, the fight's been stopped. That looks like a kick to the body there, which should score 2 points. The judges have got their flags out horizontally. So that's a 5-0 lead to Sam Crawford and blue from Papamoa. See the size, he's nearly 6 foot tall, and he's still in the under 16 division. Another point, so that's a 7-point lead. If he scores one more point, no, there's 6-point lead, so if he scores another 2 points with 28 seconds to go, he'll take the match there. Okay, so the match has been stopped there for a penalty. It's a Category 2 penalty where the red competitor just stepped outside the mat. You see the lines there? So that's second warning. Sam Crawford in blue from Papamoa. Pretty comfortable victory here, and okay, so what happened there is the competitor in red had accumulated enough penalties where he actually lost the match, so he kind of forfeits the match there, although Sam Crawford in blue had a pretty comfortable lead. So in blue here, Leo Lee from Auckland up against the competitor in red, who comes from Hamilton. Now this should be a good match. Both experienced competitors, both very good, and both out to prove a point.
Well, I've decided to sit in with you now, Mark, because you've talked it up so much.
Thanks, Craig. Still a relatively new sport in New Zealand. If you go, say, Japan, Europe, even the Middle East, it's been around for a long time as a competitive sport, and their competitors there, like the All Blacks here, they're professionally, they get paid to compete, paid performance money, and that's what they do full time. Whereas these guys, not so much the secondary schools ones, obviously they work their day jobs and then train at night.
Yeah, exactly.
It's the old Kiwi way, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. But I suppose the secondary schools, this is good for them, isn't it? Come finally get themselves together, get to a national championships. For those who are inexperienced, the younger ones, this is exactly where you get it. But look, have they had problems trying to train and trying to have proper bouts during the COVID situation? I mean, it's not something you can do via a Zoom meeting, is it?
Yeah, and there have been Zoom meetings, and obviously the Zoom meetings have been based on, you know, training by yourself, moving around, moving left, right, forward, back, your punches, your kicks and so on. But there's nothing like training with someone. So, yeah, back into it now. Now, this should be a really good match because both competitors are from very, very strong clubs from Waikato Remberton. Now that looks like a point for red. Okay, there's 1 point for red, and red gets the senshu. Now the senshu means if there's a tied match, the competitor with the senshu, as in the competitor who got the first point, they go through and win the match.
Yeah, this is a very strange sort of golden goal kind of scenario in reverse that karate uses, isn't it?
Yeah.
So it incentivises a competitor to get the first point instead of backing off.
Absolutely, which makes it great for spectators too to watch. So Leo and Blue there just got a warning for excessive contact. At this age, you've got to be careful with the contact. Obviously, these guys are just kids, and you don't want to have, it's very, very strict. You don't want injuries.
Well, is there a bonus in that as well by controlling your power, controlling your aggressiveness? You're also learning genuine control.
Yeah, you are. You really are. And control over your body and your mind as well. So that's the rules. You got to stick to the rules. So when the judges in the corner with their flags, if two of them pull their flag out for one competitor, the head referee cannot override it. He has to award that point if it's seen by two of them. So you can't quite see it on screen there, but red had two flags out, so awarded the point, and that's 3-0 now.
Fair bit of speed being shown here, Mark.
Yeah, so that's a warning for excessive contact there for the red competitor. And yeah, these guys are fast. They're only young guys, but wait till we get to the senior divisions, the likes of Ben Gill, who's actually coaching in this match. That guy moves so fast, and he's very, very experienced. He's been competing for several years in Europe and the Middle East, training with the world champions. That's some just coaching there on the left-hand side of the screen.
I guess for people who've never seen this sport before, they don't quite understand. They probably would have seen some cage fighting. They would have seen boxing. They would have seen different sports where you win by a knockout, whether it be technical or genuine. You win by someone's submission. But this is not. This is points, and you score points for doing certain things.
Absolutely.
Makes it unique.
And you've got to stick to the rules. You have to score points. Yeah, and you won't see, well, you'll seldom see knockouts, but if someone is knocked out, well, that'll be penalised. Yeah, so it is a really exciting sport in that way.
Yeah, because I guess people are saying, well, hang on, why did they stop? He didn't knock him out. He didn't throw him on the ground. He didn't, and because they're probably expecting that rather than just, oh no, hang on, they're scoring points by contact.
Here's the skill thing. I mean, it's probably quite easy to punch someone in the head.
Yeah, probably.
But the thing is, with this, they have to throw a punch which is potentially a knockout technique. They have to stop just short. In the adults division, it's skin touch you're allowed to the face. These guys, they're younger, not allowed to touch, but they have to come close. If they're a foot away, there's no point. It's not going to be scored. That's not realistic. But here, it has to be a punch that has the potential to knock someone out or potentially really stop them. But here's the skill. You have to just stop it short and pull it back.
Okay.
You can see it's a fairly new thing that the competitors wear the body armour there as well. It's just a bit of extra protection. But you can take some pretty hard hits to the body in this sport. So Red's taken that match out. A fairly comfortable victory there. He's been well coached, so we're looking forward to a good final. Both, I think, at this stage, looking like it could be two teammates from the Waikato.
Must be interesting when you see coaches who have to try and split their...
Yeah. It's hard. Do you sit on the corner or do you just walk away and let them go for it?
I guess you've got to entice both of them and encourage both of them to perform to their best, or even if they are teammates.
Yeah, it's a bit of a case of saying, which of your children is your favourite?
So I guess this is a sport where people will see it and go, gee, I've watched Karate Kid. I'd love to do that. But you're saying it's fairly new in New Zealand, so it means that it's probably still got a bit of growth left in the way of people finding out about it and deciding, oh, well, I've never heard of it, I don't know, can you even do it in New Zealand? Well, obviously we can.
Yeah, it's been in New Zealand for quite a long time, since the 70s really, and there was an explosion of people turning up at dojos around the country after they saw the Karate Kid. And
no doubt.
Daniel-san jumping up in the air and knocking out Johnny. But yeah, it's quite easy now, whereas previously you had to look out for ads in the paper or you'd find a friend doing it. Simple. Go on to karatenewzealand.co.nz and you can go on to find a club there and find a club in your area, and there are hundreds of dojos around the country where you can get into it. You can turn up. It's a non-threatening environment. You're not going to get hurt, and especially great for kids.
What about the adults who think, actually, I wouldn't mind a bit of exercise? Is this the kind of thing they could do out of the blue, like never done anything before?
That's a great point, Craig, and maybe we can get you interested.
No, that's not what I was talking about.
Yeah, and a lot of adults do, just for the exercise side of it.
Right.
And it's great because you're continuously learning. Whereas a lot of people, you think once you finish school, varsity, you stop learning. With this, you continue learning. Even people who have been training for 40, 50 years are still learning.
I suppose.
So it keeps your brain active as well as your body.
Well, I need something to do to keep myself active, but I'm not sure already just watching the schools competition as if this is the right thing for me or not.
Oh, don't you worry about it, Craig. I think they'll make the kids go easy on you. So we've got a match on the mat right now. This is a match for third place. Both of these guys lost their semi-final, so let's find out who's going to take out third place. So Leo Lee is in blue. And his opponent in red are all set to get underway. Just waiting for the judges and referee. So I've got with me the president of Karate New Zealand, Grant Holland. Thanks for coming along today, Grant. It's been a long time waiting, hasn't it? I mean, a lot of these guys haven't been able to compete all year.
Yeah, that's right, Mark. It's been a long time coming, and but hey, here we are, right?
Here we are in Auckland for the big day.
So can't be too unhappy about that. But yeah, look, it's been a long time for these competitors, and not everyone's been able to make it, into Auckland for the weekend for obvious reasons. But better to have something than nothing.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, there's a distinct lack, and sorry to say it, from Wellington and Christchurch, but for obvious reasons, just the uncertainty of what's been going on. But looking at these competitors so far, they haven't lost it, have they?
No,
they're still looking sharp, these young guys.
Oh, they've been waiting. They've been working, and as soon as you give them, something a month, 2 months ahead, 6 months ahead, even, they'll aim for it. Right? They're very goal oriented. They'll aim for it, and they'll work towards it. And I'm really rapt that again that they're able to be out here and put it all put it to the test.
Yeah.
From what they've been doing back home or back in their gyms and dojos.
Yeah. So how do you feel to see this finally get underway?
Yeah, I am excited, and I just keep having this simple message in my head of, wow, we're here, we're back. There's a chance, and I also think, if there's not something like this, like anything in life, it'll wilter, and yeah, you know what happens after that, which I won't even mention.
So we can see on mat number 2, they're just sorting out the draws there, and we're about to get underway with there will be a medal match to find out who comes third and fourth, but just a slight delay on there while the coaches check with the officials and sort out what's happening with the draw. So added excitement today because we have someone competing in the senior women's Kata division who has nearly qualified for the Olympics next year.
Part of the, part of the picture, isn't it? So many phases and different things that people are here for, but the Olympics is one of those things. It's yes, even you might. You know? So isn't that great? Yeah.
So for any parents watching, they think, well, hey, maybe my son or daughter might like to have a go at that. What is now an Olympic sport? There's plenty of chance to get those kids into it, isn't there? And get them off the couch too.
Get them off the couch. I mean, for the little kids, yeah, of course, it's there's the discipline and the respect side of things, which is attractive for parents. I don't know how many kids find that attractive initially. But,
I think the kids probably find kicking and punching
and a lot of the hi-ya, but yeah, for the parents it does give them that opportunity, and they can stay with it, follow their kids, and when they get to the age of being able to travel permitting to head for things like internationals and represent their country, or that pinnacle, one of the pinnacle events being the Olympics. It can happen. It's tough to get through to the Olympics from a place here in NZ and in such a large organisation worldwide. There's not sort of a dozen people around and you're almost there. It's a big ship, but yep, it can happen. But Mark, for those that don't make the Olympics, there's a lot more in it. The travel, and if you can't travel, then there's also the friendships, the amazing friendships that these youngsters and teens and kids make. So maybe not everyone's going to make the Olympics. Certainly something to aim for, but there's a lot more for them,
You see a lot of these kids, they form these friendships and they have these really, really tight groups as well. And, when they go away and compete, oh, wow, the camaraderie there is just amazing, isn't it?
oh, look, when that's it. It's a those trips are a journey of trip of a lifetime. I always say they are great to be part of. They form amazing bonds and friendships, and they have to.
So red versus blue. Red is from JKS Shotokan on Auckland's North Shore. Blue is from Waidakai in Hamilton. And just 1 point for red there, so he gets the send-shoe, so which means if the match is tied at the end, the person with the send-shoe, or scored first, kind of like a golden point reverse really, they get the victory.
Mark, you're well up on it. Yeah, absolutely. It's that's designed obviously to keep the action going.
Yeah.
But also a fighting chance. You got to be brave. You got to be brave to be out there, no doubt about it. But everyone's got a fighting chance.
Okay, just stoppage here. We'll find out what's going on. Okay, so it's just a warning for the red competitor in red, for excessive contact. Obviously, at this age with the kids, we've got to be so strict on the contact, don't we?
Yeah, we do. It's bodies can be conditioned to a certain degree. The heads, well, we've really got to look after that. And that's saying that these guys are the future. We want them to arrive there in good shape. But you know what they do, and they become them. You can't help but just get that sense of they're on their way to be just becoming great individuals.
Yeah, well, that's the whole thing about karate, isn't it? It's not just the sport, it's just the training, the discipline. It does make you a pretty good person.
Yep, better people, and every part of it, every phase of it is helping you just make yourself a little bit better of a better person each sort of day, each week.
A lot of it is just competing against yourself, really, isn't it? Just to try and get better.
Well, that's it. You saw some of the Kata events where there isn't the fighting and the contact, and that's a really good example of exactly that, Mark.
So we've got 1:09 to go, and the competitor in red getting another warning there. It's a category 2 warning, so that's for something like stepping out of the ring or avoiding fighting, because they actually have to engage. Isn't it 15 seconds, Grant? They have to engage within 15 seconds or they'll get a warning.
There or thereabouts, you'll find that's about the time that things will be stopped, and it's again, let's encourage the action.
And again, makes it more exciting for the spectators as well.
Yeah, We're here to fight. We're here to see action. We're here to see points scored. And to your point, all with fantastic control. Do you know what? In some ways, it's harder, isn't it, to have that element of control than to actually let it go, because there's the skill level to be able to put your hand or foot at full blast and at full speed to the target that you want. But then a mistake of half an inch and it's a game changer.
Yeah.
So it's almost a higher skill level, isn't it, to be able to put it up there but then stop it at the exact distance or length that you want it to. So,
and on the receiving end, it's pretty daunting as well when you got one of these punches coming at you at full speed or a kick, and then holy moly, they stop it just a centimetre short from your nose.
Yeah, I'm sure for some there's that daunting thing, and it is again. You got to be brave to be out there. I'm sure some find more daunting to be in front of than others, but yeah, you've really got to be brave to be out there. So isn't it great?
But for these kids, the bravery to get out there, and then when they come through to situations like say school exams, all of a sudden they're not so hard because you've been a little bit prepared for life more so than other kids.
Well, let's take it out to that. We're seeing kicking and punching and competition right now, but yeah, and behind that, you're seeing confidence. You're seeing great control and self-discipline, which, how are they in terms of life skills, for exams, for arts, for music, for other sports? I mean, is that not of any interest to anyone? Of course it is, right?
Yeah.
Of course it is.
Yeah, we've got 28 seconds to go in the match. Blue has just lost one of his foot pads out, so they have to stop the match, stop the time for him to sort that out with his coach there. 28 seconds to go. Blue will be gunning for it now because he's one behind. So in effect, he has to get 2 points to win this match.
Yep, this is when it gets really good, but plenty of time left. There'll be again that, that development of composure versus that, do I need to do something now? Time's ticking down. So let's see what happens here.
Okay. Trying for the head kick there, almost got it, but not quite. Okay, now he's going, because obviously it's 3 points for a kick to head, 2 points for a kick to the body, so he'll be trying that with 17 seconds to go.
So he's out for the all-out win. That's the, you can see the attitude.
So he's getting a warning there because some of those kicks are a little bit wild, a little bit dangerous, and obviously that's what happens when there's seconds to go and you're trying to score your point.
Yes, so that's the risk, but there's also reward sometimes. So
bit of a balance.
Wow, yeah, what a great balance.
Like Blue's losing his gear here. He lost his foot pad a minute ago. Now he's lost his belt.
So I think we're seeing, we're getting close to around 10 seconds or somewhere thereabouts.
11 seconds to go.
Seconds.
Let's watch. Let's see if he can do it.
Of course, we might be watching. There might be a little delay to the stream, but yeah, from where we're sitting here, we've got 11 seconds to go.
So the match is over now. Actually, he's accumulated enough penalties where unfortunately he lost the match.
Such is life.
That's the way it goes.
Yep. Good to see right into those dying moments to have a try.
But that's the discipline, especially for these kids. They do something like that, they've just got to suck it up and carry on.
Carry on. There's a time, maybe you walk off and you'll sit down and have your little moment, but maybe not even. Not that we're old or anything, Mark, but we do seem to translate this into life a lot, don't we?
Yeah, absolutely. It really is. And I mean, this match may be a big thing for these kids, but in the overall scope of things, it's quite minor against some of the big things they'll come up against in life.
That's right. And I'm sure they're all of an age and smart enough to be thinking about and hoping about travel. Maybe in 2021, Yeah,
well, that's great now with Oceania level. The kids can go and compete the Oceania Cup.
Yes. Yes, so travel permitting, they can turn to, 2020's nearly run out in calendar terms, and they can turn to 2021 and reset some hope for travel.
Okay, so Red's just getting a warning there.
Maybe just off camera, Mark, but you can hear some of the young females competing as well.
Yes, it's a sport for boys and girls.
Yeah, absolutely. Always nice to think that you might be the envy of some others, with a roughly a 50-50 split of, female, male members, players, athletes.
So on mat number 2 is the one we're watching. Leo Lee from Auckland North Shore has got the lead there, just a 1 point lead with still just over a minute to go.
That sort of scenario of 1 point lead, the minute to go, makes that minute feel like an hour.
Oh yeah, it does.
I think there's a few rugby coaches out there who've been through World Cups, and as New Zealanders, so have we. And what's the famous saying? At 1 point is enough.
In 2011, it was the two. Oh yeah, the 1 point lead, wasn't it?
The 1 point.
Holy moly.
1 point is enough. Your famous words by I think it was Graham Henry.
Yeah. Okay, so he's scored 4 points now. So Leo Lee in blue certainly has the advantage here. That goes to 5 points. So of course, if he gets an 8 point lead, then the match will be stopped, and he'll win that match.
Wow.
So I believe this is the bronze medal match here. So, you know, both of these guys have lost a match already. So they're really, really, you know, they don't want to go home empty-handed.
That's right. So, yeah, they've come up against a finalist, I would say. And but, wow, look how quickly that's gone up to 5 points. So for them, this is, they've probably got into that mindset of this is the final.
Do or die.
This is it. After this, time's up sort of thing.
Five seconds to go, and he's got a 5 point lead, so Blue will be quite happy there just to keep his lead. But he can't run away, that's the thing. If you've got a lead and seconds to go, you're not allowed to run away, are you?
Yeah, that's right, because, you know, everybody's smart, and if you just look at the context of just a win, that may be something you consider doing. It's certainly a tactic.
Okay, Craig, down ringside.
Joined by the winner of that bout, Leo, and it looked like you'd actually, in the first minute, trying to work him out, but you got it because you started to go underneath him. Was that your tactic?
No, not really. Firstly, I tried to score with my front hand to the face, but then when I realized he kept on going towards me, like right when the match started, I just knew that, boom, easy body shot to the...
Yeah, well, that was a repechage. You got your 5 points. You cleaned that up pretty quickly. What's next step for you today?
Getting my bronze medal. Yeah.
Good luck, pal.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, so a couple of highlights from that last match that Leo just took out there 5-0. So scoring with 1 point for a punch to the face, punch to the body there, and taking out the win. So you see Leo is about to come on now. This is the bronze medal match against the winner of the previous match before his one. So he gets a couple of minute break there just to rest, recuperate, have a little chat on Sky Next, and we're underway. So now this is really a do or die match because this is the bronze medal match in the boys under 16 years at the New Zealand Secondary Schools competition.
Let's have a look. Mark,
both competitors, from watching them, are both quick, they're both fast, they're both very well coached.
Yes. Indeed. You can tell straight away. Fit and fast. being fairly careful at the stage.
Okay, so you'll see a warning there for red because he stepped out over the red area onto the outside blue mat. So he's got his first warning. How many warnings do you have to get before you lose the match?
Yeah, look, in that situation, they'll have 3 escalations, Mark, and then they would lose the match.
And we've seen a few of those today, not for stepping out, but for various other infringements. And you see he's right on the edge there, so Leo in blue will be keen to, and he has managed to get him out. But Leo has got a... He scored the point. No, he's got a warning. So still 0-0.
Something there, perhaps, Mark, having a look.
I think that's a point there. That's 2 points for red, so he gets the Senshu. So that means it's going to be tough now for Leo.
Yeah, really
because he needs to score 3 points there to get this victory.
That's right. And that's certainly doable, but it's not easy when you're up against someone fit and fast. But let's go all out. Let's go all out. I expect that's what we're going to see. Yep, there we go.
Here we go. He's going with his punches. He's got 52 seconds to go. Now that's a second warning for going out. So does he get one more warning and then could potentially lose that match?
One more and then potential. So Blue's going to put some pressure on.
And Leo's aware of that, and he stepped out again. So does that mean if it happens one more time, Leo and blue would win?
Most definitely.
Right.
So, look at that. Presence of mind. Great tactics to know what to do.
Yeah, so with 45 seconds to go, there's a flag out there for red. He may have scored another point for the punch to the body, which he has done. So he's got a 3-point lead.
So that's the balance, isn't it, right? Blue rushes in. Red knows, okay, well, I can't step out anymore, but if blue rushes in on me, I might be able to do something here.
Which he's done again. Yep. And Vitor in red there was ready for that one with that punch to the face. Scored another point.
This is how quickly it changes.
Oh, look at that. Look at that. He stepped over.
He has.
He's going to be gutted.
He has stepped over.
This is for the bronze medal. He will be gutted.
That's it. So, the tactic of pressure worked out.
And again, that's tactics there and well done, I guess, to Leo in blue. He knew with seconds to go that he wasn't going to score on points, so that had to have been his tactic.
Yep. Trying the punches. And then a moment slip, if and think in hindsight there, a moment slip, got pinged off.
Okay, so we're going to go and watch a couple of highlights of that previous match there. There's Leo being the aggressive one there and forcing Vitor back over the line there. And you'll see he stepped out again. He did it 4 times, which cost him the match. Almost scored with a kick to the body there. Okay, so we go through to the final now. Both competitors from Waikato's Remburan club, a very strong club, coached by Ben Gill and Ben Gill.
Okay.
Except Sam Crawford here in the red travels over 5 times a week from Papamoa, so it's an hour 45 minutes, 2 hours each way, 5 days a week. So Dean Moxon and Sam Crawford, both from the same club. And they've got their coach just sitting there watching.
For now.
Coach has got to be happy with this one when you get 2 of your own competitors through to the final.
Of course.
So these guys will know each other well. Dean has got the 1-point lead, the Senshu. Now remember, these boys are under 16, so they're just young.
Quite relaxed, good amount of concentration. Up on their toes. I can't recall how many matches they've had to get here thus far, but it's been a busy half hour.
Well, Sam Crawford in red is very experienced. He was a junior rep at the Junior World Champs in 2017 in Spain and Tenerife. He won the Oceania Championships, which was here in Auckland 2 years ago. And of course, that travel over every day. But less than a minute remaining in the match, and he's down 1-0. Oh. flags are out for a kick to the body there. That's 2 points, and that could get Sam the lead.
Sorry, Mark,
Okay,
I
so
was
that's
watching
1-1.
intently there to see what was going to happen with that point situation.
Oh, and Dean takes the point back there, so now it's
Straight away.
2-1.
Okay, 2-1 blue, there it is.
So the pressure's back on Sam. But Dean's not allowed to sit back and just try and avoid him. He still has to fight. That's in the rules. 28 seconds to go. And Sam is hunting him. Look at him. Sam's got the centre ground.
Definitely.
Dean's sitting back there.
Well picked up. He's picked up the centre ground.
And see that nice sideways movement there from Dean to kill a bit of time, but to get away from that there. Well done.
Still,
10
you know,
seconds.
you can cut that ring off. It's the best place to be.
And look at that. Sam's gone out and he's got the point. 2-2, but Dean has the Senshu.
And you know, Mark, on screen, that's a big distance to cover.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like much, but boy, when you're out there, that 2 or 3 metres.
Now what's happened here? Sam's got the point. 3-2, has he? I don't think he got enough flags there.
Okay, well, this is what we want to see, isn't it?
So straight after this match, we'll go down to Craig, who will go and have a chat to the winner. And that's full time, and Sam Crawford from Papamoa has got a warning for avoiding, but he has won the match. So well done, Sam Crawford, New Zealand champion.
Great pressure right up until the very end of the match.
Yeah,
Quite
that was
exciting.
a really good match, wasn't it? That was a good one to watch.
Good one to watch.
So we're going to go down to the tatami now, and Craig is going to have a chat to the winner, Sam. Okay, so we're just going to have the bow off here, and then the medal presentations, and then we'll go down to Craig, who will have a chat with Sam. So with the secondary schools competition, which is underway right now, they present the medals straight after the matches. With the senior ones that start fairly soon, the finalists, the 2 finalists, will wait till the end of the day when we have our big presentation. Our
Right.
feature event where we have the finals just after 5 this afternoon.
Right. Yep. Right. Well, there we go. We've got some secondary schools champions.
Yes, some new champions. And now we'll go down to Craig to have a chat to the winner, Sam Crawford from Papamoa.
It's a gold medal, okay. And is it just open or was it? Wow, we've found a first gold medalist, under 16, secondary school Sam. It went backwards and forwards and you just managed to grab it. Pretty pleased, I guess.
Yes, definitely. Very pleased. A lot of hard work went into it. So
Well, how did the training go through COVID? Because you couldn't really train, or were you able to do something?
well, it was a lot of fitness, running. Obviously, we did a lot of training by myself with like bags, practicing my punches.
Yeah, but bags don't fight back.
That's true. Yeah.
But you did well, mate. Congratulations. Look, stellar effort. Gold medal. That's plenty to boast about.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
And that was a great match there. That was a great example of how the match can go from one side to the other. So we're going to show you a few highlights from the final match there, the gold medal match of the boys under 16 years Kumite. So Dean, of course, got the early lead. Sam had to come back and get the lead. Yo-yoed for a little bit. There's Dean scoring another point for a punch to the body. And Sam coming through in the end to get the narrowest of victories. Young Sam Crawford, under 16 boys. Okay, we move on to another division in the secondary schools competition. So we're here at Auckland's Netball Centre in Stonefields in Auckland. Hey, look, if you're in the Auckland area and you're keen to come along and have a look and see what karate is all about, you're more than welcome to pop on down over the next 2 days. Of course, we've got the New Zealand National Karate Championships. It does continue tomorrow with a few more divisions, and of course tomorrow the New Zealand Cup for some of the younger kids and also for some of the veterans as well.
Changing specs here, on the go, on the fly. No worries, mate. Are we just
and we're set to go down now to Craig to talk with the coach.
How long do we want?
Of the winning
30
coach,
seconder,
the last
60
division.
seconder? Oh, we've got to fill a bit, do we? Oh, there's a competition going? Okay. All right. Oh, yeah, need that plug. Put that plug in. Yeah.
So Blue taking the 2-point lead, and the younger boys Kumite there. He's from Auckland's Fish and Reel Karate Club. And you can see the flag out there from the judge in the corner, signalling another point. So 3-0. With a minute 42 to go, a 3-0 lead. You'd think, is he going to go for the 8 points to get the victory within 2 minutes?
I'm waiting to see an 8-0. I'm not sure when we'll see it,
well,
Mark.
We have seen it today.
Let's, I'm waiting. Well, it's just my turn.
It's up 4-0 now. I shouldn't override the president, really, should I?
That's fine, that's fine.
5.
Okay, what have we got, Mark? We're at 4-0.
That's a 4-0.
That's 4. Okay.
Still a minute 16 to go. And another point. That's 6-0.
Just weathering a little bit of pressure.
Has been in the New Zealand team. Very experienced competitor.
Maybe he'll line up for a reverse kick to the head. I'm not too sure.
I think he's quite happy.
He's
just
quite
to
happy.
accumulate points. It's a 7-0, and he'll know this. He needs to score just one more point over his opponent from Hamilton.
Looks like he's going to try and just punch his way through there, but if not, we might see something a bit bigger. Mark, I'm guessing he'll already know that he only needed 1 point if he wanted to do the 8-0, and maybe save a bit of gas and petrol for later on.
And he's done that. So he did a double punch there. He did a Kiza Mizuki, which is a punch with the front hand.
Yes, indeed.
And then followed it up. So we'll get down now to Craig.
And I'm joined ringside by Ben, who coached Sam, who just got a gold medal. And, well, I guess congratulations to both of you. But as I asked Sam, it must have been difficult to train during COVID. So how do you do that as a coach?
Motivating. I think if you can't train, you go online training. So that's what we keep pushing. And we don't want to keep sit still, everything disappear right up. We keep motivating every day, communicate every week, talking about what's going on this week, kind of thing. That's what I'll focus on during lockdown.
As I asked Sam, I said, and mentioned, bags don't fight back. So you can, I suppose, train your mind and your body, but you've got to anticipate whenever a contact is going to happen. You've got to pretend.
99%.
Okay, back onto the second match. Mat number 2.
We do, yeah.
All right, Ben, thanks very much for your insights.
Thank you very much.
So Muscle Fury in blue, Nicholas Hayworth in red. And 1 point for Nicholas in the red, so he's got the Senshu, which means if the match is tied at the end, he is the winner.
So he's off with the early advantage mark, and at this stage he'll hang on to that.
Yep. This is a warning there for Marcel. It's just a category 2 warning, which is for grabbing your opponent, which you're not allowed to do. You're not allowed to grab and hold.
You can't help but thinking with the amount of training the guys and girls have been doing, but that mat time is just recalling all of those little things that they can and can't do, right?
That's right. And you'll find the rule book is in excess of 100 pages if you want to get really technical, like anything, like cricket, like rugby, but with the basics it's not too bad.
Exactly. Most of these athletes, know those rules, and between them and the judges and referees, we're in good hands.
And unlike MMA, where a competitor goes to the ground there, the person still standing has a very limited, very short amount of time to actually follow up and score a point there, and then the match is stopped.
It's almost that. If it's not instantaneous, then of course the match will stop. So that is a difference, but you'll see whether how quickly they think that they can go in with a valid technique or not, and then it's stopped, as you say. All right, well, early checks on the penalties, and it's a good way for the young guys to understand really quickly, isn't it?
Yeah.
Hey, where are we at here?
And at this division, they get to know the rules really quickly before they move up through the ranks and into the senior divisions. So they've got a pretty good understanding. So that's 4-0 now to the competitor with the red belt, Nicholas Hayworth. And that goes up to 5 now, 5-0 now. So I don't think we'll see an 8-point lead here. There's only 5 seconds to go in the match. And that's the conclusion of the first match in this division. Nicholas Hayworth taking out the victory.
A few good reference points in there, wasn't there, Mark? Around just how much distancing, touch of the glove or the foot pads to wear in the body. How much maybe could I get away with the grab? So that a lot of flavour learnt there.
Yeah,
and that's the other thing they'll pick up through the event and through the day.
Yeah, and as you know, as an experienced referee, you're very schooled up in this. So we're going to go to the highlights now, And just watch a couple of the highlights of the last match. And on to the second match now. We've got a classic Hamilton versus Auckland match here. Daichi in red from Auckland. Milan in blue from the Waikato, from Auckland's Wada Kai Club.
Daichi quite happy in the middle, holding his line.
Yeah, pretty happy. And of course, he had that 8-point lead in his first match, so he's got to be feeling fairly confident here. And he's had the advantage. Some people say it's an advantage already having had a match.
Yes.
What do you think, Grant? Do they get a little bit tired after a match, or is it an advantage?
Definitely an advantage, you know, to get beyond the warm-up and into that zone.
So he's got the lead there.
And it's settling too. It's just that settling time.
Yeah.
But boy, he's got, just look at the subtlety of the body movement.
Yeah, and these guys
blocking
are fit.
system.
These guys are really fit. They can go all day. There we go. 2-point lead to Daichi from Auckland's Officiating Karate Club.
He just looks hard to score on, Mark.
He moves.
Daichi. He looks hard to score on.
These guys who move around, the little lightweights move around, are hard to get, aren't they?
Yes. And if he gets him close, he's got a really good defensive system too. So he is going to be hard to score on. Got to not let that frustration creep in if you're against him. Early lead, good movement, good defence. Could be a formula for a little bit of frustration.
2-0 lead, 20 seconds to go. He's quite happy. Ten seconds to go. Daichi's got a... So Milan has to really come out with a 3-point kick now, if he has any chance. Daichi's happy to sit there, and there we go, the match is over. Daichi Izuka from Auckland's Officiating Karate Club taking the lead. That's 2 matches for him now. And President Karate New Zealand, Grant Holland, thanks so much for joining us this afternoon.
Thanks, Mark. Pleasure, and thanks for your help, and thanks for giving me a bit of time to have a chat. Ciao for now.
Okay, here we go. Next match all set to go. This is mat number 2. You can't see it on your screen right now, but there are 3 mats set up. So 2 days of action over 3 match. So again, we've got another situation like we did with the last match, where one competitor has had a bye in the first round, and the other one, Nicholas, who won his first match, has had the advantage of already getting out there, getting rid of the jitters and scoring some points, and he's back into it again. So that's one warning for a foul to blue, Movindu. And we've got a point. First point to Nicholas. So he gets the Senshu. Okay, 2 points now to Nicholas. He's moving around nicely. He's just picking his time. We're just waiting, just waiting. So another point for Nicholas, takes him out to a 3-0 lead now. He's from Auckland's Go Judo Club, coached by a very experienced coach, Murray Simpson. And there we go. So a 6-point lead. Is he going to get the win by 7 points now? Once a competitor gets an 8-point lead, that's it. The match is over. So this is schoolboys under 14 age division. Nicholas has got a clear lead, but that's another penalty for Movindu in blue. And there's a penalty for red for Nicholas as well. So both scoring fouls there. Of course, they get 3 warnings. After the 3 warnings, then they forfeit the match. Happens rarely, but we've seen it already once or twice today. So there we go, Nicholas getting the lead, and he will go through the next round after 2 wins. We must be up to nearly the medal matches now. Okay, so we're going to the highlights of the last match there. A clear 7-point lead for Nicholas. Nicholas well schooled there, just biding his time and taking the lead. Now joined by a very special guest, Rokawa Jeffries. Now Rokawa, you have quite a prestigious thing here. You're the first New Zealand Olympian, aren't you?
Yeah.
So where was that's 2 years ago, wasn't it?
2018, yeah, October.
And where'd you go to?
Buenos Aires, Argentina.
How was that?
It was an amazing experience.
So that was the World Youth Olympics, of course.
World Youth Olympics, yeah.
Yeah. So you got to go to the whole lot, the opening ceremony as well as competing?
Yeah, opening ceremony, closing ceremony. It was a really, really big experience for me, and as well as my coach Ben.
And of course, you're going to be competing today. Have you now moved up into the senior divisions?
Yeah, so I'm competing in the under 21 and the senior over 18.
Yeah. So how does that feel? A bit of a step up, is it?
Yeah, well, it's longer fights, 3 minutes instead of 2 minutes. So definitely, got to increase the cardio and stuff. But yeah, it's a challenge.
Of course, you'll be in the same division as your coach, the legendary Ben Gill.
Yep. Hoping to fight him.
Yeah. Well, you see on mat number 2 right now, there was a takedown followed up by a point, but it just wasn't quite good enough to score the point there. So Thijan just taking the 1 point advantage at this stage.
Yep.
How hard is that to take an opponent off their feet and then go down and score on them, Rakawa?
It's
the big technique, isn't it?
I mean, yeah, it's pretty hard to pull off. Most people try to avoid that, and it's definitely a good technique to use, because once you do it, the opponents are very aware of that, and then you can sort of build off that. And
yeah, pretty good feeling.
Yeah.
And how much do you practice that in club training?
We practice everything, so takedowns, kicks, punches, but it's just trying to take that from the training and implement it into the competitions.
Okay, so we see another takedown there, but Rokawa, is it true once you take an opponent off their feet, you've only got a split second there to then score the point on them?
Yeah, so it's immediately, you've got to score the point. Basically, just trying to keep the fight clean and try to keep it more entertaining.
So we see another 2 points there for Tejan for a Chudangiri, which is, oh, look at that takedown, but yeah, just didn't go through with it, did he?
Yeah, it just needs to be more cleaner. Got to take out that back leg much faster, and yeah.
So how often do you reckon we're going to see that this afternoon with the senior divisions?
Well, we've been practicing, our kicking defence, so making sure no head kicks score, and catching them, trying to take them down. So if the opportunity arises, then I'm sure I'll capitalise on it.
No pressure, mate. You've talked it up now.
Yep.
So 4-2 lead here to Red, and see another. There we go. So it looks like we've got a full 3 points. We were just talking about it. Yep. He's just done it, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's very good at it. He's very good at timing and catching that kick and taking him down.
So it goes to a 9-2 lead, as we said earlier. You need a clear 8-point advantage for the fight to be stopped.
Yep.
And here he goes again. I think he's sussed out that his opponent, Milan, is going for that body kick, and he's just catching him, isn't he?
Blue just really needs to mix it up.
There he goes again. Ooh, he nearly caught him.
Yep.
Right over, that's time up, and Thankton goes through to the next round, taking out the match there 9 points to 4. So Rokawa, now that obviously you've been to the World Youth Olympics, and now that karate is a full Olympic sport, has the goal been set for you?
I would certainly like to go to the Olympics, but unfortunately I don't have enough points to go or qualify. I wasn't old enough to compete in those senior divisions. So.
But you're only young though, how old are you?
I'm 19 years old.
Yeah, so still years to come, plenty of years to come.
Yep, it's still trying to get better, training every day.
How often do you train? How many days a week?
So we train Tuesday to Saturday mornings from 6 a.m. till 7:30, and then Friday nights as well. Plus a smothering of others, other trainings, weight training, speed training. Just trying to get our body in shape.
Yeah. So that along with your studies, a busy life?
Yeah, really quite busy.
Where are you at with your studies?
I've actually quit university and I'm just working at the moment.
Okay. Frees up your time a little bit for training, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, so Marcel here, this must be a repechage match there to see who has the potential to go through for a bronze medal. And Marcel. Wow, this is a topsy-turvy match, isn't it? That was a 3-point kick to the head there. How about that?
It's very clean, yes.
Movindu taking the lead there. Now, there was obviously contact there, so the referee is just checking. Marcel and Red will get a warning. There we go, Category 1 warning. But that's just his first warning, so nothing too serious at this stage. Both working their body punches. Just evading that. That's a big part of your game as well, isn't it? The evading.
Defense is definitely one of the most important factors of karate. You can attack from defense. You don't want to be scored on, essentially. You can always score a point, but you can't take a point off them.
And there we go, Movindu. Scoring with another head kick there. That's 3 points. That takes it out to 7 points to 2. And Marcel coming another point back. So Movindu, wow. Another 3, so that takes it out to 10-3. So he's got to score one more point to take the win there to get an 8-point lead. So 6 seconds to go in the match. A 10-3 lead now. And Marcel just get another warning. There we go, and that's the match. Movindu taking out a clear lead there, 10 points to 3.
Yep.
That was a good match, actually. Plenty of points scored.
Yeah, the Blues hook kicks were very, very nice, very clean.
Okay, we'll go and have a look at a quick couple of highlights from that match. Here we go. See Movindu there getting his leg up nice and high. You can see where he just got that contact there and the win. So Kawa, obviously, there's no go for you next year with the Olympics, but how do you go about scoring points to qualify for the Olympics?
Basically, you got to travel the world, which is very time-consuming, very expensive as well. Basically, competing in K1s. And
the K1s are, of course, the professional tournaments that travel the world.
Yep. So, best fighters in the world all attend these tournaments. So you basically got to attend as much as possible and perform in each one and win as many rounds as possible. The more rounds you win, the more points you get.
Yep.
And of course, any placing you get will increase your point total as well.
Yeah. So as well as the points, there's also, there's only 2 people from Oceania, so making it through as a New Zealander against the Oceanias, it's pretty hard and pretty limited, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, that's just how life is sometimes. You know, we just get unlucky, but we just got to make the best of what we're given.
So this will be the bronze medal match now, about to take place on mat number 2. Now, if you'd like to get involved in karate, go to the website www.karateNZ.co.nz and you can find out where your local club is across the whole country. Rakawa Jeffries from Waikato's Remington, thanks so much for joining me this afternoon, mate, and all the best. How long till you on?
We'll
see you this afternoon, won't we?
Yeah, yep.
What time?
Scheduled at 1:30, but I think they're a little bit behind. But
a little bit behind. You better go and warm up, mate.
Yep.
Good luck.
Cool. Thank you.
Righto, the bronze medal match about to take place. Thajin in red, Movindu in blue. And Jean Brown there, one of New Zealand's most experienced referees, so just a penalty there. That's a category 2, just for grabbing. So you see he's working on that takedown there, which he's getting all right at, but he just needs to follow up. So not long to go till we'll be getting into the New Zealand National Champs, the Senior Premier Divisions, where we have amongst our midst today competing some of the best in the world. Andrea Anakin in the females kata was ranked 7th in the world at the last World Karate Championships in Madrid in Spain. She'll be competing fairly soon. And the action there is going to be full on because her competitors know that if they can score on her, if they can score points on her in the kata division, hey, they're scoring against one of the best in the world. Movindu taking a 3-point lead, 3-0 there, and 50 seconds to go in the match. So going for that sweep again, but not quite following up good enough. So that you're allowed to take another competitor off their feet, but you only have a split second there to then score a point on them. So this is the bronze medal match in the boys under 14 division of the National Secondary Schools Champs. Not long to go now, and you are going to see some of the best in New Zealand, Oceania, and a couple of competitors who have world rankings. They're getting warmed up now. So that's something his coach will work with him. Doing that takedown, then a good clean follow-up technique like Rakawa said a few minutes ago, has to be a good clean technique. And it's time up on the match. Now this is one of these interesting situations here where the Senshu comes into it, so it's kind of like a golden point in reverse. The first person to score a point in the match gets the senshu, and then when the match is tied, which it was at 3-all, the person with the senshu gets the win, which saves a lot of time. Used to go to an extra minute. Okay, so we're straight under the way with the final here. This is the boys under 14 years Kumite. Both competitors from Auckland. We've got Daichi in red and Nicholas in blue. Daichi from Auckland's Fushinu Karate and Nicholas from Auckland's Goju-ryu. Just different styles of karate. They're both good mates, but they are into it. Both moving really, really well. Now they'll just take the first few seconds to suss each other out before engaging. They've got 15 seconds to actually engage before the fight is stopped, and they're both warned for that, but no problem with that here. Daichi and Nicholas both going in to try and score points. We've got a stoppage here, we've got a penalty. So that's category 1 for Nicholas, just for contact. No big deal at this stage. Both of these guys fast. Very hard to score on as well. It's hard to score on someone when they're moving fast and they're moving around like that. That's the key, is that movement. So another penalty for Nicholas in blue. Still no score. Just over a minute to go. It is tight. It's very tight. Okay, blue has got another warning now. After a couple of warnings, that's almost getting into danger territory. Missed with a kick, missed with a punch. Now we may have a point. We do, that's Daichi taking the lead 1-0. And Gene signalling with his hand there that he has the senshu there, so he has that advantage. So the pressure's on Nicholas. He's got to catch up and then overtake Daichi if he wants to win this match. A tie won't do it. But this is the final. 19 seconds to go. The scores have been even. It's 1-1, but Daichi still has the advantage with that senshu. He was the first to score. So Nicholas putting the pressure on now. He really wants to score another point. Daichi stepped out, so he'll get a warning for that. Just his first warning, so no big deal for the foul there. 3, 2, 1. Okay, so that's the gold medal match over. It's 1-1, but Daichi got the senshu. That's the first person to score. So he will take this match and take the gold medal. So he's checking with the arbitrator. So here we go, just getting the confirmation now that Daichi, the coach is shaking hands. Daichi wins it. It's 1-1, but he had the Senshu. So we'll just have the official bow off for this division and the medal presentation. Then we'll see if we can catch up with Daichi himself. So they're just getting the medals now. Daichi from Auckland's Fusion Karate taking out that at a tight match. And now we'll go down to the mat to Craig Lord, who has the winner, Daichi.
Thank you. That was really nerve-wracking, but I managed to get it.
Look, 2 minutes trying to teeter-totter back with your opposition, and you had to wait for the judge to make the decision. What was going through your head in the last few seconds?
Just, oh no, I might lose them. But then, just luckily I won.
All right. Well, congratulations to you. You can now call yourself a gold medal winning karate champion.
Thank
Good
you.
day.
Thank you.
And the smile says it all, doesn't it? Just highlights from the match now. A low-scoring match, just 1-1. And Daichi in the red taking the match out there because he was the first person to score. He got the Senshu. So we're just about set to get underway with the New Zealand National Karate Championships for the seniors. And this one a hotly contested division with the senior women. And we have someone who is on the verge of qualifying for the Olympics in this division. So the pressure, I guess, is on her. She certainly is the favourite, Andrea Anakan from Auckland. But for anyone else, if they can beat her, what does that mean for them? So with me is Sharon Brown, Karate New Zealand. Now Sharon, you've been in the game for quite a long time. You must have seen a lot of changes.
Yes, absolutely. Back last century, it was quite different.
Yeah. And for women coming through, how hard has it been for women to make their way through in this, I guess, male-dominated sport?
When I first joined a karate club, some nights I would go to training and there'd be 30 men on the floor and I'd be the only female.
Yeah.
It was like it wasn't women's domain. And in karate, you're not male or female, you're a karateka. given that title, and that's it. And they never went soft on you. So by doing karate with so many men, it made you quite strong. You either got tough or you left. And a lot of women would join, and then they would leave because they just couldn't stand the pressure.
Times have certainly changed now, and we can see that with so many women competitors here.
Yes, and that's good. I mean, it took a while. It took sort of well into the mid-80s, late 80s before girls were coming through into the schools and doing quite well and achieving well and getting their grades, and that was good.
Yeah. And a great thing for now, for kids, but especially girls to get into, isn't it, for their confidence?
Yes.
And that self-defence thing.
Absolutely, yes. And for a long time I used to help run a school, and people were always amazed that it was actually run by a female. Especially dads would come along and say, "Oh, who's the teacher? Where is he?" Expecting a male to be running the school, and then all of a sudden, "Oh, no, this is our sensei," and she's a female.
Yeah, and she's pretty good too.
Yeah, and a lot of the mums sort of related to that, and I can remember back in the late 80s, early 90s, I got a lot of mums would actually join and actually come along to karate and do karate lessons with their kids.
That's a great thing, especially when you see the parents getting part just because their kids are doing it, and quite often you'll see the parents continue on with it even when the kids don't.
Yes, this is right. And it was pleasing. It was just pleasing to get women through the door learning this martial art.
And of course brings through to the other aspects of life as well. It just makes you stronger, and I guess a bit more able to handle things in life when they come through.
Yes. A lot of the women would work in offices and sometimes feel intimidated and bullied, and sometimes they would, after a while doing karate, they would go to work and they'd feel more confident and, put a halt on the bullying because they'd sort of stand up for themselves.
Yeah.
And sometimes it would just be verbally.
Yeah, it's not necessarily a physical thing, is it? It just gives you that confidence to know that you can handle yourself.
Yes.
Now on mat number 2 right now, this is going to be pretty exciting. We've got the senior women's warming up. This is the Kata division.
Yes.
Kata, of course, so they're going through all their set forms, their Kata, and now there's 103 katas in the book that they can pick from.
Yes.
So a huge range, and you must have seen big changes in Kata over the last 20, 30 years.
Yes, way back last century, they scored differently. You'd come up on your own, you'd take the mat, you'd call your kata, and you'd do your kata, and then you had judges that would actually give you a score out of 10, a bit like gymnastics floor. And everyone would do that, and then they would take the top half, and then they would go into the second round, and the same thing would happen until you got down to your last 4, and it was usually round 3, and by that stage you actually had to do a major kata that was renowned. But nothing like it is now. We just didn't have the list of katas available to us to actually do.
Yeah. And some of these girls, I mean, the fact with Andrea Anakin, we can just see the bottom left there warming up now. She is ranked 9th in the world, and for a Kiwi to be that high in the world,
that's excellent.
It's amazing, isn't it?
Yes. I mean, if I had my life again and I lived in Europe, I would be, out there every weekend competing. But because we're just so isolated and so far away from the action, for any New Zealander, male or female, to do well in a sport like karate is outstanding.
Yeah.
The sacrifices that they've had to make.
Although Andrea is showing now from little old New Zealand, you can do it. You can mix it up. I mean, she went to the beach games 2 years ago where they actually competed on a beach with some of the best in the world in Kata, and that looked pretty amazing. I mean, would you have ever thought 30 years ago that type of thing was possible?
Happen. Yeah. Pick up a handful of sand and throw it in their eyes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, that'd be a good technique.
So we've got 9 here competing today for that elusive gold medal. Of course, Andrea is the favourite. She's going to have some really tough competition, though. Nina Edgar is there. That's Andrea Anakin, you can see on your screen there. Now, she's the one we were talking about just a minute ago. She's currently ranked 9th in the world. She came 7th at the World Championships in Madrid in Spain 2 years ago. And I was having a chat to Andrea the other day. She's only got one more K1 and one more qualification tournament. Does well there, she'll qualify for the Olympics in Tokyo next year.
That would be brilliant.
It'd be amazing for a Kiwi to be there.
And I don't think anyone would have expected somebody from New Zealand to make the Olympics.
No. Bit of pride as well when you see someone there with a silver flag and the fern on their chest.
Yeah,
and just amazing.
It's been a long time coming
in
a sport like karate. She's lucky. She's short. She's got short levers, and often short people excel over tall people when it comes to kata because their techniques are much crisper. Not taking anything away from the tall girls, but yeah. When you look at the Japanese women, even some of the Japanese men, very short and compact and crisp with their techniques, and I think that's got something to do with it, the physical side of their build and makeup.
Yep. You can see on the left of your screen there, just warming up, is Holly Wood, who is from the same club, the Shotokan Shitoru Karate Association, and she will be gunning for it as well. Nina Edgar, who we were talking about before, has had some big championship wins. Came second in the Oceania Championships 2 years ago. And she's actually a world champion in the Gojuru World Championships, which were held in Auckland 5 years ago, and the cadet female premier Kata. So Andrea's got her work cut out for her today.
Yes. I guess it's how much training they've been able to do through all the lockdowns and not being able to get to the dojo and train with your coach and tweak all the finer points, because Kumite is hard, but when you look at kata can be a harder discipline. Now you've got to get your angles right, you've got to get everything right.
There's no room for error at this level, is there?
Because everyone's watching you. Where things in a Kumite match, it happens so quick.
Yeah.
Oh, could have made a mistake and it's gone, it's history.
So you see on the left of your screen they're just warming up, wearing the blue belt, is Holly Wood. Now, Holly has been competing since she was 8 years old, and she has won a medal at every single tournament she's competed in. Not many people can say that.
Good on her.
She was silver medalist at the Commonwealth Championships in India in both Kata and Kumite in 2015. Third in the senior women's kata at the Oceanias last year in Australia, and in the under 21 division she won the gold medal there. So look out for Hollywood.
Yeah, I think it's good too that these young women are still doing the sport. You said that she started when she was 8 years old. That's brilliant, but the fact that she has continued year after year after year, that's what a lot of people can't do. They get to their mid-teens and then they chuck it in. They find another sport, they find a boyfriend or whatever, and or exams, going to university, and karate becomes null and void in their life, which is a shame because some of them have reached high standards in that when they were that young age.
Yeah.
So hopefully these young women that we're actually seeing here today will continue on, because when you look around, later on in the day, how many seniors have reached or will have reached the mark that these women have already reached?
Yeah, that's right. We see some of the senior men here starting to warm up for their fighting divisions, which won't be too far off, and certainly Ben Gill is going to be one to watch. He was very, very close to Olympic qualification as well. He spent several years training in Eastern Europe and getting some great results. Won the Kazakhstan Open, the Vienna Open. I mean, this guy is amazing. That's no easy feat.
That would be hard, absolutely, because there's some great practitioners out there. And you just sort of think, what are the sacrifices that they've had to make to get to that level and to do so well.
Right, we're getting the referees all ready to go for the senior women's kata division.
Okay, here we've got the first one.
That's Natalia just warming up there. Nothing like getting on the mat there. That's what all the competitors to do. You can see them, they're warming up before. They've already spent the last hour or so warming up, but to actually get on the mat there, it's certainly an important part of your competition.
Yeah, for that short burst of energy, whether it's Kumite or doing a Kata, it's just such a short time that you're on the mat to impress.
Yeah.
In the old days, we didn't actually have mats. We'd just compete on the floor.
Yeah,
the
old
taped,
good old wooden floor, eh? Certainly knew about it when you fell over on those things.
Absolutely, yeah.
Now, a lot of these katas as well now, they have a lot of high jumps, a lot of moves where they do go on the floor. So these tatamis, these rubber tatamis, which are quite solid, are really good for that, especially on your knees and so on. The old wooden floor, you just wouldn't have had some of these moves that you have now.
You felt it. You felt it in those days. It's like way back when I first started competing, we never had hand guards.
Oh, right.
No hand guards, no mouth guards, no protection.
And then, of course, we moved to the old cloth white gloves, which didn't give you much protection anyway.
No. But it took a while before, I think it was Australia bringing in their rules and regulations about personal safety, and it rubbed off in New Zealand.
So see the girls all holding their hands out there. So Jean Brown is going around and just checking that they're not allowed to wear jewellery.
And they've also got to have their gi has got to be a certain length on their arm.
Okay.
Can't be too short and it can't be too long. Yet some people that in the old days would come in with real short ones so that their arms can be seen.
So we will find out tonight who the top woman is. Of course, we're going to go right through to the bronze medal matches now, and the top two will go through to the final, which is going to be held after 5 this afternoon at the Auckland Netball Centre.
Which is quite tricky in itself, because you sort of get
it's
into
up twice, isn't it?
You get into this rhythm and competitive attitude, and then if you're, one of the finalists, you've got to go away and think about things, warm up again, and then go out and perform at a top level again.
And there looks on their faces that it's all serious now.
Yes. It'll be looking as though they're listening, but in their brain, things will be ticking over about the kata, whether it's the timing, whether it's getting an angle right, the height of an arm, the jump high enough. It's quite incredible what sort of goes through your mind before you take a mat and actually perform. So they're all sort of looking at the marshal and nodding that they understand, but yeah.
Yeah, but like you say, they will be going through their head with their katas. And I say katas because they don't just do one, like you said earlier, Sharon. They will go out, they will do their first round kata, they make it through to the next round, they have another one lined up. And with 9 competitors, I would say to make it through to the final, you'll probably have to do 3.
3, yes. Well, in the old days, they were quite brutal. You could have 20 odd people and immediately cut them in half going into the second round. And same thing would happen again going into the third round. We also used to have a situation in the old days where you could have a free kata, which we didn't used to have lists, but at a certain stage you could go out and do a free kata. And I'm pretty sure we could actually repeat going from rounds 1 and 2 into a final, yes.
Yeah, but certainly can't repeat now.
Yeah.
That's a big no-no. So these competitors will have already submitted their first round kata to the officials, so they're not allowed to stray from that, otherwise that's a disqualification. So they'll know their first round kata, they have to complete that. There are penalties in kata.
Yeah, so the judges will have a list of criteria, and if they deviate from the criteria, they can be disqualified or
Even a
goes
thing such
against
as-
them.
Yeah, even a thing such as bowing before and after your match.
That's right.
That is a prerequisite. You have to perform the kata, and your belt's not allowed to fall off either.
No.
Otherwise, that's it. She's all over.
And sometimes in Kumite you actually see people lose their belt.
And that's quite common with,
Yeah.
because it can get a little rough.
But you wouldn't expect something like that to actually happen in a kata competition.
You can see some of the competitors, such as Andrea there, who is now on the right of your screen. She's actually tied a little bit extra onto her belt there,
Yes.
and also in the middle there.
Yeah, so when you look at it, the knot is quite different on some of the obies that they're wearing,
Yeah, just to make sure that
And
they
it's-
don't come off.
probably to secure them.
Because those belts, those silk belts, don't actually tie as tight as your normal karate belt.
No.
They don't get worn as often.
Although I suppose if you're a blue belt, you could use your old blue belt as the,
Yeah.
the blue one. Again, in the old days, when you did kata, you could actually go out and wear your grade.
Yeah, of course, that's right.
Yeah. And then again, the old days, it was you're either white or red.
For
And
the
because
fighting, yeah.
of trying to televise it and bring it to Olympic level, they changed white to red so that it could be seen.
So these girls
we
will
go.
know, these ladies will know there's an order that they will come on. And the first one on is Natalia Ivanovic from Auckland's North Shore. We'll find out in just a second what kata she is performing. She's performing the Goju-ryu kata Seppai.
Lots of tension in the arms and the legs in this kata.
Now you will have noticed there, she just had a tiny slip that the judges will have picked up on. Just a small wobble, but that all counts.
Yes,
A lot of tension there.
balance is very important.
So the judges will give each competitor 2 scores. One is for the technical performance, and then one is for athletic performance. So obviously, katas that have big high jumps, high katas, high kicks, strong techniques
So
will
the-
score higher for the physical.
So they're punching in their scores on their little devices. Okay, so the kata mat shouldn't have the middle have any red. So they're pulling the tiles out and they're going to flip them over so that it's blue, because that can be off-putting for the competitor. So they'll just flip them over so that the whole of the centre part is blue now. Hopefully they get all the corners stomped down. Corner.
And here we go. Okay, so our next competitor about to go through her kata.
Kankudai. So,
That is Kankudai.
yep. Oops. Bit of a mind freeze there.
So these competitors, as there's lots of people here walking around, there's the noise of the rain on the roof. They are very much right in the zone
So,
there, and
yes.
they won't even be noticing. You know, if there was someone yelled out to them, wouldn't even notice it.
That's
Rain
right.
on the roof, don't notice it. So there we go. She finishes her kata now, and she's just waiting for the score from the referees.
I think she realises she had that slip of concentration and lost it about a third of the way into the kata. It's always slow when you're using digital form because they're punching it in. I can see that the judges are punching it in, but then they're not sure whether it's actually showing.
There we go.
So the scores come up on the screen. Third competitor, what kata is she going to be doing?
So Asia Tate Bell comes from the Shikokai Club in Queenstown.
Quite interesting. You get a lot of competitors that don't like Kumite, they prefer to do kata. It takes a lot of
It's very
training.
rare that you will, and you do get it occasionally, but very rare that you will get a New Zealand kata champion who is also
So
a New
yes.
Zealand Kumite champion.
And you sort of think if they were at a high level in both disciplines, you'd have a different uniform. So you'd have your kata uniform, which is usually very
Quite stiff.
stiff, a real heavy canvas, and the arms being the right length and the legs being the right length. And with Kumite, I know when I fought, I used to love a lightweight gi because you just get so hot and sweaty. It just felt uncomfortable wearing a heavy gi. Quite interesting. A lot of the competitors that do kata, they tend to choose very long kata.
Yeah, obviously, it's a bit of a skill there, picking the right kata for the round. Do you save your best kata for the
last.
final, or do you pull out your best kata in the first round, trying to make it through to the second round? So yeah, tactics there, and Ace is doing a very big, long, complicated kata there, so she's hoping to score highly to make it through to the second round. Age is quite young though.
Yes.
She's very young, so for her to make it through to the second round would be a big boost for her. She's very good though. Now, normally you will see Andrea perform this kata in the final.
So that's interesting that she's chosen it.
So she's pulled it a big one in the first round.
Yeah.
And she'll stand there and wait for her score. Here we go. This is Nina Edgar about to come on. She won the World Championships 2015 at the World Goju Championships in Auckland in the cadet division. So that's for her age group. Nina's very experienced and she's very good, and she will be good competition for Andrea as well.
Yes.
Nina's very, very sharp.
She sits nicely in her stance.
And you can see the hip movements there as well. That's very, very important. And she's breathing with all of those movements. So the hips come up, she's breathing out, tightening the stomach muscles, pulling in very, very strong, and striking with blistering speed.
And then that tension in the legs when she's doing the slow parts, she's got that looking good. Very sharp with her hands. It's always interesting watching a kata. I used to enjoy watching other styles kata and try and figure out what the explanation was behind each move. And
yeah, there is a bunkai with every kata, every move. So every move does mean something. It's a self-defense or a defensive or an offensive movement. Look at the concentration on Nina's face there.
Yes.
Nothing else. Right. Nothing else right now matters to her.
Okay, that's right.
The hips will move up there with each technique as she moves, as she breathes out. And precise movements. And such as Asia in the last round, doing a pretty major, pretty big kata in the first round.
Nice balance. With that tension. I think she could be very pleased with.
I think she'll be pretty happy with the score there on that one, and fairly comfortable she'll be going through to the next round with that performance.
Yes.
That was amazing.
I liked it.
The strength, the speed, the skill in that kata.
Yes.
So you are watching on Sky Next the New Zealand National Karate Championships at Auckland's Netball Centre in Stonefields, and we're in the female senior kata division. In this division, hotly contested division, we're waiting to see Andrea Anakan from Auckland come on, who is currently ranked 9th in the world. She came 7th at the 2018 Senior World Karate Championships in Madrid in Spain 2 years ago, and only a matter of minutes till we see Andrea going on. We'll certainly let you know when she comes on, as she is an absolute superstar in the world of karate.
So it's quite nerve-wracking when somebody goes before you and they do a brilliant kata.
Oh yes, oh yes.
And you just sort of think, what do I got to do to get a better score than that?
Because it was only changed a couple of years ago, where you would go on, the person wearing red would do their kata, the person wearing blue would do their kata, and then they would be judged on a flag. Okay, we're going to go up to Craig, who is now in the audience, Craig Lord, and just see how things are there.
Well, hello everyone and welcome back to a wonderful stadium that is dry because it is raining outside here in Auckland, outside the Netball Centre, where we are attending the New Zealand Karate Championships for 2020. It's been a long time coming, joined by Nina, who has, well, you're part of that crew who have been waiting and waiting for this competition to finally come around with all the COVID and stuff, but we'll get to that. You just competed in your kata. Now, for those uninitiated, those who don't understand karate, there's basically two forms, isn't there? There's Kumite fighting and kata, which is what? How do we describe that? How do you describe that to the people who don't understand what is kata?
It's more of like a passed down traditional application towards blocks and strikes and all of those types of attacks. So it's been passed down and there's different variations. So my kata that I just did is puppet in, might be different to a few variations that a few other people have done today. But yeah, it's very different to Kumite, which is obviously the non-contact sparring aspect of it. But yeah, out there I was a bit nervous. Yeah.
Well, then how do you get scored when it comes to doing kata compared to fighting in Kumite? What's the difference there?
So the way that they're marking everything today and finding out who's winning today is a bit different to how they used to. They used to do it by flag system. So there's a bunch of different criteria that the judges will see, and if the competitor meets each, then they'll rank that. But yes, so today's a bit different. They do it by point system, so they have their phones on their laps and I think they start at the top and go down. I'm not exactly sure because I'm not a judge. But yeah, it's a bit different, so we're all trying to get used to it, especially here in New Zealand, which is a really small community. So
how do you feel you went in that one?
It's all right. I was a bit nervous, first one in like 7 months on the mat, so yeah, I was happy with it though.
But that of course must have been a difficulty because you haven't been able to, due to lockdowns I suppose, depends where you're based, compete with other people to keep your training up. So how do you go about it?
I feel like it really comes down to personal motivation. It's really up to the person to, put themselves forward and to motivate themselves and keep themselves motivated, especially during COVID and in all the 7 months, which no one here has experienced before, it's a pandemic. So yeah, it was really interesting because it feels like we're all in the same boat, and just to see each other again and like get on the mat is really exciting. So regardless of the results, just to get out there was really nice.
So talk us through this, Kata, a little bit more to try and describe it to the viewers. You've got specific points where it looked like your feet had to be facing the right way, your hand has to be doing a certain thing. It's almost a dancing routine where everything's got to be accurate. Is that how you describe it?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, there's, as I said before, there's a bunch of different branches. It's called Ryuha, but they're all different styles of karate. So each style has their own criteria. So it could be quite different. A stance could be lower or higher depending on the style. Your feet could be a different position. Same with the hands, the blocking. They're all very different, but it's just to keep the intent and the judges' focus on you is a really big focal point for all styles. So
I suppose for the new people who are just watching karate for the first time, they'll go, Mr. Miyagi, we watched him do it on the fence post. That is a kata, isn't it? Is it?
Yeah, yes. So yeah, there's a specific block and all those types of things, which is really similar to the Karate Kid, the original Karate Kid. But yeah, it's really cool. It's really cool for people to be able to relate karate to such a, traditional, such a big classical movie. So it's really
what got you started in it?
I started in Japan, but I had a boy that I liked, so I was 5 years old, so I said, why not? Yeah.
At 5 years old, you had a boy and you decided to go do karate with him?
Yeah. Didn't work out, but...
Okay, well, you're here now doing kata, and congratulations on doing all right. I couldn't judge it, so I don't know if you did good or bad, but it looked all right, and thanks for your insight.
Thank you. No worries. Have a good day. Thank you.
Thanks, mate. No, that was really good.
This is Haruka from Officiating Karate in Auckland, performing the kata Chatanyara Kushanku.
It's another competitor that sits nicely in his stance.
Yeah, she's very experienced, she's very good.
And
like you said earlier, Sharon, with the shorter competitors, sometimes they've got that advantage there.
They
gravity.
Twist and swivel and turn that much faster. I guess it's just physics. Shorter levers can move faster.
Watch out for Mo, she's got a big jump coming up shortly in this kata Chatanyara Kushanku. She'll come back, perform a double punch, then turn with a single punch, and then is the big jump. If she pulls it off, it's worth a lot of points. She pulled it off, here we go. Now, let's watch the speed here. Okay, so Mo will turn now and then finish off with a big jumping kick. Two steps back and she's finished this big Chatanyara Kushanku. It's the name of the kata.
And I think she performed that nicely.
Yeah, she'll be happy with that.
Yes. Now the jumps she was successful with. Didn't appear to have any balance loss. Good sanshin.
So these ladies are pulling out some of the big katas in the first
They
round,
are.
which is great to see.
Yes, I'm not too sure how they're going to cull out for the second round. Obviously it will have a bearing on their scores.
Next out is Holly Wick from Auckland's Shotokan Shiteru Club. And she's doing the same kata as we've just seen Chattanyaru Kushanku. So this will be a good judge.
Comparing the two.
Look at that concentration on the face there.
It's quite funny when you're sort of doing your kata and you're facing your judges, all sort of sitting there watching.
Eyeballing you.
Yeah, and somehow you've just got to see beyond them.
Quite often you tend just to look at their forehead, just above their eyes there. Or if you're feeling really cheeky, just eyeball them.
Yeah, I tended to look above, just sort of straight ahead, so that you weren't aware of them being in your presence, and then just get on with the job of the kata. Determination, concentration.
Okay, she's just about to do the big jump. She will turn, punch, and now the big jump. She pulled that off.
Yes, she's got relatively good height.
Getting set to finish the kata with a big double jump. This is actually a double jump and a kick. And now she finishes off her kata.
Another nice kata. It's a pity you can't see the scores.
So this is Karate New Zealand's premier event of the year, the National Karate Championships. Second year in a row, it has been held in Auckland, previously in Wellington. And of course, if you'd like to find out more about karate, if you've never given it a go and you'd like to give it a go, have a look at the website, karatenz.co.nz, and you will find out local dojos in your area. Safe everyone. So in the kata here, they're judged on a number of things. There's the technical performance, there's the stances, the actual techniques themselves, the transitional movements. So you notice from step to step, ooh, she had a slight slip there. There's timing, and with that timing comes the correct breathing. There's also the focus in the technique and the conformance. It has to be done in a particular way. And there's two judging criteria. One is for technical performance, the other one is for athletic performance. So you see in some of these katas, they'll get big, high jumps, big, strong techniques. Okay, so Sophie's wrapped up there. And now coming onto the mat is superstar. She's ranked 9th in the world. Andrea Anakan came 7th at the World Karate Championships, Madrid in Spain 2 years ago. So watch for the techniques here.
I wonder what kata she's going to pull out for her first round. Doing the right katas in the right order, it's all important.
So Andrea has almost qualified for the Olympic Games next year. It'll be the first time a New Zealander has competed at the Senior Olympic Games. So she will be doing a ru-e-ru style of kata here. And she's doing a kata called Anandai, which has only been performed at World Karate events in the last few years.
Quite incredible, you know, a competitor has to learn a kata, but it takes years to perfect it.
Yeah.
And to get it to the level to actually win tournaments, you know, it's just a time thing and training, you know, on the right aspects of the kata to get everything right. Sometimes you go around in a circle, you get some aspect right, and then something else falls away. She's looking sharp.
Andrea's very, very sharp.
Yes.
About halfway through the kata now.
Sits beautifully in those stances.
She'll turn to her right, and there's a grab here, pull down, kick and a strike.
At this level,
Four kicks in a row here.
You could just about say it's harder than actually fighting a real opponent. The energy and everything that she's sort of putting into it, the speed of the turns, the focus of the techniques, will be really draining the energy.
So each move there has a meaning. So Andrea wrapping up, she should score very,
Yes,
very
I
highly
think
for
so.
that kata.
Yes.
It's an Anan Dai kata from the Rueru style of karate. And a big round of applause here at Auckland's Netball Centre. She'll be happy with that,
I think so.
and that should be safely, that'll safely get her through to the second round.
It's quite funny how coaches are never satisfied.
Oh no, never.
Yeah, oh, you could have done this, could have done that.
So that wraps up round number one, and the top competitors will go through to the next round. We may almost get the bronze medal matches next, and then
Could
the
be.
top two could go automatically through to the final tonight. Of course, the finals here on Sky Next after 5 this afternoon. There will be a short opening ceremony, and then straight away with the Kata and Kumite finals. So a nervous wait for some of these ladies. Will they make it through?
Oh, yes.
I think you can say that there are probably 3 or 4 that are safely through to the next round.
So they're just announcing now the competitors that have got through to the next
Andrea
round.
through,
Yes.
Mo is through. Okay, we're going to get Craig now is going to have a quick chat with, not yet, chat with New Zealand's champion Andrea Anakin in just a moment.
And I'm joined by our winner of the kata session for the females, Andrea. Great job out there. You must be pretty happy after waiting, after all the postponements, to finally get it done.
Yes, definitely. After 7 months of not competing, this felt really great.
How did you go about training then with no one around? You just had to do it yourself and hope that you had everything right.
Well, I had Sensei on video call, but it was quite hard on Zoom because, you know, internet can cut out and everything, so we had to try our best.
Look, you made it work. You won it.
Oh, we still have the finals at 5:30.
Oh, so does this cement? Where do you think you'll be then?
I am
Positivity
praying.
here.
I'm praying it'll be first, yes. That's our goal, all of our goals, yeah.
All right then. Well, well done to you. Congratulations. We'll see you after about 5:30 for the finals.
Yes, thank you so much.
So Andrea's pretty happy. She will be through to the final tonight. You just see standing there at the bottom of your screen about to go on fighting in the red. That's Ben Gill, who is also a superstar in the world of karate. Spent several years training in the Middle East, Turkey, Kazakhstan, and won a number of big tournaments in Europe. Trains at Waikato's Rembuden Karate multiple times, current men's Kumite champion, 4 times Oceania champion. He won the Australian Open Championships last year, the 2019 Vienna, Slovenia, Polish and Kazakhstan Open Championships, and competed at 3 World Championships, 2014, 2016 and 2018. There's been plenty of action so far. There's still plenty more to come, and of course our finals after 5 this afternoon on Sky Next. And we're just going to show you a wee bit of already what's taken place. If you're just joining us, it is the National New Zealand Karate Championships 2020 coming from Auckland's Netball Centre. So we're just going to move on to mat number 1 now, where we have one of our superstars competing, Ben Gill from Waikato's Rembuden Karate Club. So now we're watching Ben Gill in the red, who's got a 2-1 lead at this stage. He's 4 times Oceania champion, won the Australian Open Championships last year. Has competed at 3 World Champions, 3 World Championships, who he's just narrowly missed out on qualifying for the Olympics next year. He's up against one of his teammates here from Hamilton. And the score is 3-2 to Barney in red. So it's Barney in red and Chase Hennessy in blue. Chase himself has had a bit of a battle to get here. He was Oceania champion in 2017. Last year had a pretty serious car crash, caused him to miss last year's World Champs, and has only returned to serious training in the last few months. So 5-3 lead for Barney. Joining me now is New Zealand's top referee, Simon Merrick. Simon, it's been a bit of a battle to get here today, isn't it?
Yeah, it's been interesting. It's good to see everyone out, though.
Yeah, and of course Barney Gill is fighting on there right now, 7-3. For anyone who knows karate, Barney needs no introduction, but from a referee's point of view, how hard is it to referee someone who is just this fast?
Very difficult. You know, you have to be right on the money with everything, and at the blink of an eye, you miss it.
Yeah. And the blink of an eye, that match is over. Yeah. So he goes through to the next round. Barney's had some pretty big battles as well, and unfortunately just missed out on Olympic qualification.
Yeah, it's a very hard one, the Olympic qualifications these days.
Is it now, I believe, just 2 spots from Oceania?
It is, yep, and that covers Kumite and Kata.
Okay, so Andrea is nearly there for Kata. We just saw Andrea competing before, so I guess it's Barney's top competitor from Australia, Sunari Yahiru, who will be going through to the Olympics next year.
Yes, it's unfortunate for New Zealand, but it's good that we have people from Oceania going through.
Yeah, that's right, yeah. So we'll be moving back onto bat number 2 fairly soon for the 14 to 15 years female Premier Kata. These young ladies, very, very good, and in just a couple of years' time, these are going to be some to watch out for, aren't they?
That's exactly right. These are our future. So it's really good to see the high standard we have here at the moment.
Yeah.
And usually you get a group that come through, a cohort, that really spur each other on with the competition.
Yeah. For anyone watching this sort of thinking, well, you're just kicking and punching and throwing your arms around, there's pretty strict judging criteria with the kata, isn't there?
There's two aspects to it. There's a technical performance and the athletic performance. So in the athletics, it's speed, balance, power. And in the technical performance, it's all to do with the style of the kata, the stances, transitional movements, all that comes into it. And of course, how it's presented as per the style. So we've got 4 major styles of karate. There's many more than that, but there's 4 basic styles, and each style has its own flavour, sort of thing. So the judges have to have a broad knowledge of all the kata, and then judge it against that criteria.
And of course, there's some of the wild things. There's some of these big 360 and plus jumps, and obviously that's got to be in the scoring criteria. If they pull that off, it's pretty big score, isn't it?
Absolutely. You know, you've always got the big katas that you're watching.
Yeah.
And some of those technical katas, the hard katas, they're long. But so if they're picking these katas, they have to have the consistency right throughout that kata. So sometimes you see the competitors flagging at parts. We have to take the whole kata into consideration.
Yeah, so you've got to be fit to last the distance.
Oh, some of those guys are very fit.
Yeah.
Because by the time they've got out here, they've usually done the kata, multiple times before even stepping on the mat. So they're all warm, ready to go in the mindset.
So with the female division, were you watching that before, Simon?
Yes, I was.
Yeah. So we're going straight through to a final tonight now?
It is,
and
yes.
Who made the final? I know Andrea Anakan was obviously one. So we will look forward to that final. So we're going back onto mat number 2 now, and this is the female 14 to 15 years, another premier division of the New Zealand Karate Championships. So just 14 to 15, so young, but also the power in some of these techniques is amazing from someone this age.
It is, yes. They've got the speed, the power, the concentration. Some of these kids, if you get them, they've got the concentration you wouldn't expect from that kind of age group.
And some of these kids' concentration was probably a nothing sort of a thing until they actually started karate, and that's a great thing about the sport. It does build that discipline, that concentration.
It does. It's quite interesting when the parents bring the kids into the dojos. It's a completely different environment. Discipline's very strict. Most of the dojos are very traditional. and they don't put her up with things that might be acceptable at school, usually not acceptable in the dojo.
Yeah. Otherwise, the consequences could be many, many press-ups on your knuckles.
Yeah, if you're naughty in class, you're going to be strong.
Yeah. And there we go. She's going through with her kata Chatanyaraku Shankyu, which has been around for a long time. But also, if you pull it off, it scores very highly. There is a big 360 jump in the middle of the kata, and then towards the end, a double jump with a jumping kick on the end.
That's right. Yeah. And there's multiple changes of direction here and at speed, so it is a difficult kata to pull off.
She is fast. She is very, very fast, and she's this good at this age. Imagine what she's going to be like in 5 or 6 years.
Indeed.
When she's in the senior girls.
Exactly. That's what's really good about this karate for the young people. That gives them something to concentrate on, and the repetition. And even though there's a lot of repetition, it seems to keep everyone's interest.
And proven statistic as well that kids who do karate do better at school.
They do, yeah. It instills all those disciplines in them: concentration, tenacity.
So we're moving back to mat 1 now. We have one of the male senior premier Kumite divisions. See Liam Singer there from Waikato's Rembuden Karate warming up there and about to come on. Liam was a rep at the Junior World Championships in 2019 and 2017. Also the current Oceania champion. He's the one in blue there, just warming up now, just getting going.
Well, sometimes it takes them a little bit of time to get their feet, find their distancing, but once they get that distancing, they're into it.
And there we go, scoring an easy 1 point there. So getting the senshu now. The senshu is an interesting thing, isn't it? And a fairly recent development over the last few years.
It has. It makes people fight. If you're down 1 point, it makes people want to get the next point and another one. So and if they only got the 1 point, they won't win at the end of the match if they don't have the senshu.
Yeah.
So once they get that golden point, their opponent has to get at least 2 points to win.
Yeah, so the senshu really is the first person to score, and if the scores are tied at the end of the match, the person who scored first gets the senshu, gets the win there.
That's great.
So the score right now is 2-0. This is Liam Singer from Waikato, current New Zealand rep.
It's actually 4-0. And it looks like he's just scored with another Chudan Gary, which is another 2 points. That's to take him up to 6-0.
6-0 now, so there's a kick to the body. Of course, if he gets an 8-point lead, then that's it.
It's all over.
Oh,
So
look at
that's
that
a
turn. Look at that
three-pointer.
kick to the head. That's a 3-point kick. That's
Three-point kick.
beautiful.
Beautiful turning kick there. Well controlled. And as you can see, no injury.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Some of these techniques are potentially very, very, dangerous, aren't they?
And it's great to see the skill set these kids have here, to be able to flick a kick up like that with no injury whatsoever. So as soon as they get an 8-point clear advantage, the match finishes. So it could be a very short match if they're good at kicking.
Yes, yeah, as we just saw there.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. This is the National New Zealand Karate Championships. It's Karate New Zealand's flagship event for the year. It has been held off due to obvious reasons, so some of these guys have just been hanging out for this. Now, about to come on to mat number 1. Now, wearing the red belt is one of the stars who I spoke to earlier, Okawa Jeffries from Waikato. He's the one in the red. He was New Zealand's first ever Olympian 2 years ago. Buenos Aires. He competed at the Junior World Olympics.
And he's just scored, looks like he scored a Jodan or a head punch, 1 point.
So as a rep of the Junior World Champs in 2019 and 2017. The one last year was kind of interesting in Santiago in Chile when the riots were going on.
Yeah, it was a very different event that day.
But touch and go there.
It was. A few of the teams, international teams, pulled out of the event, and they cut down the number of spectators and everything that they could have in the venue.
Right.
But a big adventure for the junior team last year.
Yeah. Also last year was a big year, or the year before for Okawa in 2018. He competed and made it to 9th place at the Bulgarian Youth K1. That's the circuit that goes around the world. 2019 New Zealand champion for the over 75 kilogram division. And in the open division, won bronze in the men's open division. So just 1-0 at this stage to Okawa. I guess he's still just warming up.
Still warming up, still finding his feet. His opponent isn't quite as experienced as he is. And sometimes that does make it difficult for the experienced guys because they're erratic.
Yeah, although 2 thumbs up to Andrew there in the blue who's fighting.
Absolutely.
He's in the veterans division, he's in the old boys division, but also competing here in the, with the young guys.
Yep, and good on him.
Yeah.
And he seems to be holding his own as well.
Yeah, he is. It's certainly not blowing out to a high score at this stage.
No,
still just
still
1-0. He's holding his own.
Yeah.
And he's got Rokawa in the corner.
Giving a bit of a challenge.
Nice to see there on Rokawa's uniform. You see the Olympic emblem there with the silver fin.
Yeah, very nice. Okay, so it looks like there's been a bit of contact there. They'll call the doctor, just check him out, make sure he's okay to continue.
Yeah, a little bit of blood, and pretty much in karate, that's the worst injuries you'll see. Just a little bit of blood, and really not much.
Not much at all. He'll get cleaned up, come back on the mat, and carry on.
You'll see worse injuries in a game of touch.
Exactly. So usually the competitors have 3 minutes to receive medical attention. If it's very serious, the referee can, after that, extend the time needed for treatment. The referee will also be with the competitor, making sure everything's all right, and talk to the doctor and decide whether they're fit enough to continue.
Okay. So if they can't continue, what happens there? Is it a disqualification?
It will all go back. So the referee then has to figure out why the person was injured. Was it due to heavy contact, or did they rush in and
rush into something
that was controlled and with the best intention? So the referee has to sort of juggle up and almost rewind the tape and try and figure out how the injury occurred, and then dispense the
So there's
penalties.
a lot of skill in that refereeing side there, isn't there, as well? And to make a big decision like that, particularly when you come to an Oceania or a World Championships.
There's a lot of pressure on the refereeing panel. So the referee, the person in the middle, is the only one who's in contact with the doctor and the competitor. So he'll have to come back on the mat and communicate what's happened just through hand signals. So So what happened there was just a single penalty for contact. So it was light contact and no major injury.
Okay, so that's a warning there. That's category 2 warning,
Category 2
whereas
warning.
category 1 is for the contact.
Contacts, yes.
Yeah. They don't cross over.
No, they don't. So the category 2 penalty there was because our man in blue stepped out of the mat.
Okay.
And
So
now
Rokawa there
Rokawa's
scoring another
scored
point.
another point.
But Andrew's not making it easy for him.
No, not at all. Not at all. And that's something that does happen a lot.
One minute and 11 seconds to go of this 3-minute bout.
So now we're getting penalty for an uncontrolled technique. So all techniques must be controlled. The referees deemed that that was whistling past Rukawa's head, and as such has penalised it. And now there's a penalty for grabbing. We can only grab with one hand unless we're catching a kicking technique.
Okay, so that was accumulated enough
Accumulated
penalties there.
so we have, as the penalties go up, they do accumulate, and once you get up to hansoku, that you've lost the match.
Yeah, so the first one is...
The first one's kekoku, chukoku, which is just a warning,
Yeah.
then kekoku, hansoku chui, and hansoku. So you get four chances.
So you get a good,
good whack
shot
at
at them. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's Rokawa there, and of course he was New Zealand's first ever Olympian when he made it to the New Zealand Junior Olympics in Buenos Aires 2 years ago. So we're back to the female 14 to 15 years kata at the Auckland Netball Centre, the New Zealand Karate Championships. There's a happy coach there, Ben Gill with Rokawa Jeffries. Ben Gill is, of course, New Zealand's premier fighter and has been for a few years now.
He spends a lot of time in Europe, doing the circuit over in Europe.
Although he said since he's come back for good from competing overseas, he's focusing on the younger boys that are coming through. And apparently they call him the washed-up one.
The washed-up one.
Although
I don't think so.
They will be fighting against him today, so he might remind them of that
just
after
exactly
they finish.
how washed up they are. No, we've seen some of his students coming through, and they're very sharp.
And Barney nearly qualified for the Olympics next year in Tokyo, but with one female from Oceania and one male, he just wasn't quite hitting the goals he set himself with qualification, and made harder because they combined some weight divisions there.
Yeah, it makes it difficult. It really does.
So twice as many athletes in his division. So he actually gathered more points than as a top Australian guy, but the Australian guy was ranked higher in the division, so makes it through. And I believe the last time the two of those, Barney and Tsunari, fought each other, it was a good victory to Barney.
Yes, yeah, it was. Tsunari's very good competitor, but also Barney just took him on the day.
So it looks like Andrew might have another bout here, repechage for third place. So if a competitor has just finished their fight and they've got another one coming up, they get a rest period.
They get a rest period of, so for the seniors it's 3 minutes, but if they have to change the colour of their mitts and their belts, it's 5 minutes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
So there's very happy coach, Barney Gill, with Rakawa Jeffries and Liam Singer, both in the same club there, and both very exciting prospects for karate in New Zealand in the years to come. See those there, the Olympic rings, the silver fern. Yep, it's a big thing now for kids who can aspire to be Olympians.
Oh, absolutely, especially in the sport of karate, which wasn't an Olympic hopeful, but we are now in the Olympics. So it gives the kids a good thing to aim for.
So we've got a couple of veterans here competing in the men's division, as they're more than welcome to do. Righto, so we are on mat number 1 here. It's the National New Zealand Karate Championships. Joined now with Barney Gill, who is the current national champion, 4 times Oceania champion. Barney, we saw you out there fighting early. How did that feel today?
Kia ora, Mark. Yeah, pretty good. Been training hard with the boys from the club. You would have seen them earlier, the one I fought in the final, that was Chase. And we're about to see Liam and Rokawa in a little bit as well.
So Liam
the young
and
boys
Rokawa,
that are
is
coming
that
through.
just a different weight division?
Yeah, this is the heavyweights now, so I just fought in the lightweights, and that went pretty well. And so now we're on to the heavyweight boys now.
So what happens in the open weight when you get to take on some of these younger fellows from your own club? I understand they call you the washed up one.
Yes, it's a current joke. So obviously I was competing pretty full on the last few years overseas. And I've come back and I've started up with a new club in Waikato. And the boys like to throw in the jabs about me being old because they know that I don't like it.
How old are you, Barney, by the way?
27. Yeah, exactly. But they're all 19 in their prime.
Hey, and that's such a cool thing for the future as well. Gosh, they're just so young, so many years to go.
Exactly, yeah. No, it's going to be a really good open weight later on, and it's cool to see such a strong event, especially coming from the young ones. In the past, there's been a few of us, but there's no one really coming through. But
do you remind these young guys, once you beat them, that you're the washed up one?
No, I'm sure there'll be a bit more banter at back at class. Yeah. No, I think that's good. We've got a really good training environment, which I think is so important in karate. It can be hard in New Zealand. We don't have a lot of fighters, so to have good partners, which is so important for us, can be a bit difficult sometimes. So to have that environment is really cool.
Yeah. So this is the 2020 National New Zealand Karate Championships at Auckland's Netball Centre in Stonefields. Hey, look, if you're in the Auckland area, it's 2 days of action. You're more than welcome to come along and have a look. And hey, if you've got any kids who might be keen on getting into karate, you can check out the website, karatenz.co.nz, or if you're in Auckland, pop along, and the experts are all here today. So where are we up to in the heavyweights now, Barney? We're just
so we're running through we're running through the rapid charge system to find out who's going to get bronze. Because there's less than 8 players in this division, there'll only be 1 bronze medal.
Yep.
Whereas if there's more than 8, there'll be 2 bronze medals. That means that a couple of them have to fight back to back. And so in karate, if you have to fight back to back, they give you a 3-minute rest. So now the player that just won that fight's got a rest, and he's about to fight for bronze medal now.
Oh gosh, poor guy. He's in the veterans division as well, you know.
Exactly. Good on him. Yeah. It's great. Karate, depending on your age, you can get quite a few divisions at a tournament. The boys that we were talking about earlier are under 21s, so they'll have they've had their senior weight, they'll have an under 21 weight, under 21 open, a senior open, and team fights at the end.
Wow.
So 5 events for the day, which is really good because, as I say, we don't have a lot of players, so the more mat time that we can get, the better.
Absolutely.
Which is excellent.
Now, of course, you've returned home last year from competing overseas and big European tournaments and so on.
Yeah.
I mean, that must be pretty amazing. How many rounds do you get? I mean, you won the Kazakhstan Open last year. How many rounds did you have until you got to the final?
It's normally about 4 or 5 rounds sometimes. Every time, the division size needs to double for you to have another round, because if there's 2, you have 1 fight, 4, 8, 16, etc. So in some of the fights, and like the Opens, when you go to a city and they have an Open, like the Kazakhstan Open, you might get 20 or 30. When you go to the K1 events, that's our premier events, where you have the top ones in the nation. They're the ones trying to qualify for the Olympics. There you get, it's limited to 64 now, because we had some when they were open. In one event, I had 200. 200 in my division, yeah.
Wow.
So at the open ones, it can get insane at some of those K1s.
Because what we don't realise here in New Zealand, in places like Turkey and Iran, it's their number 2 sport only behind football.
It's ridiculous. I think in Iran they say that they have, I think they are split into 5 or 6 areas, and they can send up to 6 people from each of those areas to the nationals, because otherwise the nationals would be too big. So they have to limit it.
So it's like rugby is here.
Yeah, you have to win in your region just to get a spot at the nationals. It's just that popular.
Wow.
Oh no, it's crazy over there in some of these events. Yeah. No, it's really cool.
So this is the fight for 3rd place now.
Correct. Yeah, this is the fight for 3rd.
Gosh, that guy looks young.
Yeah, I think he's also in the under 21s as well.
Okay. And Andrew in the old boys division.
Yeah, he's back on. You can see he had a good tough fight there with
fight, actually.
Yeah, it's his 3rd fight.
He held his own as well against Liam before.
Sorry?
He held his own against
he did too, yeah. But you could see there in the last fight, the penalties really come into play in karate, and it can get a little bit difficult because there's a lot of penalties that you can get done for, mainly as you've just been done here, for example, which is pushing. So you're not allowed to push because it's a striking sport. We're not pushing and pulling and grabbing, etc. So you can grab with one hand, but as soon as that second hand grabs, they're going to penalise you.
Yeah.
And yeah, there's a few rules around that. Nice.
Still no score.
There we go, yeah. So he scored Jordan punch there to the head.
There we go, 1-0, and he gets the Senshu, which means if the scores are tied at the end, the person who gets the Senshu gets the first point.
That's correct,
will win the match, which
it's very
is how you beat
Senshu.
The Australian number 1 a few years ago, Tsunade.
Sorry? Was it?
You beat Tsunade a few years ago on a Senshu, didn't you?
Yeah. That was quite a good fight because I'd just that year been overseas to Turkey for the first time. I was there for a few months and came back, and I was 21 at this point, but we still haven't fought, even though we're in the same weight divisions. And he was the number 1 from Aussie, I was the number 1 from New Zealand, so there was a lot of chatter on who was going to take it. And I managed to win in the weight division, but then he came back and beat me at the final of the Open. And so it was it was great though. So we've been travelling around together. Him and a few other Aussie boys will meet me at some of these K1s, and we'll share an Airbnb to save money, because obviously we're on our own dollar, and so we have sometimes 5 or 6 of us bunking in on a small apartment just to save a bit of money instead of staying at like the headquarter hotel or something like that.
Yeah. Which I guess is the Iranian team that's probably all paid for them to stay at the Sheraton.
And we're catching an overnight bus for 12 hours to walk in for a couple of Ks to miss the taxi. Yeah. Every dollar, it was kind of was our thinking, But that was great. Kind of living like that meant we could do 2 or 3 times as much of it.
Yeah. And mate, I think you came home at just the right time too, didn't you?
Wow, yeah.
That's the way things have worked out.
I came home at the start of December, I believe, last year, and it was a few months later. All of a sudden, the whole world was shut down.
Yeah.
So, oh well.
How did you guys cope with training and lockdown?
We went online. So obviously, I just did it from home. We set up a private Facebook group, so I invited all the club members to join that, and then I would record kind of 45-an-hour sessions at home, and then just tell the parents, all right, put that on the TV or the laptop, and the kids would just follow along. that was great because I think the parents liked the fact that they could put the kids in front of the TV for a little bit, get a bit of exercise, and yeah.
Oh, okay, so Blue is on his last warning there.
He's got quite a convincing lead now.
Yeah, 6-0.
And also, yeah,
just over a minute to go, and Blues on 3
penalties. So as we've seen this, we've seen this happen a few times. People getting disqualified. That happened with me and Chase in the final as well. And I think he's finished it. Yep, nice kick to the head.
I tell you what, Andrew's looked at his game
yeah.
since last year, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Well done.
He took it to Rokawa, and yeah, he's done well. And now this will be an interesting fight. These boys, they've been fighting each other the whole time. They've been in the same age division for a long time, from the same club, train with each other every morning, and they've had some really good rivalries with each other. And they're roughly about the same weight, so they just change weight divisions, so they don't have to. They can represent in different weight divisions, which is awesome. So they can both go as the number one overseas. Obviously, we've got a few less players, as we talked about, so we can't afford to have the World Karate weight divisions. Normally there'd be 5, and we're only running 2 here.
Okay, so Craig is going to go over to the winner of that last match, which is Andrew Downey.
Know what it's like to work really, really hard for a really short amount of time. You watch Andrew do 3 bouts consecutively, repper charges to try and get yourself into the medal contention. You think you're in for a bronze fight now?
Yeah, I think I've been for the bronze. That was 9 minutes of hard work, especially for an old boy, going on 49 now, so yeah, good to be able to compete against the youngsters.
But it was nice you actually did get a breather in between, but albeit a couple of minutes.
Yeah, very happy with that. Sometimes you need the break. I
suppose you couldn't train during COVID, so that didn't help.
No, we actually did a lot of training online. Our sensei started an online training program. I think we started out in New Zealand, actually spread worldwide. So although it wasn't as intense as a normal club workout, it must have helped a little bit.
Well, I guess now you can go breathe, have a drink, have something to eat, relax, and get ready for your bronzer.
Definitely. Thank you very much. Awesome. See you.
We're standing here.
Okay, so Barney, so this is the final of the weight division. 2 club members here. We've got Rokawa and also Liam.
Yep, so they're both from the club I train with in Waikato Karate. It's a minute into the fight, we haven't had a point yet, but they know each other very well, so it can be quite a tense fight often. It's normally not a high-scoring fight when they know each other so well. It can be quite interesting, so we'll see which way this one goes.
Okay, early pick.
That's a hard one for me.
I mean, Rokawa is the guy who represented us at the Junior Olympics 2 years ago.
Yeah. I believe Liam was the winner. We had one tournament this year in April, and I believe Liam won that one.
That's Liam in blue?
Yes. But as I say, they fight each other so often. Oh, I think Rokawa was taking the first point there with a Kizami on the outside.
Kizami, of course, is a jab punch to the head of the face.
Yeah, so, and he'll take Senshu. And that will come really important in this match, I would say, when it comes down to the wire. In a low-scoring match, the Senshu can quite often make the difference.
Because it's kind of really a 2-point lead he's got, isn't it?
It is. But also losing it can really change the game as well.
How do you lose the Senshu?
In the last 15 seconds, if you get penalised, not only do you get Hansaku Shui, so the 3rd penalty, you also lose the Senshu.
Wow.
And so if we end up in after that we can end in a draw, and then it will go down to the decision of the referees. So you really don't want to lose it and then have the referees deciding.
So is there any penalty in the last 15 seconds?
It's only ones that are regarding like kind of wasting time or trying to run away, avoiding the combat. There's a nice one from Liam, just a little bit close distance. It's hard to score in from that clinch distance. In karate, we obviously have to have full technique, a full strike, so the bent arm punch isn't going to score. And in here, he's been penalised because whilst you can hold with one hand, you can only really throw 1 or 2 techniques, and after that, you're going to get penalised. The referees want you to split up after that.
Yep.
Because again, it's a striking sport. And so Rokawa very famous for his body kicks, both of them actually. And so we'll see a few of them today, I'd say. think they're playing the body punch there.
So these guys have also got the open weight division still to come.
They still have the under 21 weight division, the under 21 open, and then the senior open.
And then the senior open.
And then the teams. So Liam, a fantastic kicker, which Raukawa knows, and that's going to look like probably the tactic here with a minute to go. Oh, Raukawa there faking going to the body to keep their hands down, but he was just short there. You can see he's trying to make sure he goes first so that Liam can't set up his technique. That's the plan here from Raukawa. He's trying to hold and make sure Liam doesn't get a chance to set up and go. If Liam gets comfortable, those kicks can be scary. You can already see there he's getting his foot up nice and high. They can be hard to read, especially with the fake kicks that you see. Raukawa might get penalised here for grabbing. Yep, he's grabbing the leg with both hands. Yep. So you can grab the leg with the one hand, but not with both.
Okay.
So the last 30 seconds here. I think we'll start to see Liam going pretty hard with the kicks. Just trying to get the pressure on. Oh. Unlucky there. He's got to stop waiting for Raukawa to go first. Oh, nice punch. Yeah. You see he caught him clearly there once again.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
So once again, he's looking to hold Liam, and just before Liam's about to go, he's trying to cut first to make sure Liam doesn't get a chance to set up and go.
So 3-point lead now.
Hard to throw it away.
With 10 seconds to go. Hard to throw it away.
Yeah.
The only hope for Liam really is a big kick, isn't it?
I've still lost from this position. It can still happen. You give away Senchu, you get spin kicked in the head on 0 seconds, and just playing a bit silly there.
Raukawa taking out the lead there and taking out the win, taking out the gold medal.
Yeah, really good timing from him, you can see there. So trying to control the distance, trying to stop the opponent from being able to get in close and prepare his technique, which is really well done. After he had a hard fight there earlier. He got clopped on the nose a couple of times, so maybe that's lifted him up a little bit.
So Barney, what's the training schedule like in Hamilton? How many days a week do you train?
Well, our club's running every day except Sundays. But these boys, so well before I came down there, these boys have always enjoyed training in the morning as opposed to in the evening. Yeah. And so they, and we run more traditional classes in the evening with running all of karate. And then now these guys are really athletes about this. They're just in it for the Kumite, for representing New Zealand. And so they train every morning, 6 o'clock. We're up at the dojo. Yeah. And training
starts
hard.
For you.
Yeah, great fun. But it's fantastic. It's a really good work ethic that they've stuck to, and so they'll do that every morning. And then Friday night is our fight night. So for a couple hours we're just sparring over and over and over again, just trying to get this kind of pressure.
Barney Gill, national champion, 4 times Oceania champion. Thanks so much for joining me, Barney.
Thanks, Mark. It's good to see you.
We'll look forward to catching up with you. We'll look forward to seeing you fighting again later on today.
Yes, and hopefully give you a good catch-up tomorrow.
Thanks, Barney.
Cheers, Mark.
So many if they really want to get involved, and everybody falling from the elevator. Now I'm Bray Rice in this, sucking rice and take a bite. It's nice and I have a nice time with it. By the time that it finds the way to the right side of him, not even a Heimlich can save him. A selective finger to you imbeciles. Tell me what's been getting into you. Envy will kill you. She said I'm a gentleman. I admit a lot of women set up on my ottoman. I don't give a damn like an auto with no time to kill. I've been feeling like the opposite of work. It's a work and it never been a purposeful thing to me. I just do what I love and it works for me. So I'm freaking every check. I put the money in the pushing. But it be gunning to the finish and I get it over the but everybody know I'm working in the sea. I do it differently. So only time will give me everything that I deserve. My id.
Well, I'm with Raukawa, who's just won a gold in the New Zealand Karate Championships for a certain division. Not the Opens, you were in a graded division. Explain that.
Yeah, so there's just under and over 74. Under was just for us, and this was all the bigger guys over 74 kgs.
Right, are you going to run in the Opens as well?
Yeah, it's at the end of the day, so looking forward to that. Some new opponents.
This was a good build-up then, getting a gold for that, for the first grade, and then stepping up tonight.
Yeah, well, there's a few other competitors in our division, so it's a good warm-up, good chance to look back and tidy up a few things.
Well, were you happy with your bouts, or you're saying you got to tidy up a few things? You didn't like what happened?
I mean, I'm never satisfied with my performances. There's always things I did well, things I didn't do so well. It's just trying to find the weaknesses and improve those and continue with my strengths.
So in those bouts that you've just had, did you find it went the way you planned it, or did you just have to ad-lib it as you went?
I usually plan stuff out of my head, just the way the fight's going to go in different scenarios, but it hardly ever turns out that way, so you always got to improvise and adapt and try new things. And
All right, well, congratulations and good luck for tonight.
Thank you.
So we're just resetting our mats now for a further continuation here at the New Zealand Karate Champs for 2020 at the Auckland Netball Centre. It's very good to be bringing this to you on Sky Sport Next. A big thanks to them and also to Karate New Zealand for working so hard during the COVID issues to finally get this competition underway. So we look forward to seeing more coming up. We've had 2 different grades of the men's. They've had their finals, but of course the big stuff happens after our opening ceremony. Later we get our open class Kumite happening for you this evening, but still plenty to come here on Sky Sport Next. Joined now by Grant, the president of Karate New Zealand, who, with all of his crew around him, they've done a stellar job to bring this together, given the COVID situation. And that's going to be my first question. I mean, the work that has gone in to get this happening after delays, postponements, it's massive, and it's really important that it's happened.
Yeah, Craig, look, it's exciting that it's on, but I think, what a year we've had. But look, here we are. I think what we really wanted to do, in simple terms, is we wanted to put on something, right? All these youngsters and everyone else that's involved, if you put something on, there's the goalpost, right? Here's something to work towards. Here's something to aim for. The other thing is, human connection. It's in our DNA, right? 2Ds takes us so far. But so yeah, for put something on for them to strive for, and human connection doesn't get any better than that. So yeah, we're quietly really excited. What a year, but here we are.
And here we are at an event that, to be fair, a lot of people who follow sport in New Zealand might not know much about. And karate is one of those sports that when people go, oh, Mr. Miyagi, and that's really probably...
We're at the New Zealand National Karate Championships 2020, Karate New Zealand's premier event. In Auckland, Stonefields, the Auckland Netball Centre, just about to get underway with the 14-15 years female Kumite, the under 55 kilogram division, the premier division, a closely contested division. Charlotte and Rani. we've got Lola Hennessy in blue from Waikato and Mackenzie, who has come up all the way, Mackenzie Jackson from Queenstown in red. So apologies before, we had a little bit of a small technical difficulty with the graphic. We're all underway now. Mackenzie Jackson in red from Queenstown. Lola Hennessy from the Waikato and Hamilton in blue. Lola's got the early lead, 1-0, 45 seconds remaining in this 2-minute match. So Lola's also got the Senshu, which means she scored the first point, which means in the event of a tie, she will win. Flag out for her there, that could be, yeah, that's another point there for a Gyakuzuki or a reverse punch to the body. And taking the score 2-0. They scored there, and Lola scoring another point. 20 seconds to go. This is going to be desperation time down for Mackenzie if she wants to even the score. So 3-0. Mackenzie would have to score twice to win the match now. 10 seconds remaining, and Lola has just pulled out the big 3-pointer, the kick to the head there. That's an Ura Mawashigiri, a reverse roundhouse kick. Beautiful technique, one that she's practiced over and over and over. And it's pulled off and taken her out to a 6-0 lead. Pretty much unbeatable. And there we go, time's up on the match. So Lola taking... So Lola taking a comfortable victory there, 6-0. She'll carry on through to the next round. Mackenzie still has a chance, though, to make the top 3 through the repechage if Lola makes the final. Lola's expected to make the final. She's a very good fighter. So a quick look back at that last match there where Lola Hennessy taking it out over Mackenzie Jackson. Quite a big thing for Mackenzie to make it all the way up from Queenstown. Obviously the National Karate Championships was to have been on early October, and then with Auckland's second wave of COVID and the subsequent lockdown, had to be held over for a few weeks, so it's now on this weekend. So after 5 this afternoon, we'll have the official opening ceremony and then into the big events of the finals tonight. There's Lola, very, very happy. And behind her there, Rakawa Jeffries, also from Hamilton. And just standing on the right of the screen there is New Zealand's top fighter, Ben Gill. So Lola gets a 3-minute break in between matches there and using it to her best advantage, talking to a coach, keeping warm. Here we go, all set to go. So Charlotte Palmer from Goju Kai, Lola Hennessy from Waikato Karate, which is also Goju-Ryu style. So their basics will both be quite similar, but let's see how their fighting styles shape up. There we go, Joseph McGregor, coach. So Lola, it's certainly in the family, with older brother Chase also competing today, and quite successfully as well. Lola actually got a fifth place last year at the Junior World Championships in Chile and Santiago last year. The New Zealand team went over there, and of course that was when the big riots were on. The team stayed on, battled through, and had a very successful championships. Lola was also silver medalist at the Oceania Championships, which were held in Auckland 2 years ago. Here we go, Charlotte, Lola. They'll know each other well. Lola going in with a Kizamizuki or jab punch, and looks like she scored with it too. Lola taking a 1 point lead. Lola going straight in again. Scored another point, 2-0 to blue to Lola from Waikato. So Charlotte will be thinking, what's she going to do? It's been offensive to Lola at this stage, just with that jab punch working nicely. And when someone as good as Lola gets a 3 or 4 point lead, that's when you can expect to see some of these big takedowns and big kicks come into action. One minute to go. Lola's got the 2 point lead. Okay, Lola's just biding her time now. She's just sitting there, just waiting. She's got the 2 points. She's happy with that. Oh, and she's gone on with a kick to the head, but there is a bit of contact there. Of course, at this age, you cannot touch to the head. So this could be a warning for Lola, but we'll see. As of course, as we spoke to Simon Merrick earlier, it's referee's decision. This is the 14 to 15 years Kumite or fighting, sparring division. Now referee's decision, what's going to happen? Yep, he's calling for the judges. They've raised their flags. So she's got a first warning or penalty. There's a category 1 warning for excessive contact. So the foul committed there to Lola, but she doesn't lose any points for it. She'll get 3 warnings, and on the 4th one, it's a disqualification. So Lola keen to avoid that, but just 35 seconds to go in the match. She's back on the offensive, and she's pulling out the big kicks. And she scored. That's Ippon, that's 3 points for Lola, so she takes a 5-0 lead. And with only seconds to go on the match, this is really going to be hard now for Charlotte, because she'll have to score minimum twice to catch up. Lola just dominating this fight here, experience is showing through. And scoring another point. That's for a kick to the body. That's 2 points, taking it 7-0. Seven seconds remaining, another point for Lola. So if she is it, she wasn't awarded that point because the judges didn't raise their flags. Can Lola do it? Can she take it to an 8 point lead? It looks like she will. So that'll be the match, of course. If one competitor gets an 8 point lead over another one, the match is ended and awarded to the fighter with an 8 point lead. So you can have instances of, say, 10 points to 3 points and the fighter's still going. So small highlights of that previous match. Lola taking it out over Charlotte. So this is so good for some of these younger competitors to be getting this coverage on Sky Next, which is free on the YouTube channel. Thanks for watching this afternoon. It's really good to have you here. Lola Hennessy from Waikato taking up the gold medal. Lola Hennessy from Waikato taking out the gold medal. Now we're going to pop on down to the mat now. Craig Lord will have a quick chat with Lola.
And I'm joined by another champion, Lola, in the under 55 female category. I guess the simple question is, did it go to plan?
Yes, yeah.
Pretty simple answer too, wasn't it? Okay, was there any difficulties you found in this?
Just a little bit nervous, yeah.
Where did the nerves come from?
I don't know.
Well, hang on, I've heard a story, some rumours have been floating around that they call you Saint Lola. Where did that come from?
Just went to an overseas competition and got to, did well, and then they called me St. Lola.
Well, you did well here today. Congratulations, you got a gold. You can call yourself a champion.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, well done.
Thank you.
Coming up next to the National New Zealand Karate Championships 2020, we'll go to the female Kumite, same age group, 14 to 15 years division, but the over 55 kilogram division. This one won't take long, there's only 3 girls in this division, but again, with the prestige of winning gold in the National Championships. Because after 5 this afternoon, it's going to be the premier event. We've got the opening ceremony. That'll only take place over a few minutes, and then we're into the big finals division. Be around 2 hours, just under 2 hours of just all finals to decide who takes out the gold medals for this year. And a year that's been, well, let's face it, a little bit different. Some of these competitors haven't even competed at all. Right, here we go. The referees are ready to go, and the corner judges with the flags. The female 15 years, over 55 kilogram division. So Blisswang and Bree Kennedy. Bliss on the red. Bree in the blue. Still just sussing each other out. Ooh, nearly scoring with a 3-point kick there, Bree. Okay, there's the first point. And it goes to Blisswang, 1-0. And she gets the Senchu, first point scored. So that's a huge advantage there. Because Bree, for her to win, she needs to score at least 2 points. Oh, that kick was very close. A reverse roundhouse kick called an ura mawashigiri. Not quite enough in that kick for her to score though. Bliss scoring 2 points there for a kick to the body, so that takes it to 3-0 to red to Bliss. Should be very happy with. There's another point about to be scored. Takes another one, 4-0 to red to Bliss. Feeling quite comfortable now, but she'll have to stay out of the way of Bree's leg. Bree's foot is getting very close to her head. This could be a warning for contact. We'll see. It's the referee's decision. Jean Brown, referee. 4-0 to red, 34 seconds remaining on the clock. And Bliss's coach, Murray Simpson, in the corner there. We'll just be telling her to watch that contact, hang on to a lead. Of course, when competitors get a lead like this, they're not allowed to stay away. They're not allowed to run away or avoid the other person. Otherwise, there's pretty strict penalties. And in the last 15 seconds, it can also cost them the match. And when you're up 5-0, you certainly don't want to lose the match that way. And it has happened. It does happen, and it's really disappointing for the fighter. But Bliss looking quite comfortable here. Scoring another point, 6-0 to red to Bliss Wang from Auckland's Go Judo. Six seconds left. Bliss feeling quite comfortable now, just happy to sit there and wait. If Bree doesn't attack her, that just makes it very easy. And time's up and Bliss takes that win. Well fought match. So just two girls in that division. Bree taking out the silver, Bliss taking out the gold. Then we're going to go down to the match to Craig Lords. And we'll have a chat to our winner.
Champion found here at the 2020 New Zealand Karate Champions. Bliss, 14 to 15 year olds women's champion, gold medal.
Thank you. Yeah, it was hard. I'm tired, to be honest, yeah.
What, not enough training during all the lockdowns?
Okay. I have been a bit slack, I'm not gonna lie.
Okay, well how did you find that fight?
It was really good. I could have been a bit less on the contact, but other than that, I'm gonna improve. So next round, hopefully.
Okay, so what's the rest for you for today?
Pardon?
What are you doing for the rest of the day? What's your next plan?
I've got the Kumite Open, so I'm going to try implement some of my techniques I've learned.
Some secret squirrel stuff going on here at the Karate Championships. No more needs to be said. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
So a winner there of the female Kumite, over 55 kilogram divisions for the 14-15 year olds. And let's have a quick look at that last match. See Bree just missing with that high kick there, and just holding her out, scoring with a punch. We're at Auckland's Netball Centre for the 2020 New Zealand National Karate Championships. 2020, an event that's been, well, we've been waiting for this one for months now, haven't we? And we're underway. And next up is the female open weight division for the 14-15-year-olds. So here we see the champion of the lighter girls, Lola Hennessy from Waikato, and Bree Kennedy. Lola in red, Bree in blue. Two girls just sussing each other out at the mo. Lola will be feeling quite good after 2 victories already and winning her division. And in she goes. No score yet. Okay, correction. Lola's got the first point and the senshu. If you've been following along, the senshu means that the first person to score gets the senshu. That means in the event of a tie, at the end of the match, the person with the senshu, or the first to score, will win the match. Previously it was a 1-minute time extension. But now just the straight senshu makes things a lot quicker and easier. And Simon Merrick, head referee, stopping things there, awarding another point. It's 2-0 to red. Lola Hennessy with a 2-point lead. And no score. So Lola with a 2-point lead. Bree's got some really nice kicks going up towards the head there, but she's just not getting quite close enough. Once she works on her speed and the distance there, those legs are going to be dangerous because she's a tall girl, but Lola Hennessy is fast and sharp. So this is Lola's third fight of the day, but the first in the open weight division. There we go. She's got Bree coming towards her there, but kept her at bay. And Bree scoring a point for that aggressive move there, which will give her some heart. It really will. So it's 4-1 to Lola. So Lola's got a foul for excessive contact. That's a Category 1 foul. Category 1 fouls don't accumulate with Category 2 fouls. So Category 1 is for the slightly more serious offences, such as contact or an illegal technique. You're not allowed to do... Oh, there we go, she's taking the match. You're not allowed to elbow, you're not allowed to headbutt, you're not allowed to knee. There must be clean, good strikes with the fist or foot, which of course you can see are covered with the red and blue guard pads. Okay, we'll have a quick look at that last match again. So as we heard earlier, when a competitor has 2 fights in a row, they get a mandatory 3-minute break in between. So if you're keen on finding out more about karate in your area, wherever you are, you can go to the website www.karatenz.co.nz. You can find a New Zealand Karate registered club. Now, all these clubs have to be vetted, so you can be sure if you want to get your kids into karate, it'll be a good club to get them into. So have a look at the website, go to find a club, and there we go. You can be assured you'll find a good club to send your kids along to and get them off the couch into one of the most exciting and fastest growing sports in the world. It's still quite small in New Zealand, but when you go to countries like, say, Iran, there are millions and millions of participants. They're one of the strongest countries in the world, believe it or not, Iran, in terms of fighting. Okay, so just having a look at some of these matches. Lola Hennessy beat Bree Kennedy 4-1. Bliss Wang also beat Bree 6-0. Lola Hennessy beat Charlotte Palmer 9-0. It was a big victory there. Lola Hennessy has had a very good day. She beat Mackenzie Jackson 6-0, which is a really good win because Mackenzie is very, very good. So I'm joined now with Sian Bennett, who was the Oceania champion 3 years ago. But Sian, you've had a bit of an uphill battle with 2 knee surgeries since then. How are the knees feeling?
Yeah, they're all good now.
Yeah.
It was a long journey to go through rehab and recover, but all good now. See ya.
Yeah. So you're back into competing today. How are you feeling?
Yeah, excited actually. So it should be fun.
Yeah. So we've got the girls 14, 15 years open weight Kumite at the moment. So these two were the winners of their respective weight categories, Lola Hennessy and Bliss Wang. This should be a really good matchup. This taking you back to the days of being slightly younger than you were, Sian.
What are you trying to say?
Only a couple of years ago, of course.
Yeah, totally.
3 years?
Yeah, no, both these girls are really, really good. Both have speed, so it'll be quite interesting to see how they go against each other.
Yeah, of course. Lola was the lightweight winner, and Bliss, well, I don't really want to call Bliss the heavyweight winner because she's only a wee thing, but contrasting styles here. And Lola getting the Senshu at the first point. I think this is Lola's 5th fight today and still unbeaten.
She's on a roll.
Okay, Simon Merrick stopping it. Looks like another point to Lola. Yep, the flags are out for Lola. There we go, 2-0. This is the 14, 15-year-old female open weight category. Oh, and Bliss was trying there. Almost got her with the Ura Mawashigiri or reverse
She's not
kick to
quite
the head.
fighting as she normally does, but it's been a funny year for everyone.
It has been, hasn't it?
For most cases, this is the first competition in about 7 months, so yeah, everyone's going to be feeling a little bit rusty.
So Lola's got a comfortable 4-point lead. Just under a minute to go.
Yeah, Lola's just playing it tactical now. She doesn't really need to attack.
So Simon
She's
Merrick,
just got to hold her lead.
Yep, she does. Simon Merrick calling Yame, which means stop, which sounds a bit more like hoop,
Yeah.
but it is Yame or stop. Awarding the point there. So there's 1 point of Yuko, 1 point. Takes Lola out to 5-0. And she's feeling pretty comfortable right about now. How is the feeling when you get a lead like this, 5-0? Because I know you've been there.
Yeah, Yeah, it's fairly comfortable. I mean, you don't have to kind of worry as much, but it depends on the fighter. I mean, you get some who get really riled up by it, and some will give up, and some will really try and chase the lead back. So you can't really switch off whether you're ahead or not.
But Lola there just looks so comfortable. And for someone so young, goodness me, what a promising future she's got.
She's got a lot of experience under her belt. She's done at least one Junior Worlds and several Oceanias. So
yeah, of course she got 5th place in the world last year in Santiago in Chile.
And that was a very hard competition because that was during the riots. So.
Yeah. And the silver medalist at Oceania in Auckland 2 years ago. And there we go, taking that match out 5-0. So we'll have a quick look at that match again.
I'm now joined by what many around this arena today are calling a legend in the sport of karate in New Zealand, Joe McGregor. Mate, coaching during this year must have been so difficult. How'd you get around it?
Oh, we're still trying to get through it all, but it's been challenging, but it's been also, an eye-opener for most of us. We've had to really change the way we operate and the way we do things, and but it's been a good restart for most clubs around New Zealand,
Well, how have the students adapted, I suppose?
Kids bounce. They're really good, you can throw them against the wall, they'll bounce back really quickly. You just got to give them the structure they need, and it'll come back around. Yeah.
And how about your ones here that you're mentoring, you're coaching? How have they been going today so far?
Actually, they've been doing a lot better than I expected, given the fact that they haven't had any competitions this year. They've been a bit dusty, but all in all, not too bad. Actually, really surprising.
So does that mean you have to play more of a mental game with them because they already know their routines? Or?
Yeah, pretty much. It all comes down to mental prep on this one. Yeah, they've done all the physical prep. They've prepared themselves as much as they could physically, and it's just getting their kid brain to just click into the competition mode, really. Yeah.
I guess, hopefully, with no more lockdowns, we can only wish, that'll change things again, but there'll be a new mindset from this year where they've been able to do things without the training. So now will they say, well, okay, I don't actually have to train as hard because I showed in 2020 I didn't have to do it. Will you let that happen?
There's a whole lot of old people out there that won't let that happen. We're going to teach these guys, if they think they've got it all, we've still got a few sneaky tricks up our sleeves. Just, you've got to watch for the old grey ones, Yeah, we're the dirtiest ones.
Have you been finding, I guess, that you're getting people interested in the sport? Have any been coming through, or is it difficult to find them?
Actually, since lockdowns have started easing, we've seen a big uptake in martial arts right across the board, right across the country. It's been really good and quite heartwarming to see because lockdowns killed most clubs. It really did, and most sports all around. So, but we've seen a real big resurgence and a lot of people coming back as well, which we'll start to see over the next few months as we get back into normality again.
Yeah, I guess, and of course once they know that the legend is still coaching.
Absolutely, you got to get it.
Yeah, exactly. Thanks very much, Joe. There we go, the legend of karate in New Zealand.
Welcome to Auckland's Netball Centre for the 2020 New Zealand National Karate Championships. The special finals package for you we've got lined up this evening should be really exciting after the opening ceremony in around about an hour's time. So the next match should be to decide second and third. Lola Hennessy is sitting down relaxing now. She's taken this category out, but to decide second and third, Bree Kennedy from Auckland and Bliss Wang also from Auckland. And expert comments from coach here and competitor Sian Bennett. Sian, Bree and Bliss both pretty experienced. Bree's got these really nice kicks and Bliss is just so fast. What are you picking here?
They have two very quite different fighting styles. Bree is a lot more kind of defensive and is able to wait a time out, whereas Bliss is a bit more aggressive. So both have their strengths.
Okay, here we go. Gene Brown, the referee. Once he turns around, we're all on here. So Bree and Bliss have just left the mat temporarily now. They're both getting a bit of coaching before they go on to compete for their respective clubs. Bree and Bliss. This is the match to decide second and third. Quite often when we have three competitors in a category, we go round robin. So Bree with the red belt, Bliss with the blue belt, and here we go. Okay, now Bree has got the first point here and the Senchu. She'll feel good about that. Bliss coming back strongly there, so it's 1-1, but the advantage still to Bree at this stage with the first point.
Bree's a bit more of a headhunter, and Bliss likes to draw that out, so she tends to drop her guard a bit more to draw a headshot. She can go for a chudan.
Ooh, bit of contact there.
So she needs to keep her guard up a bit more.
So that is a foul to Bliss. Now, would that be for kind of, you know, like you said?
Yeah, that's called Mabobi, so it means that she wasn't protecting herself.
Okay. Scores at 1-1, advantage to Bree. Okay, stoppage there now. Bliss takes the lead. All Bree needs to do is to score again to keep the scores even to take out the victory. But Bliss with the lead, 2-1. Bree coming through there, but not quite scoring. Not far. Oh, Bliss
not quite following through with the kick.
It's
not
kick.
Getting close enough. And then Zanshin at the
Okay, so
end.
we've got another warning again. Is this another Mabobi?
Yes, she's keeps going in and they're going at the same time, but she's not making an effort to protect her head.
Okay. So second warning.
So one of the things as a shorter fighter, you need to be a lot faster. You need to be able to be comfortable from starting further back because you don't have the advantage of reach. So you need to get in fast, get out fast.
Now this is interesting, 2-all, so Bree has the advantage. But another foul there. It's 20 seconds to go, advantage to Bree.
So that's for too much contact. There's a short distance and she punched further through towards the head than she needed to. So it's the difficult part when contact is semi-contact to the head, so it's got to be under control. Full contact to the body, but accidents happen.
Accidents happen, it's not serious. Okay, so both getting warning for contact there. This is the match to decide. Silver and bronze still 2-all, but Bree with the advantage as she scored first. And she'll know there's only seconds remaining. But it doesn't mean you can back off.
No, she's got a few seconds, which is still just enough, but you've got to hustle.
So at this age group, you are not allowed to hit the head. You have to pull the technique short before you actually hit. With the adult senior divisions, it's skin touch only, which takes a lot of skill.
It does.
To throw a full-powered punch or kick, just touch and pull it back.
And to be restrained enough and controlled enough and get your distance right.
So there we go, that's full time.
Not
and Bree
quite.
Kennedy, she'll take heart from this, taking the victory. Coaches shaking hands, competitors shaking hands, bowing to each other, which is kind of a Japanese type thing, but it's nice because you show a lot of respect to your competitor.
Absolutely, I think it's something that is lost in some cases, and that's one of the things I like that we keep about the traditional side of karate is still showing respect to your opponent, to your coaches, to the referees.
Okay, we're going to have a quick look again at some of the highlights of that match. So far, and there's still plenty more to come here at the New Zealand Karate Championships for 2020, live from the Auckland Netball Centre. And one of the people who has so much work to do to make a day like this happen and has all sorts of crazy roles within the sport is Rebecca, the Secretary, Karate New Zealand. Of course, as soon as we think that, we think you have to do everything.
There's a lot of things that we do, but we have actually been very fortunate this year with the Coaching Council, and many thanks to Keith and of course to Jean who have organised this event, and Jean being the liaison with you guys and making this happen. So
You're selling yourself. You did everything. We know this.
I have a lot of, I do have a lot of roles, and I do get to do a lot of things. One of the brilliant things that I have done this year is I got to write a number of references for some of our competitors who are competing at the moment. For example, Simon is here today, and he just received a university scholarship. So it's pretty cool to write that type of thing and help these kids achieve other dreams as well.
That is a cool job. So you're not, people might think, oh, you're just there organising paperwork. No, you've done some cool stuff there. Your role, though, also branches out into coaching.
Yes. So I coach for New Zealand and Canterbury. And of course I have my own club competitors here today that I've been coaching.
So you've dragged them up from down south to bring them up to Auckland now that Auckland's allowed to have people visiting.
Yeah.
How have they found it so far?
Great. Everybody's excited to be competing, and that's what we're about. We like to have all of these guys come together. There's a great sense of camaraderie, and they just like to compete.
I suppose, given that South Island didn't have the lockdown issues that Auckland did, it made life a little bit easier for them down there to compete and spar and practice?
Yeah, definitely. So we were lucky and we had a tournament 4 weeks ago. So they had a bit of practice before they got to come up.
So is South Island cleaning up? Do you know? Have you heard?
They're doing well in the divisions that they're in, that's for sure.
Okay. We don't want to create any divides here between North and South Island, but you're quite happy, aren't you?
I am. So one of the wee girls, Mackenzie, that I'm coaching, she's in the finals tonight, so we'll get to see her in action.
All right. Okay. Well, thank you very much for your time. This is one of the... Look, we all know it when it comes to any club, any sport, secretary, most important person. Thanks, Rebecca.
Thank you.
Right, we're getting underway now with the under-21 year female Premier Kata division, which is going to be an absolute scorcher of a match here. 2 New Zealand representatives, Nina Ika from Fushinru Karate in Auckland and Holly Wigg from Shotokan Shitaru Karate in Auckland. Both of them Oceania medalists, both of them national champions, but the chance for one of them just to take it out this year solely. So this is in effect a final. And here we go, Holly Wigg walking on now. There we go, Sian. First one to call the kata. Game on, you and me.
Normally super impe. Or Chasanai Kushanku. There we go.
I've seen Papuren a few times today.
Yeah, that's been a popular one over the past few years. A lot of the katas have been around for many decades.
Kushanku is the kata she's doing by the looks of things. The bend, yes.
Very technically difficult kata.
Nice jump in this one and double kick at the end.
As part of the tactics, you tend to save your best katas for your most threatening opponents. So to pull out a Chatanela Kushanku,
it's quite serious. Flattering for the other person.
Yes, it is. It is.
But both of these young ladies in the female open earlier were looking absolutely devastating. So to see these two go up against each other in the final of the under-21 division is really good. And this should be a great match. I can see Nina warming up right now. She's getting down low in her stance and stretching. This is Holly Wigg right now. Kick and then followed up with an elbow or Hiji strike. And then same on the other side. It's called a Stoke block.
So what's part of difficult for the referees and the competitors as well is there are different styles of karate. So the referees need to understand all the different versions of how a kata can be done, because they're not just judged on their athletical performance, but their technical performance as well. So they'll be looking at the basics, if they adhere to the style that of the kata that they're doing.
Down really low on his stance there. And setting it up now for the big jumping double kick. So kick with the front leg and kick with the back leg. And there she goes. Hollywood completing her kata. Now she'll wait for the judges' score. Okay, and Nina's set to go on. Nina Edgar, she's just 19 years old from Auckland's Fushinu Karate Club. She's studying full-time at university and training. It looks like she's performing the Gojuru Kata Superimpai, which actually won her a gold medal 5 years ago in the cadet division of the female premier kata at the World Gojuru Karate Championships in Auckland. Speed and power, and look at that concentration.
So that's also part of the judging criteria, is kime, or focus. So if you make a mistake, you shouldn't show it.
You notice every little move there is just so important. And to perform it out here one time, she's probably practiced this well over 10,000 times in training. That's no exaggeration. The amount of muscle memory that goes into every single movement is just phenomenal.
So something you don't see in the competition if you don't do karate is the bunkai, so basically the meaning behind the movements that they're doing. It's often taken too literally as how the movements are done, how you would apply it. So, but when you watch a team kata event, that's probably one of the best times to actually watch.
We have got team kata coming up later. That'll be really interesting.
That's one of my favourite events to watch.
That's when you'll see teams of 3 compete their kata synchronised, and then afterwards they'll all face each other and show you how these moves are actually used. And that's when you see some big throws over the head and some big jumping
it has
kicks.
Been stylized over the years.
It's quite theatrical, but it's fantastic to watch. So if you're watching on Sky Next, please keep watching, because you will be wowed when you see that this evening. Sitting it down nice and low on her stance there.
It's very hard to transfer your weight from a low stance and still be fast as well as powerful. So that's part of the training.
Part of the judging criteria as well is the transition between movements.
Yes, transition movements.
So there's two specific parts. There's the technical performance and also athletic performance that they're judged on. And both of these competitors, Holly and Nina, we can't fault them.
Both bringing their A game today.
Look at the hip movement there, the hips moving out, the tension going on, the muscles tightening, pulling in the opponent there.
Yes, so the hip movement is, some movements are done slowly to emphasize showing how you would move the body and best get power into the technique.
Beautiful double kick there, performing 2 kicks while you're in the air. And just about to finish up now with a nikite or finger strike. Oh, I wouldn't want to be a judge right now. Okay, so now Nina will wait for her score before we find out who the winner is. This is the female under 21 years Premier Kata. So they're both under 21. Now, considering a Kata competitor might peak around about the age of 30, the level that these two are going to get to is phenomenal. So this is a straight final in this division. The winner taking out the gold. So Holly taking out second, and Nina will be absolutely stoked with taking out the victory here. Nina Ika, the winner, the female under 21 years Premier Kata.
Well deserved.
Absolutely. Both of these girls, phenomenal strength, phenomenal speed.
Stability, precision. She did very well.
Nina's been training hard. She'll be wrapped with that. Well done. Let's have a quick look again at some of the kata from both these girls. We're at the National New Zealand Karate Championships 2020. Karate New Zealand's premier event of the year, just wrapping up the female under 21 year age group. The Premier Kata get set because the big boys are about to hit the match. The male open Kumite. So this is no weight division, it's just open. Anyone competes in this one, and we have got some absolutely amazing fighters about to come on. Some of them world renowned. right here in New Zealand. Some of the best in the world about to take the mat. Of course, the finals will be kicking off later. We'll have a short opening ceremony, very, very short, before we get into the final events of the Premier Divisions. We're at the New Zealand National Karate Championships 2020. And one of the main events of the day is about to take place, the Open Male Kumite Division, where some of the best fighters in New Zealand, in fact some of the best fighters in Oceania, are about to compete. We now move to the male under-21 Kumite division. There's a slight pause in the male open Kumite division because these two guys are both competing in it. So we have Rokawa Jeffries in red from Hamilton and Kostya Kitchen from Auckland in blue. Okay, so we're doing this with the camera at a bit of a distance there, so you'll just notice it's a little bit hard to get some of the right angles there, but you can both see the intensity of these competitors. They've known each other well for many, many years. Two top competitors, both New Zealand representatives. Kostya slightly older. So Kostya there in the blue is the New Zealand Open Gold Kumite Division winner. He's a medalist of Oceania. Also represented New Zealand last year at the Junior World Championships in Chile. And was last year's winner in this division, the under-21 Kumite division. Oh, and read it. Rokawa scoring a three-point technique there for a kick to the head. Now this match is close. So we've got the under-21 lightweight division now at the National New Zealand Karate Championships. Rodney Lee from Auckland's North Shore and Chase Hennessy from Waikato. Both competitors very experienced, both very, very fast. They're lightweight, so yep, they're quick. That match we were watching before, Kostya Kitchen from Auckland took out the heavyweight under-21 Kumite division. This is the under-21 lightweight division. Chase Hennessy there, scoring a three-point kick to the head. So Chase Hennessy with a 6-point lead there. Of course, he just scored that three-pointer, kick to the head. Not an easy thing to do against someone experienced like Rodney, but gee, he pulled it off, scoring another point there. So he's got a 7-point lead, 7-0. If he scores one more point, she's all over Red Rover, which it looks like he has. He's got the 8-point advantage, 8-point clear lead. In less than a minute, he has taken out the match, 8-0.
It was actually a question mark I was going to broach with you about the length of a day like this. The competitors, can they start to lose focus? I mean, and you know the sport. Is that kind of thing that happens with them? Do they get tired?
Yeah,
I mean, physically you get tired, but does that affect the mental game?
Yeah, sure it does, especially when you've got, say, a division where you go on in a hotly contested division, and then you may have 1 or 2 hours wait for the next one. So the question is, do you keep warm without trying to risk yourself tiring yourself out, or do you cool down and then warm up again, which is also really tiring? So yeah, mentally it is very, very tough. Although remember, some of these top guys are very, very fit and they're used to this sort of thing. They train, you know, they're the type of guys who roll out of bed in the morning like we used to be, Craig, and, you know, go for a 20k run in the morning back in the days when we both had hair.
Yeah. Let's not dwell on those days too much.
Yeah.
But yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah, this is the game they're in.
Yeah,
and,
it is the game they're in.
They have to deal with it, and they know.
And at a, say, a world event, you might have a big division like we talked to Barney earlier, where you've got 80 or 100 people in your division. And so you're out there competing for 2-3 hours. And if you make it through to the finals that night, you could have a 5 or 6 hour wait until the finals. And yeah, as well as the physicality, man, that is mentally tiring, knowing you've got to get yourself up to take on one of the best in the world.
Yeah, I suppose it is, because I guess the other issue we've had, and I don't know if you've broached it already with some of the people you've spoken to this afternoon, is about peaking.
Yeah.
Because, you know, a lot of these competitors would have peaked for, or prepared to peak for when, July or whenever the Nationals were meant to be?
About a month ago, yeah. Originally it was July, then it was moved, not because of COVID, it was moved before COVID to coincide with the school holidays, September, October. And then due to that second lockdown in Auckland.
So it really messed with a lot of training regimes, didn't it?
It really did. And unfortunately, that's why we don't have a lot of competitors from Auckland and from Wellington and Christchurch. And g'day to the guys in Palmerston North. Also heard from Greg McLaughlin this afternoon, who would have loved to have been here. But you've got top coaches like that who just haven't been able to make it up.
Yeah, very much. It's a bit sad, but that's the way it is, and they've got to deal with it, and they'll be fine. I mean, gee, we'll just go bigger and better in 21, yeah?
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, you've seen the level that these guys are competing at now with a very mixed up year. So imagine the level they're going to be at next year. It's going to be bigger. It is going to be better. I know it's a cliche, but it really will be when you throw in the mix the people from Christchurch, Wellington, Palmerston North coming up.
And the rest of the nation as well. The rest of the country will be watching on. In fact, they can use this as a sneaky analysis. Watch what their competition's like.
Oh, absolutely. And the top guys do that. They record their opponents. They study them. They watch their every movement. They try and pick faults. They try and work out where their opponents are strong. And, they'll suss out their opponents as best they can.
Yeah, from long distance. Well, this is like a Zoom meeting for them.
Yeah, just like that.
Yeah, we'll look on the positives of it.
So if anyone is keen on learning what karate is all about, you don't have to get into competition at a top level like this. You can just train, and the majority of people who get into karate just do that. They just train for the fun of it, whether it be for fitness or self-defense or just something to do. Only a small percentage of people who do karate actually compete in karate like this in competitions.
Right.
So, you know, if you want to check out where a club is near you all over the country, just head to the website karatenz.co.nz and have a look.
Yeah,
and,
exactly.
You'll find that it's a non-threatening environment. If you turn up at the dojo, you'll be welcomed with open arms.
Oh, it's no Cobra Kai.
No, it's no Cobra Kai.
All right.
Fear does not exist in this dojo,
yes,
does it?
Yes.
No, that's a bit of a fallacy.
And I don't have to learn to sweep the leg or anything like that.
No, or sweep the floor.
Yeah.
Well, actually, you will have to sweep the floor. Sorry, there's a bit of discipline there.
We're very close, I hear, to getting underway again on mat number 2.
Yeah.
Not far away at all, which is fantastic. And that'll be nice. Get some more action going here at the New Zealand Karate Championships for 2020. And it should be an amazing battle up here, Mark, soon.
So anyone watching this on Sky Next, and you want to go back and watch any of it, don't worry, it's actually going to be up there forever.
Yeah, it stays there for forever. Perpetuity, you know the word.
Perpetuity.
Yeah, that's the word.
Yeah.
The word that just stays there forever. So
if you want to go back and watch any of these top matches,
yeah,
no problem. You can fast forward, rewind, go to wherever you want to
Yeah.
on YouTube. So Sky Next is on YouTube, and it's great, especially for some of these younger competitors, to be getting this exposure on Sky Next.
And self-analysis too, because not only can you watch the competitors, you can watch yourself back, can't you?
Absolutely.
Decide what you do or don't like, and probably Kata might be a good one for them to look back on and go,
Yeah.
I didn't like that, I'm going to change, or
Yep, that's right.
I need to
And
work
the
on that.
coaches will be doing that too with them. That's the great thing with technology now. You will have a screen in the dojo. You can go back, you can have a look at it, you can work on it, you can work on that again and again and again with your sensei, that's your coach, your teacher, and you know, the top coaches that are here today, goodness me, they are very, very good.
Yeah, and it's probably helped their coaching as well, hasn't it? Because now they can film something, slow it down, and go, okay, I know what I've got to focus my students on. And it happens in other sports. You know, it happens for people who kick a ball for a living. They'll film them kicking. The people who swing a golf club, they have to do the same thing. So, you know, that technology, yeah, it's probably changed a lot for the sport.
Yeah. You've got some top kata coaches like the man that you can't see on your TV right now, Dwayne Monk from Fushinryu Karate, is probably New Zealand's top kata coach, and in fact the only New Zealander to coach 2 medalists at a World Championship event in Kata.
Wow.
Funny thing is, those 2 medalists, several years apart, but they're both brothers.
Oh, there we go.
They're now both doctors.
So they know how to hurt people and fix people.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's always handy. And it's something I was thinking about earlier is the level of referees in New Zealand.
Yeah.
Now that's apparently quite exceptional that we have so many top referees that make it to the complete the level.
It is, Craig, and if you go through on some YouTube videos and watch there, you'll be surprised how many Kiwis pop up refereeing or judging in the corner, which is exceptional. And it's their own cost. They will travel overseas to some of these big tournaments to get qualified, get that experience, and a lot of kudos for them. And now, hey, look, next year with the Olympics, some of these guys who are here today refereeing and judging could well be there at the Olympics.
So it's a goal for them as well, which is fantastic. Yeah. Well, it looks like there's something heating up on the middle floor there of the Auckland Netball Centre, and we've got some of the
this is going to be one
boys?
of the top divisions of the day. It's the open male Kumite division, so we've already had the under 21. We've had the weight division so far. So this is the open. So you'll have veterans in this division, and we have, like Andrew, you'll see just walking to the left of your screen there. Barney, who you can see warming up there, he's our national champion. Several times, he's lost count of the amount of times he's won New Zealand. He's won Oceanias 4 times. He's a world-ranked fighter.
So I don't really want to get too lippy with him, is what you're suggesting?
Well, actually, he's probably the guy you do want to get lippy with, because he's not going to kick anything off unless you do.
Oh, yes, I see what you're saying.
Yeah,
yes.
I mean, the discipline is such of these guys that they won't be starting anything.
All right, so they're prepping
but
themselves
don't you dare
now.
put them in a headlock.
Yeah, they wouldn't last very long. In fact, even the thought of putting someone like that in the headlock hurts me. So the judges are checking them out, making sure nothing illegal in their gear.
Yeah, no, that's right. They've got to check that. They're not allowed to wear jewellery.
Fair enough.
If they've had a bit of a dust up earlier and maybe they have to wear tape around the feet or anything, that has to get approved by the doctor.
Okay. Right. So is that to make sure that, just to clarify that they're not putting anything dodgy or silly in the tape?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yep.
Which is, I would be fairly confident has never happened before.
Not that I'm aware of.
Not
anyway.
New Zealand anyway.
Yeah. But this is going to be a good division, because you see Barney, who is the top guy, who is obviously the favoured one to win here. But there are 3 other guys who are in the same club as him, so they train with him 5 times a week.
Right.
So there's every likelihood that one of the other guys in his club could pip him at the post.
Could sneak in. You actually find that a lot of boxing. The sparring partners can often win.
Absolutely.
Because they know the techniques.
And the good thing is with someone world-class like Barney here is the other guys, if they aim for that level, then if they can beat Barney, they know they're in that world-class level.
Yeah, so you're saying this could lift them up quite quickly.
Absolutely, and it will.
So now they're getting themselves set. I mean, How much mind games goes on between these guys, Mark?
Well, there is a little bit, but the thing is, these guys know each other so well. They won't fall for any kind of mind
so you can
games.
try it on, but it's not going to work.
Absolutely.
Okay.
So you'll see on the match here is Chase Hennessy from Hamilton, who is in the lightweight under 21 division, and Kostya Kitchen, who is in the heavyweight under 21 division, and actually who won the heavyweight under 21 division. So this is great in the open, but you can get a tall guy against a small guy, big weight advantage.
Yes.
But is it an advantage? The smaller guy will probably move faster. The bigger guy has got the reach. So this is when you get the really interesting matches go on. Chase will want to get him nice and close to score his points. Kostya will probably want to keep him out, keep him at distance, and use his feet to possibly score some points. So you've already seen a few kicks go in. No scorers yet.
And I suppose it's a good thing to see in a sport like this where we'll call them the little ones because they are in a lower weight grade, have the courage to come and take on the big boys.
Absolutely. And
and I don't say big boys as in they are better fighters. I say big boys as in they're actually
taller.
Physically bigger.
Yeah, they're stronger, they're taller. But absolutely, and you can see that, and they know what their advantage is. There was many years ago a lightweight fighter from Spain, and he was in the 60 kilogram division, and he used to go in the open weight divisions and in the teams events, and he'd take on big 80, 90 kilogram guys and beat them.
Yeah. Because remembering, because this is points, it's not about the knockout.
That's right.
It's about being smart.
Yeah.
Speed and agility, I suppose that is the two words with it.
So that guy from Spain, they used to call him muchos cojones.
Ah.
If you speak Spanish,
yes.
You know, I can speak something.
I speak enough to understand enough to know what that means, yes.
Okay, so Chase is getting the early lead here. 1 point lead, and he gets the Senchu, which means if it comes down to it and the scores are even, he will win.
And just confirming the point system is exactly the same here for the Open as it was for all the other grades.
Yep.
First to 8.
Yep. Or not the first one to 8, but an 8 point clear advantage.
8 point clear advantage.
Yeah.
So you could be on 6, but you've got to be on the 8s above. You've got to be 12.
That's right.
Yes.
Yeah, so you could have, 12 points to 4.
Because then a match, I suppose, could go 14, 14, 14, 15, just keep going.
You have had matches where it'll get you into the late teens, early 20s.
Wow.
In the matches, and that's frantic pace.
And tiring, I bet.
Yeah. Yeah, and like you said earlier, mentally tiring as well, because you've got to be aware of how many points you've got, how long to go, how many points the other guy has. And if you've got that strength to get through when you're 1 point behind and you've got to score a point.
So then there's a lot more chess playing and tactics in this than people might realise.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So Chase scoring with a kick to the body there, which is worth 2 points. So a 3-0 lead now to Chase. Kostya won't like that. Although Kostya has been doing a fair bit of work this year and not training as often as he would have liked to have.
Okay.
And he's already had several fights so far today. So to be fair, he's probably not at full strength. But
Did he just throw him out of the ring?
He threw him out of the ring.
Now will he be penalised for that?
He shouldn't be, because it really wasn't that bad.
Okay.
Yes, he is getting penalised for that, for a grab. Yeah, it's karate. It's a striking game to score points, not a throwing game or a grappling game. So yeah, foul's been committed. 3-0 to Chase Hennessy from Waikato. And look out for some kicks now from Kostya, because that's his only hope of winning, is by pulling out some big kicks, which he's capable of. He's trying them. Chase will be aware of that, and he's trying to keep his distance.
So 1 3-pointer and suddenly...
It's even, but still advantage to Chase. So right now, because he scored first, Kostya will have to score 2 points twice, and one would need to be at least a 3-pointer.
Right.
Or 2 2-pointers.
So now the game for Chase would just be to keep fighting, but also defend a little bit more.
Because if Chase just tried to stay away from Kostya, in the last 15 seconds he can lose. It can cost him the match.
Right.
He can lose the Senchu, and of course also cost him the match.
Well, it's it's a good system. I like the rule system in this. It stops people from playing possum.
Some tactics there for Chase. He's killed a bit of time by stepping out, which will get him a penalty. No big deal at this stage. But with 6 seconds to go,
and I think he might have just received another point.
He has got the point. And he would have been aware of that. Kostya was just going to score a point there, so Chase, all he had to do was look out for that and get in his... Sometimes you can do that when someone's going for you, they forget about their defence. So yeah, Chase, a well-fought match there, and winning 3-0, he'll go through to the next round of the Open Male Kumite. Next up is Liam Singer from Waikato. Next match, Liam Singer in blue, also from Waikato Karate, very experienced competitor. New Zealand rep at the Junior World Champs last year in Chile, and also the current Oceania champion in his age division. That's 2 points there for a kick to the body for Liam Singer from Waikato. Xian Chen from Christchurch. So Liam scoring with a kizami there, or a jab punch from the front. And now that's controlled because Xian was really coming for him. Liam had to throw that punch nice and hard, but also pull it back without hitting it, or without contacting hard. In this division, you're allowed skin touch, but that's it. So it takes a lot of control to throw a punch as hard and as fast as you can. Just touch and then pull it back.
The idea of anything more than a skin punch scares me, Mark.
It happens, but it's rare.
Yeah. So it's nice, isn't it? Simple points, isn't it? You get 1 point, 2 points, or 3 points, depending on what you do.
Absolutely.
Real simple stuff.
Yeah. Now the fun thing is here, Liam will know if he scores a couple more points with punches, gets him a couple more points, that's when he might try and pull out some of the big flash techniques, maybe a takedown, maybe a 3-point kick.
Now from the day so far, Mark, I've seen it's very rare, the takedowns that I've seen. I've watched a couple of the competitors who seem to use it as a go-to, but...
There we go, Liam's just scored a 3-point one there for a kick to the head, so yep. No score.
He almost looked disappointed with the judges, with the refs there. He thought he had it.
Well, sometimes that's the tactics there. You play it up to the ref. Hey, ref, I've scored a point.
Make the ref feel guilty or think they've missed something.
But you must get flags from 2 judges to score that point. The head referee cannot override that if you've got 2 flags. So sometimes when you have 4 corners, if 2 flags are for red, 2 flags are for blue, you have to award both those points. Foul committed there. Mouth guard coming out.
That must have been one of those skin slaps you were talking about. Yeah, there we go. Just a little gentle smack to the chin.
Yeah, so Liam's got a 5-point lead now. So just look out. We might see we've already had a couple of head kicks go in. But watch out for Liam. He has superb kicks to the head.
Well, Chen's got to do something very quickly and tactically for big points, doesn't he? He's chasing him down like there's got to be something here for me.
Liam's very experienced, very strong, he's very flexible, very fast. Here we go. Simple.
Straight in, get your point, yes.
That's an 8-point lead, so there we go. The match is stopped with 44 seconds remaining. Liam's also aware that he's got some tough fights coming up. So he will be keen to get that 8-point lead, so he gets a bit more of a rest.
Yes, more of the chess.
If he spends 3 minutes on that match, if he doesn't have to, he gets... Here we go. This is Barney Gill in blue, Andrew Downey in red. Barney is by far New Zealand's most experienced fighter.
Who should be going to the Olympics but isn't.
Should be.
Because of the new rule changes.
Training in Turkey and Kazakhstan. Last year won the Vienna Open, the Kazakhstan Open and the Polish Open.
Wow.
This is in divisions where there are maybe 120 competitors. So watch out now for Barney. There we go. You were just saying the takedown, and there is a 3-point technique.
Just
perfect.
Like that. And it was so fast, you blink, you miss it.
Yeah, that's a technically perfect technique. If you did miss that, we're on Sky Next on YouTube. You can go back and watch this at a later date, and I certainly will be later tonight.
So as New Zealand's best should be at the Olympics, isn't going because they moved the weight grades around and made it too difficult for him to attend.
Yeah, he's fast.
Let's get the championship here at least.
Barney's put it to bed now.
Yeah.
He's happy.
Mm-hmm.
He gave it his absolute best.
Yeah.
He did actually score more points than the Australian guy who will be going to the Olympics, but the Australian guy has been around for longer and was just ranked higher.
And that's because it's not done as a New Zealand, Australia, it's Australasia. Oceania.
Oceania.
Yeah.
So you've got Tahiti, New Caledonia as well, Fiji. Barney's actually lost count the number of times he's won the New Zealand Championships. He's been competing since when Barney was 7 years old. He was only this little kid coming back up against these kids who were a lot taller. Barney was very, very short, but still kicking them in the head.
Right.
Still impressing.
Well, he tried to do another takedown there and it didn't quite work.
No, but he's quite happy now. He's got a 6-point lead.
Oh, in fact, it might have worked, yes, because I've seen the points have come up, so he did get it.
Yep.
So 2 takedowns, slams out 6 points immediately.
Take your eyes off this guy, and all of a sudden he's scored another 3 points.
Yeah.
So he's 4 times Oceania champion.
So what is it for him? I guess there's an accumulative thing, speed, skill, tactics, but is there something core about him? Is it his ability to read the opponent, or just his pure speed, or what's the main thing you think with him?
I think he's got all of it.
Okay.
Before he went overseas, he was always very, very good. He wasn't the New Zealand champion, the open weight division, when he went overseas. That was held by one of his teammates, Brendan Running. Barney went overseas and came back, and since then no one's been able to touch him.
Right, so he's smart enough to learn from the best.
He's very smart.
And brought it home. Yep.
He'd been training with a daily basis with the world champions.
Okay.
In Kazakhstan and Turkey.
Yeah, that'll help.
Yeah.
That'll lift your skill set.
Yeah. It's like, say, a Romanian rugby player coming to New Zealand and training on a daily basis with the All Blacks. To put it into perspective, they go back to Romania, they're a superstar.
Yeah, they'll know something. Yes.
Yeah.
There we go, he's won.
Barney taking that match out 6-0. But I'll tell you what, that's 8-0. Andrew did really well there to hold Barney out for as long as he did.
Now, is this the same Andrew who competed earlier today and had to do 3 bouts in a row? Yes. He's 49.
Yes.
And he's out there dealing with it.
Yep.
He's just made me feel so bad. That's incredible. Absolutely incredible.
So I've got Andrew in my division tomorrow.
Yes.
Which will be the men's veteran Kata.
The veterans, yes.
Yeah, the super old boys.
Super veterans.
The day I turned 35 was an exciting day.
So when it comes to, we were talking about Barney being an Olympian who, unfortunately, as I've said, can't go to the Olympics because of the way it's structured. Where does New Zealand rate, or do we sort of have to juggle ourselves on the Oceania ladder?
Yeah, well, it's still a relatively small sport in New Zealand compared to, say, something like rugby, where we've got the numbers. So, yeah, you've got someone like Andrea Anakan in the women's kata, who is ranked 9th in the Olympic committee. So she's a superstar. It is expensive, though, because she has to go overseas to compete in some of these. So for Kiwis, where there's a very limited amount of funding, it's hard financially.
Yeah.
As well as keeping up with your training, because these guys work.
Yes, and you can't go chase the events around the world to keep up with the other competitors. So would you say we punch above our weight using that silly little pun?
Absolutely. I know it's a cliche that's used in this country, probably overused. But heck here, when you've got people like Andrew and Barney, Brendan Running previously, Braden Burst, Gregor McLaughlin, Chris Rahaja, Richard Rahaja.
They represent
names of people who have been in the top 10 in the world previously.
Okay.
For someone like Gregor McLaughlin, who has retired many years ago, now is also a top coach. In 1998, he made the top 8 in the world, and for a Kiwi who works full time.
Yeah.
And goes over there and is taking on these Spanish and French.
Who are full-time competitors.
They're full-time and they get paid to do it.
Yes.
And something like that is phenomenal.
Has there been any New Zealand competitors over the years who have moved overseas and taken it on as a full-time career path?
No, not as a full-time path. Barney was probably the closest because that's what he did full-time.
Right.
You've had people like Brendan Running and Christopher Bennett from Auckland who did the OE to the UK and also trained with the world champions over there. And very successfully, Chris Bennett, I think, made second place at the British.
But never a full-time gig taken from
Never full-time, no. Barney's probably the closest we've had.
This is a heck of a fight and a bout in front of us, Mark, because neither of these two are scoring.
Well, they're both from the same club, so it's always going to be close. Rakawa is lightweight champion. Chase didn't win the heavyweight division, but they're both teammates, so they train 5 times a week with each other. So, yeah, it's going to be a low-scoring bout. I think Rokawa just got the point there with a Kizamuzuki, which is a punch to the face with the front hand. Gyakuzuki was with the back hand, so a jab in effect to the face. So he takes the lead, and the Senshu, which is the first
Which
score.
is at the point we're at now, with only basically a minute to go. That could be very important.
Big thing, because if Chase scores 1 point and it stays 1 each,
he wins by Senshu.
Will win by the Senshu. That's right.
And that's that reverse golden point thing that you get the bonus off because you were first to score.
Yep.
Yeah, very cool.
Also mentally, it's a big thing. When it's a low-scoring match like this, because they know each other so well, and it's hard to score on your teammate.
Ref making some calls.
Chase is getting a penalty there. There's a Category 2 warning. Not as serious as a Category 1. Category 1 is for a violent thing, an out of control or a dangerous technique. Now you see there, Chase almost had the chance to grab him there. Raised his hands to show the referee that he didn't grab him. Chase trying for that 2-pointer, that kick to the body there, because that's probably his best chance with 30 seconds to go.
So, yeah, go for the 2 or the 3.
Yep, absolutely.
Bigger risk, bigger reward, yeah?
Yeah, look at those fast kicks from Rokawa. Lightning fast. And for these guys to see a kick like that and block it before it gets them, wow. So Chase did score there. Scored the 2 points.
He got it.
Yes, he did. So now Rokawa, it's all on him to catch up to his teammate with 8, 7, 6 seconds to go. All he needs to do is score 1 point. Oh, he nearly did it there with that reverse punch. That Gyakuzuki, did he get it?
Is he appealing to the refs here? Is that something that's done, or is he?
No, Chase has got the point there for a punch. The referee saw Chase's punch. That's full time. Chase gets it with seconds remaining on the clock.
Okay, so is this an upset, or
yes,
is it? It
well,
is. Not really. Just
you would expect the older, and taller competitor like Rokawa. Rokawa is New Zealand's first ever Olympian. Right. 2 years ago, he went to the World Youth Olympics in Buenos Aires and did really, really well. But his teammate getting him. So now we're back to Barney Gill and Liam Singer.
And they got rid of a lot of energy in that, bout.
Yeah, and that's where you'll find it's tiring because they have to pick themselves up for another fight. But that's it. That's what they do.
That's what they do, yeah.
So this should be another close match. Barney Gill, very experienced, as is Liam Singer. Look out for Liam. He's got exceptionally fast kicks. Barney, the more experienced competitor, also with a point to prove, because these younger guys like Liam Singer call Barney Gill, they consider to be old at 27.
Mm-hmm.
They call him washed up.
Oh, yes.
So Barney's keen to sort of show the younger guys how it's done. So there's a lot of ribbing in it.
Yes.
They have a bit of fun.
There's a bit of mind games going on here right now, isn't there?
Yeah, there is. They're trying to suss each other out.
But there is a point when the referee says, enough. If you don't fight, we stop and restart.
Roughly 15 seconds. If they haven't, like if Barney hadn't thrown that kick there, they would have stopped and given them their first warning for not fighting.
Close, no cigar. They're trying.
Look at that intensity on the face of Liam. The hands down low on both of them, but boy, they can bring them up fast if they need.
So you think? What do you think? Do you think Liam's deciding whether he should defend or whether he should attack? He's sort of in two minds, or?
With these guys both so fast, defence is not a good tactic because it's just so hard. But yeah, they're potentially waiting for the other person to throw something and then try and catch them as they come through.
Gotcha.
Liam's just lifted his hands a little bit there, dropped down again. Not sure if you can hear it on Sky Next, but the rain is tipping it down on the roof here. Just adds to the excitement.
They're sizing each other up beautifully. I don't mind this, but the ref's had enough. He's ordering them into fight.
Yep, he'll stop them soon if it carries on much. There we go.
There we go. So he's had enough.
Going to get a warning.
Right.
So that rolling the arms over is a warning for not actually fighting.
And I love that. I mean, that is brilliant. I wish that happened in a lot more sports. Get on with it.
In many contact sports, do you?
That is fantastic.
Now, of course, it isn't indoor sports, but 2 years ago they did have karate on the beach in Kata, Doha in Qatar. They had the World Beach Games.
It's hard enough to walk on sand. How do they expect to do this on sand?
Yes, they did, and they did it. Andrea Anakan, actually, the Kata girl, she competed there and did really well. So did Holly Wigg.
So both of these competitors know how fast the other one is.
And they're teammates. There's 53 seconds to go.
Ref will be getting upset again soon.
Yeah. Barney would be the favourite to win, but because they're teammates and train together, they know each other so well. Now the mind tactics are coming into it. They'll be aware of the time remaining. Barney's cool, not quite getting in there. Oh, did he get a two-pointer? Did he score with that kick to the body?
You see one blue flag out.
I can see one blue flag out. If there's two flags out, and I think there is, that's 2 points to Barney, so he's got the Senshu, the 2-point advantage, 30 seconds remaining on the clock. He got that. That was calculated, I think. Oh, the leg's out. You see that jab punch off the front. Barney's exceptionally fast and can cover such a distance with that punch.
And it doesn't look like he's the kind of competitor that will now just go, I've got my 2 points, I'll back off.
No.
No, you want more.
Barney is very, very cool, but he has got that 2-point buffer.
Yes.
Very easy though with Liam with his fast kicks to the head. Could quite easily catch Barney. So Barney will be aware of that.
So is that his game with his leg up almost like a blocker?
I think he's having some fun, mate.
Right. Good day out.
Yeah. With his leg out like that, it's hard for Liam to get his kicks. Oh, did he score with that?
In the back of the head. Did he hook it in behind?
I'm looking at the... No, there's no flags raised.
Not enough time. He was so close.
The match. There we go. That was a cracker, wasn't it? Wow. That's what sport karate is all about. There's mind tactics, there's speed.
I actually thought Red had it in the last few seconds with a behind-the-head kick, but mustn't have connected.
Yeah. So Barney Gill moves through to the final.
That was a heck of a battle. Absolutely amazing.
Yeah, so Barney moves through to the final, so now I would imagine we'll have the matches for third place.
Right. Does that include some repechage?
Yes.
Yeah, so that gives them, some of the ones who didn't compete well before, the opportunity to go through.
Barney's won 2 matches.
Yes.
So the 2 people that he beat will now go up against each other. And who's the other finalist? That'll be Chase. Whoever Chase beat, they will all compete against each other for the bronze medal.
Okay, yes. So now Barney can relax. He can go get his banana or do whatever he wants to do, and he'll have his own little routine for that.
Absolutely,
for his right food intake.
Yep. After all his years overseas competing.
Yeah.
Okay, quick recap on the last match, or the last few matches, the male open Kumite.
So a few wild swings, a few opportunistic ones, Mark.
Yes.
Yeah, a bit of hope. But that was fantastic. That was the Barney takedown. Yeah. It happened so fast, and not only was the takedown fast, it was the hit
I just think we saw that body kick from Chase that we missed earlier because it was so fast. Great camera angles there. Look at the speed of these guys. And each one of these punches is hard and fast.
Yeah, it's scary to know that they could break your ribs and they could break your jaw, but they know they're not. They don't out there on the mat.
Yeah.
Incredible speed.
And karate has changed, particularly in New Zealand the last 20 years. 20 years ago, we didn't wear these big red and blue gloves. We'd just wear white cloth ones. And that's when there used to be some big hits going in and so on. We've had to evolve because when we went overseas, we'd tend to hit the other guy and get penalised for it. So New Zealand has had to evolve in that way.
Yes.
For the better.
Yeah. Oh, well, that's okay. We don't mind doing that.
So we've seen some spectacular action so far.
Yeah, definitely.
We've still got the finals to come this evening.
Yeah, we've got an opening ceremony to lead us into the finals prep, and it's all about the opens, isn't it? This is where anybody of any weight, any age can draw in.
Yes,
is that right?
That's right.
It's not just the weight grade.
So the funny thing is you've got the experience of Barney, and you've got Chase Hennessy, who is also very experienced, a lot younger than Barney. And just think of it from Chase's point of view. If you can beat Barney, you've beaten one of the top guys in the world.
Yes, that would be quite the. Yeah, you could wake up tomorrow pretty happy with yourself.
Pretty happy, yeah.
Yeah. So there is a lot on the line for them.
So Barney beat Liam. Chase beat Rukawa. That was a cracker of a fight.
Yeah.
Barney beat Andrew. So Andrew should be 3 to the ref charge. Actually, I would say Andrew, if he takes on Shi, and that could be a really good match.
It's kind of interesting
Kostya
how
as well. Kostya won the under 21 heavyweight division because Chase beat him. He'll be in the ref charges as well.
Right. And it's interesting to see some of the differences in points in some of these matches where they've been close. 4, 2, 3, and other ones just a whitewash, 8 points. And fast.
Yes.
Within a minute, there's your 8 points.
Yeah. So you can see Kostya there with the red belt. He's ready to go. This is the rep charge.
Right, so this will decide third?
Not this particular match. This will decide who moves. So these guys were both beaten by Chase Hennessy.
Got you. Kitchen and Jeffries, okay.
So Kostya is from the Fushin Karate Club on Auckland's North Shore, and Rukawa Jeffries from Karate Waikato, Wimbledon and Hamilton. Both these guys are both New Zealand teammates. Again, they know each other well. Again, you can expect a low-scoring match, but a really, really tight one.
Because like a previous one, they're sizing each other up, aren't they? They're waiting for something.
Absolutely. They're waiting for the other one to make a move and catch them off guard. They're that highly trained that they can catch someone off guard. If someone makes a slight little slip, a slight mistake,
I guess then you've got the proposition where, well, you go, no, you go, no, you go, no, you go.
That's
and then
right.
the ref says, enough, you're both moving.
Yeah. Looks like Rukawa's got the first point there. He has. That must have been a head kick. There we go. A 3-point lead for Rukawa. That's a big advantage.
Plus a senchu to get it. Yes, gets that bonus.
That's a huge advantage. 3-point lead there for Rukawa. 3-0 to blue. Okay, so Rukawa, a bit of contact there on Kostya. He might get penalised for that. No, nothing in it. So Rukawa still 3-0 to blue.
Kitchen's still looking. What do I do? Where do I have a crow? Am I going to kick? He's got to, really, if he wants to now, he's got to, doesn't he?
Well, it's 1:40 to go. Because yes, we nearly had him with a takedown there. There's stepping out. Who was the first one to go out? They'll get penalised for that. Just a warning though, first warning.
Okay.
He's got to get into it. Red has to make some moves now with only a minute and a half remaining.
Yep. So what do? Do you try and score with a punch? Or do you go for the big three-pointer?
Well, all my
kick?
years of contact sport experience there, Mark, I would say I'd go for the sweeping, spinning head kick.
Of course.
I'm sure there's such a thing, isn't there?
How'd that work out for you there, Craig?
Not too good.
You neither.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they're both teammates.
Big change of light, guys.
Yeah, they're trying. A bit of grappling going on.
Yeah, so Kostya and Rokawa, both former Oceania champions.
Not much time left, 30 seconds remaining.
Of course, Kostya has already beaten Rokawa around about half an hour ago in the heavyweight division.
Well, it shows how even they are.
Yeah, absolutely. So Kostya will be happy with that, but he won't be happy with being behind here with just seconds to go, 19 seconds to go. He's got to pull. There we go. He's checked the time, he's checked the score. He is a bit tired. He hasn't had the time for training this year as much as previous years.
It does look like he's inhaling a lot more air than...
He's getting tired.
Yeah, you can see it in his mannerisms.
So he may be taking one gold medal home today, and that's it, maybe. 5 seconds. Let's see if he tries. Mind you, if he gets a three-pointer here, then he'd still have to do something else.
Oh, because...
Could be a bit of pride because of the Senshu.
Senshu, yes. Hirokawa's got that little bonus up his sleeve. So he's got it, he knows.
Yep. And the mouth guard's coming out.
Yep.
He's had a day. He's had a day.
You can see it in him. He's just had enough.
He's had a good day. He will be disappointed though. He will know that his fitness was a bit lacking today. So that was the first repechage.
Okay.
So Rokawa moves through to the next round of the repecharges.
And we can see Rokawa sitting back. He looks shattered.
Yep, but he's still got at least one more fight to go.
And here comes Andrew, Mr. 49er.
Oh, Andrew and Liam.
Yes.
So the winner of this match potentially will fight Rokawa. Liam will have the advantage here. Oh, there's a kick to the head. Did anyone see that? That should be 3 points. Flag's up for one. Look at that. Now only one judge saw that and raised the flag. The other judge was on the wrong angle, didn't see it. Now you have to get 2 flags to raise the point. That should have been a 3 points.
Disappointing, isn't it? All that effort, and you don't get it scored.
Yep, and he'll know that. Andrew will know that as well. Andrew will know that he got lucky. So Liam getting the point there. 1-0 to blue.
Yep.
And another point, 2-0. 2-0 Liam Singer from Waikato in the repechage of the open weight senior male Kumite or fighting sparring division.
I'm actually going for Andrew now. You know, it's not that I feel sorry for him. I think he's done an exception. He's 49.
Well, he's more similar to our age, isn't he?
And he's just been out there giving it his all the whole day.
How many fights has he had? About 6 today?
Too many. And he's still going. The guy's turning himself into a legend.
I saw Andrew competing last year, and he's moved it up, not just one notch, he's moved it up several notches. So he's hurt his ankle there.
As I talk him up. Yep, yeah. There's an age war. No, he says, no, I can carry on. Well, I'm all good. But it's interesting in the sport, Mark, how the referees go up for an injury and they check and see.
Yeah, so he's calling for the medic now. St. John's will be coming up.
Okay.
Coming to season.
Because they've got to be careful that you're not feigning injury.
Yeah, that's
to get it to try and sneak a foul.
And that is actually a foul against you.
Yes. So you've got to be careful what you do, don't you?
Yep.
So it's really good, really strict.
I think that's pretty genuine there.
Yeah. Yeah, well, if he's sprained an ankle.
Oh, yeah, I'm not sure if it's an ankle sprain. Oh, look, he's got his foot taped up already.
Yep.
So it could have been a pre-existing injury that he's just flared up again.
Now, I know you caught up with Sharon earlier today. Sharon Brown, who, multiple champion in so many different sports for New Zealand. And Basically, she was a legend and still is in karate. And she was telling me that she's only got about one toe that hasn't broken over the years.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Yeah, and she's showing me her knuckles. I don't know how old she is, but she was showing me her knuckles and how they're calloused up and stuff. And
well, that's not the way now. That's the way karate was in New Zealand 30, 40 years ago.
Yes.
Where they didn't wear gloves, they'd have to hit the other person to score a point.
It was a blood sport.
Yeah, and that's where now this sport is so safe for kids getting into it. Parents, don't worry, your kids are not going to get beaten up.
Yeah, that's
You
right.
know,
It's all changed.
It's you will see more injuries in a game of rugby than in a whole karate tournament.
Yes. Yeah,
It's
and she was mentioning that about how to change. It's fantastic.
Because there are quite strict penalties there, and it can cost you a whole championship if you hit the other person too hard.
Right.
So, people are very aware of that. Yes, it is a contact sport. Yes, people will get hit, but injuries are few and far between.
Yeah, it's still mind-boggling how you can be so fast and yet not cause any injury.
Well, hey, there's the skill that these guys get too. And now in New Zealand, we are getting some of these top guys like Barney, Brendan Running, going overseas, training. And since the lockdown, people like, say, Kostya, who we saw fighting in the last fight, training with some world champions from Turkey on Zoom, which is a great thing.
So Andrew's still trying here, Mark. He's trying very hard.
He won't give up.
A minute 10 to go.
He's got heart, hasn't he? Look at that. Almost looks like he's smiling.
Yeah, he's loving it.
He is. He's having fun.
Well, he's a sensei, so he's got to stand up for his students, doesn't he?
Yeah.
They'll rib the heck out of him if he quit.
See, he's from Auckland's JKS, and Liam Singer is from Waikato Karate.
It does look like Andrew's smiling. He's having a good time.
Well, he's got about 20 years experience in life over the other guy.
Yeah. Well, he's down 5-0 at the moment, so the chances of him making the giant comeback, there is still 50 seconds though, so it's possible, isn't it?
Yeah, there's still 50 seconds. You know what? I bet you he's just aiming to score 1 point.
That'll do.
I think if he scores 1 point now, he'll be happy. But he's showed so much heart today. Yeah. If there was a medal for effort and heart, Andrew would be winning that.
I think Liam might have got a behind-the-head kick, yes.
He did 3 points
so
for
that's that.
Mawashigiri, which is a reverse roundhouse kick to the head. And that's what we were saying earlier. Liam has got these amazing kicks.
Oh, there was a foul. Is that right? Trying to work
Andrew scored a point.
There we go.
Andrew has scored a point.
The crowd goes
1 point
wild.
for Andrew. Wow. Look at him now. Look at him now.
Yeah, he's levitated now. He's into it.
That's lifted him.
He's still got a chance. 27 seconds remaining. You're in with a shot here, Andrew.
Okay, so that'll be the match. Liam scoring a 3-point kick to the head. Takes it out to a 9-1, so an 8-point lead.
Yeah.
And that is the match for Liam. But Andrew scoring that point. I'm glad he did that.
Yes, I am too.
He'll be stoked.
Yep.
Good on you, Andrew. Well done, mate. We will have a short break here, and the next repechage match. Kostya's on again, by the looks of things.
Minimum breath. It looks like they've finished. I think they might be lining up, receive the accolades. Yeah, that's it.
Okay, so we're holding off the two.
I'll go see if there's anyone interesting to talk to, Mark.
Do that.
All right.
Thanks, Craig. So, of course, Barney Gill and Chase Hennessy will move through to the final this evening. If you're watching on Sky Next, thanks so much for that. Do not turn off. You are about to see some exceptional contests this evening. The speed, these high kicks, the takedowns, they're all coming out this evening. And the two best male and female kata, not just in New Zealand, but possibly, yes, definitely Oceania, Australasia. You're about to see some of the best. After 5 this afternoon. So let's have a quick look at some of the highlights that we've seen already. If you've just tuned in, thanks for tuning in. Sky Next, absolutely free for you to watch this on YouTube. Sky Next, it is the New Zealand National Karate Championships 2020. It's Karate New Zealand's premier event of the year. And for many of these competitors, some of them, their first tournament of the year, they would have had 7 or 8 already by now, going straight into the Nationals, but they certainly haven't lost anything. So fairly soon, we're going to get out of the way with the opening ceremony, and then we're into the big finals division. You're going to see some exciting action. You're going to see some of the best in New Zealand, not just New Zealand, but Australasia and Oceania. 2 Olympians will be competing tonight. Yes, karate is an Olympic sport now. Mark Eagle and Craig Lord here for Sky Next at the National New Zealand Karate Championships 2020. Craig, for someone who's never watched karate much before, what do you think?
I'm actually really impressed. You know, I spend my sporting world running around chasing race cars and their drivers, and it's a different kind of speed.
Yeah,
I mean, watching these competitors do their thing up close for real has been quite eye-opening. The fitness levels and just, I guess the muscle memory that I'm watching them do, and the kata was incredible.
You see them. They go out here and they do one performance. In practice, they've probably practiced these every move in excess of 10,000 times.
It's incredible.
And that's not an exaggeration.
The speed of their hands, their feet, their body position changes. You know, I tried to turn as fast as these people. I'd break a hip or something. You know, it's just not right. And
that's
so
the great thing with karate. There, you build up. You don't go into your first level.
So you mean next year I'm not here at the champs? Is what you? Oh, okay, that's demoralising.
We'll see you here, mate. But anyone can do karate.
Yeah.
And even at the World Championships, that runs alongside the World Championships.
Yeah.
They have the World Championships for disabled athletes.
Oh, fantastic.
They have blind divisions. They have wheelchair karate as well. And it just brings out the best in people. It really does.
Yeah, it's absolutely brilliant. And we're getting close to our opening address here, leading into the finals, which is the open finals. This is where people like me can just watch in awe at what goes on in front of us, because it's going to be quite spectacular, isn't it?
Yeah, it will be. It really, really will be. So even if you don't know anything about karate, stay with us.
Yeah.
Because you're going to see something pretty spectacular.
Yeah, well, they've converted me, so I can't say they've converted me to say that I'll be taking on the sport itself, but certainly an interest point of view.
Well, that's the funny thing you say that, because this side of it, the actual sport competing side, is just a tiny, it's like a pimple on an elephant's back compared to the amount of people who do karate worldwide because they enjoy it, because of the health and fitness benefits, because of the mental benefits as well. Places like Okinawa, people just do karate like they go to work, like they go to school. It's just a part of life.
The discipline is quite incredible. People, you always hear about it, the cliches, the discipline of martial arts, the mind games, but now I've seen it up close. I can vouch. It's there. It's certainly there.
If you have a look at some kids, right here in New Zealand who maybe are in danger of going off the rails, get them into a karate club and just watch their life turn around.
Yeah, they say that, you put them through military training or something because it'll help sort them out, but maybe something like a martial arts could also be exactly the same answer.
Yeah, absolutely, because they're not allowed to do things in a karate dojo that they're possibly allowed to do at home or at school. They're pulled into line pretty quickly.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you try and do it, it won't last long.
And not necessarily in a bad way, in a way that some of these kids actually thrive from it. They love it.
Mm-hmm.
And then they see the benefits in their relationships with their parents, with other friends, and then they make some lifelong friends that they do their karate journey with as well.
Yeah.
If you look at some of these kids out here, they're from different parts of the country, but they know each other so well, they're teammates. They'll compete against each other, but afterwards, they're best of friends.
Yeah, that is pretty cool, isn't it?
Yeah.
So we're still getting ourselves set. We can't be too far away from our opening ceremony / address from Grant, the president of Karate New Zealand, who's going to talk to the competitors and the coaches and everyone else and get everyone hyped up and ready for the final.
Yeah, that's only going to be very, very brief, and then we're underway with the finals.
Yeah.
Starting off, I believe, with the Kata, so which is the techniques, with the self-defense techniques all put together.
And as I interviewed a couple of the competitors who did it during the day, and they did say, yes, it is like a dance. You've got a routine. You know where your hands should be. You know where your feet should be. You just get on and do it, and you've got to do it as sharp and as quickly as you can and hope you get in the judge's favour. So I guess, like any judged sport, you have that aspect of it, don't you? You got to hope that the judge sees it the way you do.
And the great thing is, with the high standard that we have now in Kata in New Zealand, with people like Andrea Anakan, who's ranked 9th in the world, previously at Junior World Championships, we have had a silver medalist, Christopher Rahaja, in Morocco in 2009, and then his little brother in 2015 won a bronze medal at the Junior World Championships in Indonesia in 2015. And I mean, Junior World Championships is only a very small step down from Senior World Championships. Christopher Rahaja, when he was 17, made the top 5 in the world in Japan in 2008. So we've got the level of coaches here, whereas if you do want to follow the sports side, who will get you there? If you're committed to it, people like Dwayne Monk, Johnny Lynn, they will get you there. We have some of the best coaches in the world.
And the good thing is, as we were talking about earlier, we've got some of the best refs in the world as well.
We do.
So that's also quite inspiring. How many competitors move in? Do many competitors move in into the reffing world if maybe they did get an injury or they retired? And
a good example is our current men's kata champion, Nicholas Rousby, who you'll see tonight competing for the gold medal. He's also a qualified referee. So, yeah, he's already been refereeing earlier today, then put his gi on and competed. Now he's got his tracksuit on. He will warm up again tonight for the finals fairly soon, and then he'll be refereeing all day tomorrow, and then goes back to work first thing on Monday morning.
As you do, yeah.
He's actually very academic. Last year qualified his master's degree in architecture, as well as being a black belt in karate, a national champion, a nationally qualified referee. Karate just opens up so many avenues for you.
There's actually a good question to jump off there from what you mentioned, is the belts. Because you don't see the belts here.
No.
It's red and it's blue.
That's right. And that's a lot for the spectators as well. It's easy to see red and blue, contrasting colours there. But also for the competitors, hey, you could find someone who's, say, not even a black belt, but is a national champion because they've trained hard enough. They could be a brown belt, maybe a purple belt, and there was an example years ago of Craig Whitcomb from Palmerston North, who was blue belt, who was consistently beating black belts, consistently, because he just had it, but he also trained hard, very hard with his coach, Gregor McLaughlin. So he was good. And
as us as spectators, unless you know them personally, you don't know their belt is. It's irrelevant for us. It doesn't matter. We just know that they are the top competitors out there doing their thing with either red or blue. And I suppose,
rest assured, if someone has a black belt in karate in their club, they're going to be a fairly high standard.
Yeah, that's right. And I suppose, would it be considered unfair if you rocked up to a competition, you had your black on, someone else had a brown or a purple on. There's an intimidation thing there, I suppose. You know, the brown belt go, oh no, I'm up against the black belt.
And it did happen not that many years ago. People would turn up at tournaments with their black belts on. No big deal. Maybe it was intimidation, maybe it was a bit of a pride thing, but now it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
You wouldn't want to turn up with your black belt on and all of a sudden find out you're fighting Barney Gill in the first round, would you?
Yeah.
But then again, no disrespect for coming up against Barney. Hey, we're just about set for a start with this evening's opening ceremony.
Yeah, it's absolutely fantastic. It means that means finals. I'm actually really keen on it.
Testing. What happened? Testing.
So thanks for staying with us here for the New Zealand National Karate Championships for 2020. Coming to you live from the Auckland Netball Centre. The competitors are out on the centre mat at the moment, which is our focus mat for the remainder of this evening. They're getting themselves ready for the official opening ceremony / address from the President of Karate New Zealand. And then they'll have a bow off and we will get underway with those finals in the open category, which both Mark and I have been looking forward to. It'll be absolutely wonderful to watch all these competitors finally go up against each other for the big gold medals. And the open is everything, isn't it, really, at the end of the day? In any sport and category, you've got your different grade weightings from the lowest all the way up. And yes, they are neat to win, but to take out the open is everyone's aspiration in any sport. You want to win that open title. So that's coming up very soon. And as I say, they're just getting themselves ready for the official ceremony that leads us into those finals. We'll have both the Kata and Kumite, which of course, as you've been watching for the day, Kata is the showpiece, Kumite is the fighting. The officials are getting themselves set and ready.
Okay, is everyone ready? Welcome everyone to the 2020 Karate New Zealand Nationals, and this part of the proceedings of the day is the opening ceremony. So I'd like to start by saying what a year has been. How exciting is it that we are here today? We really wanted to put on a national event. Why? For you to go and have something to aim for, and the same for all of us. I think it's as simple as that. And in the COVID world, the 2D world that we live in, to have an opportunity to get together and connect all your family. Some important words of thanks, first of all, to our tournament organisers, primarily the Coaching Council, and they've stepped up to organise the tournament this year 2 or 3 times, not just once. So thanks to everyone for clearing the cancellations. Thank you. To the referees, table staff, thank you. Parents and supporters, athletes and coaches, thank you. To the executive board and to our sponsors and partners, the likes of QP Sport, Sport New Zealand, the New Zealand Sport Cumulative, better name I think to mention is Bob Goodell, who leads that, and our broadcast partners, skysportnext. So thank you to all of our sponsors and partners. If you want to grow an organisation, you've got to tell your story, don't you think? So let's tell the story. And I feel it's time to really further share the value that karate brings to people's lives, and for more of New Zealand to hear about this and to see it. What do you think? So today, we're filming, we're streaming live, and we'll also have a fantastic highlights package that we will put out that beyond the karate enthusiasts, so the people that are going to be the growth for next year and the years to come. But I think cameras here, telling our story is where we want to be, and we're here. So let's show New Zealand, inspire New Zealand with what I coin as the power and the way of karate. This is our story. Because what do most people think about karate? Kicking, punching, chopping, hi-ya. But we know it's much more than that, right? We know that for the younger ones, what it's about. It's about the opportunity to take the training and test yourself out on the mat. And for your parents and the people who support us, it's an opportunity for them to see in you and in the children things like self-discipline. What a wonderful thing. Focus, confidence, and for them to be able to see that, for us to help, I guess, parents just as much as you as athletes and competitors. I think for the teens and the adults that we've seen today, it's a chance to continue. You know, the parents can stay involved, can't they? Parents can stay involved with your teens to a point, but further than that, look at the friendships that you start making. I think that's the envy. Look at the travel, when travel permits again, nationally, internationally, around the world, and even to the Olympics. And what's our story beyond that? When you get maybe too old or too broken for the competing piece. Well, look at the people we flagged this morning, the referees, the officials. What do? They give their time so that we can all have this happen. And for them, I think it's a part of, maybe fulfilling that part of life to be able to give back. And then for the really, what's the word? Is the word really older? But experienced, thank you, Sensei. For the really experienced, it's even a chance to get into things like administration, but beyond that, what about where we're heading to? A bit of a vision, something inspiring. What about values? What about purpose? So it allows people to actually lead organisations and an organisation. So I think that's great as well. So, there's a lot of phases there, isn't there? From the very young to the very experienced. So karate, is it just kicking and punching and chopping and hi-ya? I think there's a lot more to it than that. Ultimately, building character and becoming better people. That's our story. I think my time is up.
So we're just about set for a start in the finals of the New Zealand National Karate Championships 2020. Just before we get underway, let's have a look at some of the exciting action we've already seen this afternoon. Of course, we are at the Auckland Netball Centre, Stonefields, Auckland. Hey, look, if you're in the Auckland area and you're not far away, pop along because you're going to see some spectacular action over the next couple of hours.
Instincts going no, looking bad like a bat with an eye patch. All black through the woods with a backpack and a lit match. Spark one time, get the whole city looking like a dark shade of orange when I burn it down. What it is, what it do, whole clique getting live on the talk of the town. Like my city had a mouth and it wouldn't shut up. On a hunt for a crown, when they get it, I'ma burn it, cause nobody in the game right now even deserve it. What I need a crown for anyway, I should have a halo the way that I made a penny turn to gold. And a penny for your thoughts, I bet a penny for your soul. You know you want the riches and the money and the fame, so take a bite of the fruit if you choose. Let the juice drip down, then it wait to a pie full of gold. In a house about a lake, 10 holes on the grapes, new clothes, and a row full of J's and a lemon in the garage. Looking like a zoo in here, whole crew in here. What it do in here? Think I lost my mind. Loose screw in here, then I walk outside. And everybody looking at me while I got them all in my sights. Picking them off, taking them out, looking like daylight in the night. And I'm killing so many if they really wanna get involved. And everybody falling from the elevator, now I'm bright rice in this. Sucking rice and take a bite, it's nice. And I have a nice time with it. By the time that it finds the way to the right side of him, not even a Heimlich can save him. Must select the finger to you imbeciles. Tell me what's been getting into you.
Welcome along on Sky Next. It is the finals of the New Zealand National Karate Championships 2020. The absolute best in New Zealand, some of them world-ranked competitors. We can see on the mat here some of the girls warming up who are in the finals of the female Kumite. Tonight we're also going to see the exciting sport of Team Kata, where you will have teams of 3 who go on and do their kata. They are perfectly synchronized. And then after they've done their kata, they show you the bunkai, or the application of what each move means. And this is where you're going to see something pretty spectacular. You'll see some people thrown over other people's heads. You'll see some impressive stuff. So the team kata certainly is going to be a highlight tonight. Then we've got the individual kata finals, and we've got the individual kumite finals. And something that is always impressive to watch is the team kumite finals. Teams of 3 take on teams of 3, and this is going to be exciting stuff. So don't go away. Thanks for watching tonight on Sky Next on YouTube. Craig Lord is standing down near the tatami. He's going to be talking to some of these medalists after they compete. But you can see the sharpness of some of these young ladies on the mat right now. The one in the bottom left corner is Andrea Anakan, who has nearly qualified for next year's Olympic Games. Will be New Zealand's first ever competitor at a senior Olympic Games. I say senior because we've already had one New Zealander who we've seen compete earlier, Rokawa Jeffries from Hamilton, who competed 2 years ago in Buenos Aires at the Junior Olympics. And for a Kiwi to make that, wow, that is great. So you know we're getting up there in terms of the world with karate. Looks like Andrea is practicing the kata ohandai. Going through the air, and there's a coach behind. And the intensity. Now she's just warming up. Wait till she goes on for real. A lot of it, yes, physical, but a lot of it is mental as well. You can see they're just warming up Nina Edgar with the red belt. Of course, she's already won the under 21 years age group kata division for the women. And she's through to the final tonight against Andrea Anakin. No small ask to take on someone ranked 9th in the world, but she's already shown today that she's up to the task. And all a picture of concentration. Referees, judges just about ready to go. The competitors, just final preparations. A lot of it mental now. And then we're underway with finals time. Okay, referees lining up, ready to go. Some of New Zealand's best referees are also world-ranked referees. You can see the badges that they wear on those lapels there. The coloured badges, such as George there is wearing. George from Christchurch, WKF qualified. On the left there, you've got Dave Harris. So these guys regularly travel the world. Well, not so much this year, but in previous years, they'll travel the world. They will referee at some of the best tournaments in the world, including the K1, which is the professional tournaments, and also the World Championships. They'll go over there, they'll get qualified as well, and bring their expertise back to New Zealand. Okay, here we go. So Mo from Auckland's officiating Karate. And it looks like she's performing the Kata Papuren. A very, very technical kata. Needs a lot of precision, strength, speed, flexibility. The intensity on her face. Now, to perform this kata just once will mean that she has practiced this kata over and over in excess of 10,000 times. Hard to believe, but it's true. There's 5 referees all watching in front of her. At the conclusion of her kata, they will give her 2 scores. One for technical, one for athletic. Those scores will be added up. And then her opponent, who will be wearing a blue belt, will go on. Look at that intensity in the face. The strength in those techniques. Every single technique, precise, exact, strong. Every single technique is a potentially deadly technique. Now there is a slight danger there for Mo. Look how the knot of the belt has come slightly untied. If the belt falls off, she'll be disqualified. So you'll see some competitors, looks like they have an extra knot in their belt to make sure that this doesn't happen. It's a nukite or finger strike and a kakato. And Mo just going through the final stages of her kata. She'll go down, back up, and finishing up, pushing down, breathing out, and finishing her kata. Was about to finish. The judges now going to their electronic keypads, putting a score in while Mo waits. If you're a competitor, this is tense, this is nervous stuff, waiting for your score. And if you were in the blue belt, her competitor, you're still waiting to go on. At this stage, Red has the advantage. She's done her kata. Waiting for the scores. It was a superb performance of the Kata Papuren. So the judges have entered their scores, just waiting for them to be added up. She'll get 2 scores from each judge. One is for technical, one is for physical. So what's going through her mind right now? She'll be thinking, what scores have I got? Standing there waiting patiently. So very nervous wait for Mo. You can see some of the table staff working frantically there. Okay, here we go. I believe that was 24.82. So now Nina Edgar, her teammate from Fushinu Karate in Auckland. Nina came second in Oceania's 2 years ago, first in the New Zealand Nationals 2 years ago, first in the National Championships last year for the 18 to 20 years female Premier Kata. So Nina performing the kata superimpai. This is a Goju-ryu kata. So exact precise moves from Nina. Oh, you could just about hear a pin drop. So this is a very long kata. Now this move she'll do 4 times. Down so low in her stance, which is a good thing. High scoring. Through, grab, kick, elbow strike, uraken or back fist. Now watch the intensity on Nina's face when she does these next 5 moves. They all have to be exactly the same. So it's coming up, a block, grabbing your opponent's arm and pulling in. Okay, here we go, the double kick, the elbow strike, there we go. Now you'll see a nikite or finger strike just before she turns around and finishes off. So low in her stance, strong legs. And that concentration on Nina's face, she knows that she's done well. Wraps up Nina's kata superimpai. And now just waiting for the score from the judges. World qualified judges that we have right here in Aotearoa. Next on, this is Hollywood from Auckland's Shotokan Shiteru Karate Association. Holly has been competing since she was 8 years old. Now get this, she has won a medal in every single tournament she's competed in. Within New Zealand. 2 years ago, she even went to Kata to compete in the first ever World Beach Games, doing their kata on a beach. She's been captain and rep for the Junior Worlds, even a Sky Sport at home advantage participant. So if you've seen that there, you'll see her giving you some tips. Even won a silver medalist at the Commonwealth Championships in India for Kata and Kumite, so yes, she can fight. Now, that was 5 years ago. Now, if you look at her belt there, see how it's tied an extra time around there just to make sure that it's not going to come off. Certainly within the rules, a lot of competitors do that. Now here's the great thing living here. Quite often our competitors go over to Australia and compete in the Australian Open, which Holly did very successfully and won the Australian Open under 21, gold medal in the Kata division. At the 2017 Oceanias, she won gold in Kata and silver in Kumite. Intensity on her face. And the next person on the mat will be ranked number 9th in the world, Kiwi star Andrea Anakan. And she is just a pocket rocket, which is great for our small country to have someone so well ranked in the world. She is through the final few moves and just finishing up. Judges entered their scores. And here we go. This is Andrea Anakan. Several-time New Zealand's women's kata champion and current kata champion, and hoping to win here tonight. She's the current Oceania champion. She's won every year at the Oceanias since 2008, except for just 2012, where she got the silver medal. Came 7th in the WKF World Championships 2 years ago in Madrid, 7th in Dubai at the K1 this year, 7th in Salzburg in the K1 this year. Her current Olympic ranking is 9th. She has just one more K1 and one more qualification tournament to qualify for next year's Olympics in Tokyo. And Andrea is performing the kata, Rio Kata, called Ohanda. Look at that blistering speed, that strength and that intensity. Rest assured, world qualified judges sitting right behind her, watching her every move. Double finger strike there. So 2 kicks there. Double punch, step back, double punch. Now watch these 4 kicks. Watch the speed and the power. There we go, Andrea Anakan ranked 9th in the world. Current Olympic ranking is 9th, came 7th in the world 2 years ago. Full on intensity. And now we'll find out the order of the top 4 and the medal presentations. Great to see such competition, such rivalry, such preciseness amongst these competitors. So Nina Edgar, 3rd place. Hollywood taking out 2nd place. Funny thing is, in the under 21, it was the other way around, where Nina beat Holly, but in the Women's Open, Holly ahead of Nina, and the winner, New Zealand's #1 again, Andrea Anakan, taking it out. And a much-deserved gold medal to add to her collection. So Andrea expected to qualify for next year's Olympic Games. Just one more qualification tournament and one more K1 to go, and she'll be in there. She'll be in Tokyo next year.
And I'm joined now by the gold medal wearing Andrea. Congratulations, the champion for 2020 in the female kata. Happy?
Yes, very happy. Thank you so much. It's really great to be back on the mat, and that finals is kind of nerve-wracking because, you know, first time feeling the pressure like that in 7 months. So it's really good. Yeah.
Well, when's the next outing? What's the plan?
We have an international tournament scheduled in February. So it's going to be, I think, in Morocco. So praying that the borders will open and it's safe to open, of course, and then we're going to go, yeah.
Okay, congratulations again, well done.
Thank you so much.
And moving on now with the senior men's kata open final. Two teammates, Simon Sung and Nick Rowsby from Auckland. Nick Rowsby is two-time New Zealand men's champion. He'll be wearing the blue. Walking onto the tatami now is Simon Sung. Just a young guy who has now moved up into the senior men's division. Simon's doing the kata Chattanyara Kushanku. I was having to chat to Nick before, so is he. So this one, easy for the judges to see who may be slightly better because they're both performing the same kata. Okay, get ready. He's just about to do his jump. He'll turn, he'll punch, and then comes the jump. And landing it. Kick, elbow strike. Turning around. And ready for the double kick. So 2 kicks while you're in the air. Finishing up, Simon Sung from Auckland. Simon just waiting for a score. Okay, and his opponent Nick Rowsby from Auckland. Pretty impressive CV. He's been in the New Zealand team since 2011. Competed at 4 Oceanias, 2 Commonwealths, 1 World Juniors, 1 K1 Championship. Has won this tournament, this division, the last 2 years running. 2 years ago in Wellington, last year in Auckland. First place at last year's New Zealand Open in Christchurch. Second place in Oceania. Won the under 21 male Oceania kata. And doing the same kata called Chattanyara Kushankyu. fast. Down low in his stances. Strength, speed and intensity. Fast, really fast. Now he'll turn back to the front, come up with a kick and through. Now setting up for the big jump. Oh, landing it, throwing an extra kick in there as well. How about that? It's well within the rules. You can do that. The eyes, the intensity, the concentration. Two-time New Zealand champion, hoping to make it 3 tonight. Coming up for the double kick. Finishing up now, then we'll wait for the judges' score and find out who wins the gold medal. Okay, let's find out who wins. So the third, should be a third equal here from both sides of the draw. Third equal is Shenley Ioka and Grant Zent. We'll find out who's got second place. It's Simon Sung. And so the senior male kata winner for 3 years in a row is Auckland's Nick Rousby. So they have the bow off. And we'll go down with Craig Lord and Nick Rousby, see how he's feeling after winning that 3 years consecutively.
Congratulations, Nick. Gold medal, champion for 2020. Must be pretty happy.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy. Thank you.
Everything go to plan, or things you'd like to improve on, or?
Yep. Could have been a little bit better, I think, but Felt pretty good on the mat. So
I suppose a win's a win, isn't it?
Yeah, just let it all out there.
What's next for you?
We'll see how COVID takes things, but yeah, hope to go for more international tournaments next year.
Now we're talking. Congratulations again, Nick.
Thank you. Cheers.
Let's have a look at some of the winning moments in the men's open Kata division. Okay, so the referees have changed the mats around there. You can see the 2 red lines. They were blue before, they're now red, which means we're into some of the fighting, some of the gold medal matches. And these are going to be some absolutely cracker matches tonight. First up should be the female under 21 years division, the Kumite, or the fighting, the gold medal match. It's the National New Zealand Karate Championships, coming to you live on Sky Next from Auckland's Netball Centre. And great for some of these competitors. For the first time, to get TV coverage, to get coverage on YouTube. Okay. The judges are ready. Okay, 2 great rivalries here, one from Fushinu, one from Shotokan Shitaru. Oh, that was a 2-point kick to the back there for Hollywood. So she's the first to score. She gets the Senshu. The Senshu means the first person to score in the, so it's Jodie Batt, Hollywood. So 2 points there for Holly. She scores the Senshu, first to score. In the event of a tie or draw, the person with the Senshu will win. Both very young. This is an under 21 age division, both of them competing for many years, both of them very, very good. So this is the final, the gold medal match. So Jodie will know there that she's got to score at least 3 points at this stage. Now, judges' flags raised. Has she scored what she scored? One judge has got yes, red has scored 3 points and blue has scored. So that is possible that they can both score 3 points. So that's 5-3 to Holly. So both scoring for a kick to the head under new rules. That is possible where they can both score. So 5-3 lead for Hollywood. And Minute 35 to go. So already 3-5 is a pretty good score. Holly's right back there on the line, moving off. Nice evasive technique from Jodie. And looks like, yes, Holly's got 2 flags out there. She scored. So that takes us to 6-3. So the ref will just check her over. Joining me now in commentary is the self-proclaimed legendary coach, Joe McGregor from Papamai. Joe, had a pretty good day, haven't we?
Oh, we've had a very good day today, Mark.
So Holly taking a 6-3 lead, 3-point lead.
Here we're talking about one of the... these guys have been competing against each other for a number of years now.
So Joe, it looks like they're still kind of sussing each other out. They've competed against each other for years.
Yeah, the first few 30 seconds or so, they test each other, find any weaknesses they can.
Jodie just stepping out there. She'll get a warning for that. 40 seconds to go. What do you think Jodie's tactics are here with 3 points behind?
3 points behind, she will be going all out, I would say. Trying to find the opening, making an opening. Look for the point. Oh, there it is.
There we go, another point.
Another point.
And another point for Holly as well.
Ooh.
So still keeps that 3-point lead.
And Holly's got Senshu, so even if Jodie draws...
Yeah, that's right. So Jodie, in effect, got a score.
She really does. 3
points at least. Which you'll know, 22 seconds in a karate match, anything can happen.
It's a lifetime when you're on the mat, that's for sure.
Certainly is. Certainly when you've got that lead.
Indeed.
Now the thing is for Holly here, while she has that lead, she still has to fight. She can't run away.
No.
If she runs away,
she'll get penalised.
She can get penalised. Can she lose the match?
She certainly can, especially if she's already got a warning on the board, which she has. And we've seen it a few times.
We have seen it a few times today, yeah.
Yep.
With competitors stepping over
the line, or even avoiding combat by running away.
Yep. 15 seconds. Jodie's pushing her. Pushing her. Ooh, she's trying the head kick, and that's her only hope, really.
That was a heavy contact just then.
Ooh, very close in with that Ura Mawashigiri. Very close. 4 seconds to go. She's getting another warning. She won't be too worried now. And their only hope is a head kick. And time's up.
That's it.
Holly Wood's had a pretty good day, hasn't she?
She has had a very good day today. And on fire for most of it, by the looks of things.
So I think so far for Holly, that's 1 gold medal and 2 silver medals.
Wow. See, I've had my head buried in coaching my own students out there today, so it's good to catch up with what everyone else is doing, that's for sure. And just on a side note, while we're all taking a break, when are you competing, Mark?
I'll be on tomorrow, mate.
Fantastic.
Yeah, and the old boys division.
And the old boys division.
Our old division.
And
we had some fun, didn't we?
We really did. It was when I realised I couldn't beat you anymore.
Oh, there's 2 times you beat me in the regional once. That still hurt.
Oh.
Yeah, lap those up, eh?
I always will, you know that.
Some epic matches we had, actually.
Oh, some epic.
And that was really good in the Veterans division because it does raise the standard for everyone, really.
Yeah.
And there's not many sports in the world where you can still compete over 35.
Exactly.
So Hollywood taking the gold medal there for the female under 21 years Kumite.
And that was a well-deserved gold medal too, nonetheless.
Yeah, absolutely. So she's had a crack day. She's one of these rare competitors, very good at kata and very good at kumite.
All-rounder, eh?
So we'll go down to the tatami now to Craig Lord. We'll have a quick chat with Holly and see how she feels.
If anyone said this isn't a blood sport, I can correct you, because look at Holly here, the champion for 2020. She's bleeding at the chin. What a way to win, though. You don't mind, do you?
No, it's all part of the sport. We always get hit, so used to it by now with training and everything.
Been a long day.
Yes, it has. Still one more to go, so focus needs to stay on.
All right, well, congratulations. You've got a medal. Let's try and get another one.
Yeah, definitely.
All right.
See me out there.
Well done.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go back and see some of the key moments of that last fight. Okay, you can see on the far map there, two great competitors, both from the same club, Rokawa Jeffries and Liam Singer competing.
Even though they're with the same club, we've seen these two compete over the last few years, and the competition with these two have been fantastic. Ooh, did you just play with my mic?
I did just play with your mic.
Did you ask?
Just the fuzzy bit at the end there, so we can hear you better. So we've moved some mats around here, Joe, which I would presume is another kata division.
It's certainly gearing up to be that way. They've taken the two red out for the Kumite.
And I would presume, because we still have 10 kata to go.
How exciting.
It is. It's going to be brilliant.
You're going to see all the flippy, punchy things.
Yeah, we'll see a few people get thrown around the mat and over some heads and a couple of jumping kicks.
Outstanding.
Okay, so Joe, so it looks like we're looking forward to Team Kata next, which really is a highlight for a lot of people, because you'll get teams of 3 go on. They have to do synchronised kata, and then can you explain what's after that with the bunkai? What's called the bunkai?
Well, the bunkai usually is the practical applications of the kata they've just performed, in which they showcase what each movement does, and it's really a chance for the competitive team to show exactly how good they are. And you see some amazing techniques coming out.
Yeah, and we're seeing some really good Team Kata coming right from here in New Zealand now.
We really are. Yep, we're up there with some of the best, and it's only a matter of time before we get them onto the international stage.
Yeah, absolutely. Not far away at all.
No. And you'll see today from the demonstrations just how athletic you have to be to pull some of this synchronised kata off.
Now, it's certainly no easy task to have 3 people synchronised, but then to know exactly what the other person is doing.
Absolutely. It comes down to trust and a lot of work in the dojo.
Yeah. So we can see some of them warming up right now, just on the mat closest to the TV screen before they move on to the next mat along and perform their team kata. Thanks for watching on Sky Next today. Don't go away, you won't be disappointed. There's going to be some spectacular action coming up. And of course we'll get into the finals of the Kumite division. We've got the male and female open Kumite divisions. And then we also have male and female team Kumite, so team.
Are they going together against each other?
Yeah, tag team.
Tag team?
Not quite tag team, but we'll see how that takes place a bit later on.
Do you remember the Bushwhackers?
Funny this, because you're in Papamoa, I'm in Mount Maunganui. There is someone else from Mount Maunganui that I used to work with.
Really?
Her dad is one of the Bushwhackers.
Oh my goodness me, they were one of my heroes growing up as a kid.
Yeah.
My goodness me, yeah.
So he makes the odd trip up to Tauranga.
Absolutely.
But yeah, certainly remember those guys, Butch and Luke.
Oh yes.
Righto, don't go away. You can see some Kumite matches going on the far mat with some of the younger guys. Rokawa Jeffries there.
You know, even with the TV cameras and the screen, my eyes are that bad. Is that Rokawa Jeffries in blue?
That's Rokawa Jeffries in blue, yep.
Yeah, that's our youth Olympian?
Yes, Buenos Aires 2 years ago.
Yeah. Ooh. Just watching Rokawa do his thing out there on the mat. That's a beautiful Uda getting straight in there. Magnificent.
Looks like the referees are milling around.
Well, that's a technique you haven't seen for a long time there. And it looks like our team kata individuals are getting ready.
Okay,
individuals in a team, that's not right.
Spectacular. These guys are quite young, but look for the power in these techniques, the synchronization. Both these two teams, I believe, are from the same club. Yeah,
they are
indeed. Auckland's North Shore.
Given that they're from the same club, the competition amongst each club can be phenomenal. So you won't see any quarter given by these guys. They're going to be doing their very best at all times.
Now look how good these guys are at this age. Just imagine once they've been together for another 10 years, how good these guys will be together. So they're doing the kata anan,
which is notoriously difficult to do as a team kata.
That's the kata called heiku. So rueiru kata.
No audible or visual cues given.
No music.
No. So it's very, very difficult for them to keep in sync at this time. Nice sharp techniques coming out from the team there. And now we'll see the bunkai coming out, so the practical applications of the kata.
Yeah, so watch here for some. So they move where they do the double punch.
Sweep and finishing. As you can see, you have to have full trust in your teammates to be able to do this effectively.
You do.
Yep.
Yeah. This is many hours practice.
Mm-hmm. And it's good that they're doing it at this age because they're showing a patience that I never had.
Watch by the coach there, Dwayne Monk.
That was a spectacular finishing movement just there, wasn't it?
Not bad. Just finishing up now.
Do you think we could find an old decrepit person to make a team together one day?
I do believe we have.
Just wondering, all 60 kgs of me, could you lift me up? I think it was 61 anyway.
61.
61.
Yeah, just lose a kilo there, mate, and I'll be right.
Okay. Just for you.
Yeah, if you wouldn't mind.
You just got to pin back my wrinkles so I don't go flapping across the room. And here we go, some serious kata competitors
so some
here.
of the bigger boys here.
Yeah. These are individually 3 of the best in the country at the moment.
Yeah. You see there, Grant Zent and Shamu Ioka, who both got 3rd equal in the men's open kata division just a few minutes ago.
That's not too shabby, is it? Tell you what, I don't envy the judges these days having to mark these. No.
So they're doing the same kata, heiku.
Heiku, and we'll see a different interpretation of this kata from these 3.
Yeah, we will.
It's really, really good to see 2 different teams doing the same kata. Didn't you beat me with that kata once?
Oh, I don't know if I'd be brave enough to do this kata.
That was a nice wee combination there. Nice and clean.
So this kata originates from the Rueru style of karate from Okinawa.
It's come a long way then, hasn't it?
Certainly has.
All the way to Stonefields in Auckland.
What do you think, Joe? These guys been practicing?
I think they've probably given it a couple of minutes prior to the event. Or more likely, most of the year that they've been able to train it.
Well, you find a lot of these guys were training together, but not together earlier this year via Zoom.
That's that fancy interweb stuff, isn't it?
That is, yeah.
That's what we're on now, isn't it?
I do believe we are. Anyone watching on YouTube? Sky Next.
Ooh.
So here we go through with the bunkai. Shamu is the one in the middle.
So as you can see, there needs to be a little bit of artistic license in here, which is fantastic. Adds a nice character to the kata.
So Grant says, right, that's enough. It's my turn to have some fun.
Mm-hmm. And he's still going too. Oh, lovely.
So high hopes for these guys because they're all so young.
Mm.
They'll be world class.
They really will
be.
be.
Years.
Yeah. Individually in their own kata, they're superb. So together as a team, shouldn't be too shabby. We haven't had a New Zealand team at the Worlds for a few years now, and these guys are strong contenders.
Technique that Charles student, Kutan Sionado.
Mm-hmm. And in English, flippy flippy hurt.
Rough translation.
Rough translation, yeah. I must say, I am enjoying watching the kata from this angle on the television. Gives you a whole new perspective.
Well, I think it's great. We can see the facials, something that you can't see from sitting up in a stand.
Exactly.
Yeah. Sky Next have done a superb job.
Haven't they just? Haven't they just indeed? I see a man bun fighting in the background. Oh, nice.
Okay, set for a big finish. Matsumi Waza, or sacrifice throw.
Say that 3 times fast.
Another flippy hurt here.
Indeed. Here we go with the chokey bit. Outstanding. Now, Team Kata, including the bunkai, does have a time restriction on it, so these guys have to do everything within a set amount of time.
There's 5 minutes to do the whole lot in.
Team Kata certainly has evolved over the last 20 years from when I last did it.
5 years ago, I do believe you were.
It was too.
A bronze medalist at a certain World Championships.
I believe you were there too, weren't you?
I may have been.
Yeah. How could I forget that?
We've finally got our moment in the sun now.
We really did.
Hey?
Mm-hmm. And together for once.
There we go, live on Sky Next. There we go.
Nice.
So the judges will deliberate. I'm picking Fushin Ru's going to win this one.
I don't like your chances on Fushin Ru, but I think Fushin Ru might win this one. Let's have a look.
So second place to red. They've been practicing that for 5 minutes. Which means blue wins the gold. They must have been doing that for at least 6 minutes.
6 minutes?
6 minutes practice on that one?
I believe so. They're young enough to pull it off at that stage.
Yeah.
It's a heck of a showcase for Kata, I have to say. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoyed that, because I certainly did.
That was fantastic.
Good way to make a man feel old. What division are we still fighting in the format?
That could well be the under 21 years male open Kumite.
That'll explain it. The big monsters.
Yeah.
Well, here we go, Team Kata, the under 17s, was it?
14 to 17.
14 to 17. It was, look, you made me smile, and that takes a lot of work.
Thank you.
How many hours did you guys put into this?
Oh, just weeks and weeks, you know. Lots and lots of time, yeah. During the holidays as well, especially, we just get together by ourselves and just go through it until we get it perfect.
Were you happy? Do you think it was perfect?
definitely some things to improve on, but you know, there's always things to improve on. So
You got another go at it?
Yep.
How well do you think you'll go? Come on, give us the word.
Oh, we're going to be great. We're going to be perfect.
Yeah, what a way to wrap it off. These boys, the 14s, the 17s, kicking the seniors. How good would that be? More to come.
Okay, so the referees are resetting the mats now with the red lines down on there, which means we're about to get back into some gold medal matches for the fighting.
Sorry, I was busy not pushing my button then. Sorry, Mark. So, centre mat's getting ready to do more fighting, is it?
Yep, absolutely.
One thing that's often forgotten is the level of experience with our referees that are floating around today.
Yeah, these guys are world-class standard. And quite often, if you're scrolling through YouTube, and you'll see finals of
with a Kiwi pop up in there,
you'll see a Kiwi sitting in the corner.
Yep,
which is just brilliant to see.
It really is.
And then you come to New Zealand Championships or maybe a regional tournament, and you've got these same guys here.
World-class referees, right on our own doorstep. So tell me, Mark, with all your years of experience doing karate, competing, have you ever considered giving refereeing a go?
Funny you say that. I did a long time ago.
Well, you are old. So I believe, did they have colour television then, or?
Yeah, almost.
Almost.
Yeah.
Or was it monochrome? It was monochrome, wasn't it?
You know what? For an old boy, I'm still having too much fun competing.
True story.
It's fun. If you can still do it, there's not many sports
that you can still compete at our age.
Yeah,
and as broken as we are too.
So we have a veterans division, which is 35 to 44.
And you're in the Grandmasters now, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm in the super old boys. We call it the super veterans division, which is 45 and over.
And I've got to be honest, you know, even in the Kumite and Kata, you get some of the best competitions in those veterans, I believe.
Well, you had Andrew Downey from Auckland's North Shore today, who's 49 years old.
Isn't that
he had
fantastic?
7 fights.
Isn't that fantastic?
7 3-minute fights, which is superb.
Okie dokie.
So we've got Lola Hennessy in red. And that looks like Mackenzie Jackson in blue. Yes, it is. Mackenzie is from Queenstown, Lola from Hamilton.
Two separate small towns at different ends of the country.
So I believe this will be the female 14-15 years Kumite final. The
Must
gold
be.
medal match. Waikato versus Queenstown. Not bad, huh?
Not a bad one, yeah. No, I've watched Lola Hennessy grow up and compete since she was a kid. Well, she's still a kid now, but
And
when
she's
I think
had a big day today.
She has had a very big day.
several fights, and I believe she may have come through undefeated so far.
So far.
So Lola last year came 5th place at the Junior World Champs in Chile and was a silver medalist in Oceania in
2018. And since then, she's really stepped up her game and has become quite an aggressive wee fighter.
There we go, first point. No point, no score. No score. Dave Harris, very experienced referee there, taking charge of this match. So you see we've got the complement of 4 corner judges.
Some fast hands
and
coming
one
out
referee.
there. Looks like a point for Lola.
It is a point for Lola and also a point for Mackenzie. So what happens in this instance with the Senshu?
They don't award a censure until the next uncontested point comes out. Yeah. Which is an interesting adaptation to the rule, actually.
So how many years have you been reffing, Jack?
Reffing? I haven't actually put the referee jersey on for about 6 years or 7 years, but before that was a very, very long time. There we go.
So Lola's
2 points.
2 points for a kick to the body.
And
Getting the censure there, as you said, so 3-1.
Now she can't rest back and do nothing now. She must still continue to fight. We'll see them just testing each other for a little bit, and flurry of action coming through.
Kenzie there throwing that Yuzami Zuki. Lola, did she score with that kick to the back?
We can't see. Oh, we got 2 flags. Yes, she did.
So that kick to the back, scoring at 2 points, taking it out to 5-1. 5-1 to red, Lola.
Fine shot of Jean Brown there, one of our more experienced referees. And Ben Gill, who's coaching Lola at the moment. Very difficult to get those head kicks in when you're that close and get tangled up in the arms and legs.
Not quite working with the takedown there. She may get a warning there for grabbing.
Depends on whether the step out was first.
Okay.
Neither.
Nothing. Oh, Mackenzie very close with that kick to the head there.
That was very, very close, but unfortunately she blocked a punch with her face then. Just got to watch those hands. They come out of nowhere from Lola, and they're bloody quick. There we go, warning for Lola for excessive contact.
Okay, so time's up and Lola wins that match 5-1. Gold medal and another gold medal for Lola.
She'll be getting...
She's certainly going to have to fill up with petrol before she goes home tomorrow to carry those gold medals back to Hamilton, back to the Waikato.
Definitely have a heavy bag on the way out tonight.
So Lola, just 15 years old, she'll enjoy a nice protein shake tonight.
I had a protein shake once. Didn't agree with me.
So we're going out for a beer later?
We really are. Be rude not to.
You know I've got to compete tomorrow.
I know. I've seen you compete with hangovers, Mark. You're amazing.
Oh, not for a while now. Okay, so Lola taking out another gold medal. Wonder how she's feeling. Let's go ringside with Craig Lord in just a second to find out.
Stand by on 1.
So a nice gold medal here for Lola in the New Zealand Karate Championships for 2020. Must be pretty happy with the way the day's going out.
Yeah, it's been pretty good. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, what can you improve on? What's next?
Just keep doing good, I guess.
Yeah, what are you do? What are you going to do next?
What's
your next tournament?
Next tournament, a big one. Aussie or Oceania. Yeah.
You'll win that, won't you? Represent?
Not sure yet. Not sure yet.
Of course you can. Look at the gold medal. She's done so well. This is Lola. Look at it. She's still thinking about all these fights she's had today. Done a great job. Well done.
Thank you.
here we go. Let's look at some of the highlights of that last match taken out by Lola Hennessy. I don't know who the other one is. Just about set for a start in the male 14-15 years Kumite Open.
There we go, Logan Somerville looking stoic.
Yeah, we've got a couple of teammates here, both from Auckland's Fish and Roo Club. So, notice coaching. Two of New Zealand's top coaches there. Dwayne Monk is going on and Braden Burse as well.
This should be an interesting matchup there.
Should be very good when you get two teammates, and we've seen that earlier today with the Waikato Remberdon Club. When two teammates come up against each other, oh, it is close and intense.
It's one of the beauties of the sport, though. You can have an intense fight with your best mate and then go out for a drink, a lemonade afterwards.
Rui actually came 5th in the world last year in Santiago in Chile.
He did indeed.
That was in the Kata division, so proving that he's a pretty good fighter here as well, as an all-round karateka.
What we didn't see there, because it was so damn fast, was Rui picked up a three-pointer.
Three-pointer.
And Senshu. When you got two old men, Gabby, talking away like this one, we can tend to miss it.
Oh, is that Logan in with a... Two flags for Rui.
So we're now looking at 4-0 to Blue at this stage. But if anything, Logan's not a quitter and he never gives up.
Oh, that was a fast
That was a fast gap, all right. Could have taken him.
It's another point for Rui. 5-0. 52 seconds to go.
Seems to be running away with the fight at this stage.
Okay, another point there for Rui. 6-0. 22 seconds to go. Can he score another 2 points to get that 8-point lead? Or will Logan catch up?
We'll start seeing the coaches get a little bit more animated as the time ticks away. We're into the last 10 seconds now.
Rui is moving really nice. Not as only is he attacking well, he's hard to hit, isn't he? Look
really
at that move. Moving.
And there we go. Rui takes it away. 6-0. That's an 7-0, sorry. That's one way to win a final, isn't it?
Certainly is.
You could have taken him. I would hold him down for you.
So we'll go to the medal presentations now. The 14-15 years male Kumite Open.
Dean Moxon takes bronze in that division, does he? There we go. Nothing like seeing a ginger getting a medal. It's brilliant.
And there we go, Logan Somerville taking the silver.
And a well-earned silver at that. I mean, the eventual scoreline in that final doesn't actually show just how hard he worked to get to that.
And how many points he scored to get there as well.
Exactly.
And Rui taking up the gold and a well-deserved gold medal.
Guarantee he still has to go home and tidy his room tonight.
Fine room to chuck all the medals after today.
Damn right. Down the dart, they're going to do the talky thing.
And another champion is found this time. It's Rui with a gold medal around his neck. He must be, well, obviously pretty happy with that.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy. Honestly, I didn't expect to win because I'm really fatigued today, but, you know, I just pulled it together last minute. And yeah, I just performed, I think.
Well, that's even better if you didn't expect too much from today to go walk away with a gold medal.
Yeah, it's really happy. I'm really glad to see a gold medal in my hands and end the day off with a good win.
Yeah.
And it feels really satisfying.
And the title too, eh? A champion.
Yes, champion's always nice. It's great.
Congratulations and well done.
Thank you.
Okay, let's have a quick look at some of the highlights of that last final. So if you like what you've seen today, don't worry, there's still plenty more to come. And you think you'd like to have a go at karate or get your kids into it, because it is one of the best things that kids can do. Check out a club in your area at karatenz.co.nz. You'll check qualified clubs, vetted clubs, good clubs on the website there. You can send your kids along. It's a non-threatening environment. They'll be welcomed with open arms and treated with the utmost respect. But they'll learn some discipline, they'll learn some respect, and also learn how to look after themselves. It's karatenz.co.nz. Okay, next up is going to be another ladies' final here, gold medal matches. New Zealand Karate National Championships 2020. It was supposed to have been around about a month ago, postponed until now. But great that we could actually get underway and have some top competitors here today.
It really is good. And who we got in this round here? We've got Hollywig and Natalia Ivanovic. Holy crow, I said it.
Well done.
I know. We should see Hollywig fire on all cylinders here for this round.
Holly's had a big day.
She has. Really has blown the cobwebs out from the last few months stand down. Ooh, that was a close call.
Okay, first score there to Holly.
Oh, we got a blue flag though. There it is.
Okay, Holly taking the Senshu.
Natalia taking Senshu.
Natalia, yeah.
Yes.
Okay,
Jeez.
so that's 1-0 to blue. 1-0 to blue.
You need to put your glasses on, Mark.
Yeah, I do. It's been a long day.
It has been.
So yeah, Natalia getting the Senshu.
That'll put the wind up, Holly, that's for certain. Oh, and as I said...
very, very close, wasn't it?
It was.
Almost hit the elbow, but she just snuck it in underneath.
Often only millimetres between 2 points and a broken foot. Oh, nice. Nice exchange there. Should see 2 flags red. So now Holly's got the advantage. 3-1.
3-1. 3-1 to red.
So Natalia's going to have some work ahead of her if she wants to... Natalia's got some work ahead of her if she wants to keep that advantage of the Senshu.
Yes, she's going to catch up by 2 points
Yes.
there. Oh.
We've often seen matches end that way.
I
Nice
think
little
Holly
combination.
in there with a body kick. That's another 2 points for Holly. That'll take her out 5-1.
I tell you what, when you get a flurry of fists in your face, you often forget about your body, and you've got to be really aware of your surroundings and what's coming at you.
That body kick is a very, very common scoring technique and an easy way of getting 2 points now. Very easy and very quick.
It would be very easy on me, considering how big my body is these days. Oh, Udamawashi Getty got up there, and she scores it. Does she? No.
No.
Only one flag.
Only one flag. Seconds, 13, 12. Natalia's really got to do something here.
Bit of contact there by Natalia. See that? And despite all your years of training, you still every now and again have to block a punch with your face.
There we go. No damage
nice
done.
punch. There we go.
Holly was in very quick there.
That's 3 flags out. There was no denying that point. It was good to see Natalia getting in there, getting in amongst it. And there we go. Hollywood takes the match out 6-1.
6-1 Hollywood. Another gold medal for Holly.
Indeed. Another one that's got a heavy bag on the way out of here tonight. I got a gold medal once. Did you know that, Mark?
I do remember that day.
I think I took it off you, didn't I?
2013, I believe.
Yeah. You made me pay for it. I had to give you back to the next following year.
Yeah. Maybe train harder. It was a good thing.
True story. Well, for you, maybe. Certainly deflated my bubble after that. Well, looks like they're not going to be mucking around and straight into the next round by the looks of things.
Yeah, should have medal presentations first. We may have another fight here.
Hope so. Is that right?
Looks like Natalia's keeping warm. Could be Natalia.
I see Cian
is there.
Bennett.
Cian Bennett. Former Oceania champion.
And I had the honour of coaching her when she won that in Sydney back in 2017. Scary young woman.
Yes, this could be a round robin here. Hollywood and
I've never seen a square robin though, have you? Have you seen a square robin?
Square robin.
I've never seen one.
You haven't looked hard enough, mate.
Oh, true story.
Yeah.
And Cian
Those
Bennett.
oblique robins are very, very good. Okay, so here we go.
Cian Bennett, coached by her father, Chris Bennett, who's been involved in karate in New Zealand for, gosh, almost as long as we've been alive, isn't
one
he?
of Karate New Zealand's top fighters. Oh, there was a nice body kick there. 2 points.
It's got to wake Sian up. Both these girls very, very capable fighters.
Yeah.
I say girls, these women.
Women.
Yeah. There we go, Sian Bennett. Got it right this time. Often hard for short fighters to get in and get in close with tall fighters. But once they get inside that reach, they're usually unstoppable. There we go.
Oh, there we go. Sian scoring, getting one back.
She's going to need another two, though.
Very capable.
Mm-hmm.
She's a good fighter.
She's got a hell of a coach behind her as well. Before you and I started duking it out.
Oh, look at
there
that
we
kick.
go. What was that? Where did that go? Oh, we got a blue flag up.
We've got
two blue flags up. That's fantastic.
For 3 points. Yes,
Yeah.
scoring with a head kick there. Wow.
That came out of nowhere. She just proved, short people can
gets
kick.
the lead.
She does. Needs to keep her guard up. Last thing you want is to let Holly get in there with that punch. Oh,
Holly's got in there with that kick. That'll even the score.
Yep. And of course with Senshu, it gives Holly the advantage. Current lead.
Ooh, look at that punch.
Neither woman giving any quarter on this one at the moment. All over the mat too.
30 seconds for all.
It's going to be a quick score. That looked like it hurt. Nothing like a swift kick up the bum to remind you who's the boss. Of course, that area is not a scoring area, is it?
No, it's not. So she'll get warned for an illegal technique.
She will.
It's a category 1 warning.
I was lucky it wasn't in the last 20 seconds. Because she would have got straight to a Hanzuku on that one. Chewy.
Hanzuku Chewy, your second to last warning.
Not the big fairy fella.
Oh, did she score? Yes, she scored with that. There's 2 red flags up for her.
Yeah.
In fact, 3
red flags up.
For
There was
her.
no denying that one got in there.
Takes her out to a 3-point lead. She already had the Senshu. She's really got this one now.
And what are we looking at? We've got 14 seconds. Another point for Hollywig. Goodness me. She's pulling them all out.
Notice Holly didn't take the obligatory 3-minute break that you're allowed to between fights there. She's straight into it.
Oh, the joy of being young again, eh? Oh, those middle kicks are taking a toll.
Oh, look at
there
Sian.
we go.
To Sian's credit, she did not stop. She had Holly right in the corner there.
Yep, and it's not often you see a fighter do that when they're down by 4 points.
Yeah.
Often they'll just sit back and try and sucker the other opponent out. But wow, that was a good match.
Here we go. So that means Hollywig has taken an unassailable lead in this event.
That's 2 wins in a round robin, isn't it? Not a square robin, right?
Not even a rectangular one.
Mm-hmm.
Triangular one, maybe. You could work that one out, couldn't you, with the 3?
You really could. Yeah, really good. So now we see the counter on to give the last player a chance to catch your breath before the next round. Round robins are very, very taxing on the body, aren't they?
So we're going to see Natalia in red and Sian in blue.
Mm-hmm.
And this will be for silver and bronze, the Auckland women's division.
It really will be.
So getting ready for the silver-bronze match.
with a bronze and silver match, whichever way you want to look at it. That's a nice head shot.
So after this fight, we'll then have, that's going to be a good fight.
What's that?
The open male Kumite final.
Ooh.
And then the teams finals. Okay, Natalia and Sian know each other very, very well. Both New Zealand reps. Each other out now. Sian goes in with a punch and will score.
Straight through the guard, wasn't it?
Kazuki, reverse punch to the head. She gets the senchu. She goes up 1-0.
Right now we'll be wanting to see Sian really cement her position here.
So that's 1-0 to blue.
And we've just seen another body kick come through for Sian. That's another 2 points.
So Sian taking another 2 points, 3-0.
In very quick succession.
Ooh, nearly. Natalia nearly scoring with that head kick.
There we go. We've got another 2 flags out for blue on that one. That was a nice front hand punch to the face. Kizamizuki, am I not wrong?
Kizamizuki, there we go, 4-0.
All sharp. So 2 flags blue out there.
Yep. Natalia nearly had a point there. She did have a flag out, Natalia.
I've got to say, that was a bit unfortunate for Natalia. She got that hand in first from this angle. It's so difficult being a judge these days. These punches are so very fast. Oh.
To Natalia's credit, she hasn't actually competed for a number of years now.
She has not. Just reading through the notes there while you're watching.
Natalia's actually been training in karate for 19 years. She's competed at the World University Champs in Montenegro in 2014. Competed in Gallipoli, Tahiti, many New Zealand Champs and Opens and several medals, but she just hasn't competed in the last few years. Just getting back into it.
It's really, really good to see competitors like this getting back into the sport.
Yeah.
We see a foul awarded there from Natalia. And there was a nice Gyakuzuki there to the body by Sian.
7-0 lead, 32 seconds to go.
Now what happens if these guys get 8-0 up?
Well, if there's a clear 8-point lead...
Like that?
Like that, then the match is stopped. And awarded to the person with that 8-point lead. So you can have, say, 12-4.
Yep. And there we go. Sian takes that away convincingly, 8-0 against Natalia.
Probably not reflecting, actually, how close that match was. It was absolutely very close.
Yep.
So, yes, Holly will have won the gold medal in this one. Another gold medal for Hollywood. Sian will get silver.
Sian's
and
another one that's been out of competition for a while now. She's been,
She's had 2 knee surgeries in the
really
last 3 years.
Yep.
I know she had 1 knee surgery and was coming through, and then the other one went. Poor thing. But look at her.
And yeah, can't wait to get that medal. Well done.
Good on her. Well done, Sian. And Holly's got such a bright future. She's still very, very young. Both Kata and Kumite.
Another one of these extraordinary athletes that can perform at both.
Okay, so the medals have been awarded. Let's go down ringside to Craig Lord.
Look, this is getting a little bit repetitive, but Holly has taken another medal. Look, congratulations. What a wonderful day it's been.
Thank you. Yeah, it's been long but rewarding, so that's what makes it all worth it.
So now I guess it's just a monstrous sleep.
Yeah, straight into bed, shower, cold bath, stretch.
When's the next training session then? When do you kick off?
Probably Monday after the comp. Or he may give us a break, but they're pretty onto training, so probably back in the dojo pretty fast.
Craziness, absolute craziness. Look, congratulations. Well done again.
Thank you.
Okay, back now with an eagerly anticipated match. This is the Open Male Kumite final. Two teammates, several times New Zealand champion Ben Gill and his teammate Chase Hennessy. Nearly set for our final match of the night. Two absolute superstars of karate. Ben Gill and Chase Hennessy. Chase Hennessy, over the last few years, Oceania champion 2 years ago. New Zealand rep of the Junior World Champs 3 years ago in Spain. Competed 2 years ago and actually came 7th in Bulgaria at the Youth K1. Now, here's the thing. Chase had a serious car crash last year. So he missed out of much of last year as it only returned to serious training in the last few months. So to make it through to the final of the Men's Open is absolutely amazing for him, showing that he certainly hasn't lost it. And Ben Gill, what a star. Multiple times current Men's Kumite champion, 4 times Oceania champion. He won the Australian Open last year. Last year was a big year for him. He was champion in the Vienna, Slovenia, Polish and Kazakhstan Open.
Kazakhstan.
He was actually training
Isn't
in
that
Kazakhstan.
where Borat's from?
Certainly is.
It is.
Yeah.
From Kazakhstan.
3 times he's competed at the World Championships, 2014, 2016 and 2018. And yes, spent several years training in Kazakhstan and Slovakia.
And now he's back home and he's passing on all of that knowledge that he's gained over the years.
Yeah, to the younger guys in Waikato and wider New Zealand. It's
just absolutely fantastic. A return back that some say is probably a turning point for us.
A bit washed up, they're saying.
Really?
That's what the younger fellas are saying. So he's got a point to prove tonight against his teammate, calling him washed up.
Yeah. Is that Man Bun calling him washed up?
I think he is.
We'll see how long that Man Bun stays on his head, eh?
Okay, referee's walking on now.
And it's about time too. We've got the big guns on, haven't we?
Yep, we've got New Zealand's top referees here.
And Dave Harris. And it looks like Dave Harris is going to control the match.
Yep.
Combined years of experience with these referees, judging by the looks of their hair, 452 years. I know I jest, but these guys are very, very good referees and judges. So, here we go. We've got the washed up has-been and the man bun usurper. See which one comes out on top.
So these guys haven't fought each other yet today. Righto. They'll spend a few seconds sussing each other out.
Has it been noted yet that it's coach and student here?
Yep.
Yeah. And one of the more difficult ways of fighting. Oh, he's quick.
Going straight in
He's
there with
quick.
the kicks.
And
he's...
that gave Mr. Hennessy a bit of a fright, and he stepped out. And a warning issued for stepping out of bounds. We seem to be having a bit of problems with the scoreboards at the moment. And we're away. Oh, no, false start. There we go.
Okay. Still no score. 30 seconds gone.
I'm sure we'll see.
Oh, Barney attacking, but Chase just keeping his distance.
He really is lightning fast, isn't he?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Just look at the way he moves there.
And you saw Barney play with his shin guard there. That's been a tactic of his since he was a kid. Putting off his opponent by adjusting something that really didn't need to be adjusted. That's a great tactic and worked well for him over the years. Frustrating to fight.
Yeah, but do his opponents know it?
Oh, and their foot got into the head there.
Here we go.
But no point issued.
Still no point. Well, there he is, playing with that shin guard again, huh? Buys him a couple of seconds too. Oh, that is fast. That's fast.
I didn't see it. It was too fast.
It's either that or the age.
Bit of both. And we're seeing in the corner.
That will be Barney's point.
Will it? We got two blue flags out. Yes, we do. And
here
we'll
we
take
go.
Sensu.
First point to blue, Barney Gill, and that'll be the Sensu as well.
Surprisingly, though, it's taken him a bit of time to get there.
Teammates, ain't they? Know each other too well.
They do. They do. It's like a game of one-arm chess. Oh, there we go.
That wouldn't happen often. One great thing about Barney, you always know when he's fighting, even if you can't see him.
Oh,
he
you'll
has
hear
one
him.
of the loudest ki-eyes or fighting yells in the game.
He really does.
There we go again. Didn't score that, but you certainly heard it.
Oh, and yeah, that was a nice Gyakuzuki to the head for Barney Gill.
Yep.
Has he got the two flags out for it? Yes, he does. Yes. No, he didn't.
No.
No point awarded.
Just one flag, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
Close. 35 seconds, 1-0 to Barney.
Chase Hennessy keeping him within reach.
You could almost say Chase is chasing him.
That was so dry, I need a
that'd
drink.
Be tacky, wouldn't it?
It really would be. There we go. Both going try for the throw then. We've got 1, 2. Oh, my goodness me. Well, this is going to be an interesting call. 2 big flags up in the air.
Two flags up for blue for the head kick. And there we go. 3 points, Barney. Out to a 4-0 lead.
Last 10 seconds.
Oh, now he's trying to be flash, isn't he?
Oh, hey, there we go.
Look at that kick.
That was a very hard-fought fight there.
There we go. It was. That was a good fight.
Again, the scoreline doesn't quite represent just how close that was.
So Barney taking it out 4-0, and that is the men's open champion again, Barney Gill from Waikato.
That was an enjoyable match.
Chase Hennessy, the silver medal for the men's open Kumite.
And he's got a bit of a limp on, so he's obviously hurt himself in that final
Yeah, I
match.
think about last one there. Here we go. And the men's open champion,
Barney Gill.
2020, Barney Gill.
Well done, young man. And he really is a young man. Still got plenty of fight left in him.
Just 27, a bright future. And we'll go down to the tatami now to Craig Lord.
Barney, he made you work for that.
Yeah. I'm fortunate he's been fighting in the under-21s. There's boys, and so they've had a few more fights, so I was a bit more fresh. He's fit. There's a group of them you would have seen today, under-21s that I train with, and so they keep you busy.
Yeah, hey, gold medal's a gold medal, another championship title.
No, you're right. Yeah, it's all about, at the end of the day, finish with more points. So, and that just comes down to experience. These young guys have got everything in the class. They'll crack me, but when you come to the competition, it's just keeping that composure and being able to make the right decisions.
Heading off for another big event soon?
Personally, I've taken a bit more of a coaching role this year. I'll keep competing in New Zealand, in Australia. It depends what big event you're talking about, because I mean, we might have nothing this year. We had Aussie Open, we had Oceania, and we had World Unis planned, so it was going to be an amazing year. So that was a real shame, but credit to the boys. They've kept motivated and kept training, and that means that I've been able to keep active too. So it's all to them.
All right, absolutely brilliant. And that therefore ends our coverage of the New Zealand Karate Champs for 2020 from the Auckland Netball Centre. I'd like to thank Mark Eagle, our wonderful commentator, for staying with us the whole day, Karate New Zealand, and of course Sky Sport Next. We leave you now with some great highlights from the day. It's goodbye from us.